technical difficulties straight.
This is a call to order of the February 16th and February 17th annual retreat of the Ducktown Council. This time I'd like to not only welcome council, welcome staff, and welcome our early morning audience here. And please help yourself to some breakfast treats and coffee in the back. This is a retreat that's held on an annual basis, as most of you know, over 2 days. And it's a working session between the council and the staff and refining a lot of our direction for the budgeting for the upcoming year, as well as a longer term vision of the town. And it is a working session. It is not open for public comments, but certainly during the breaks, if you want to talk to council or staff, please feel free to address us. We're getting a tight schedule as always. So we are going to try and stick to our time constraints, and anybody presenting, which a lot of them aren't here yet, we will give them a warning with respect to wrapping down their presentations within 5 minutes. As you all know, the restrooms are in the back of the administrative building. And with that, we'll probably delay because we don't have our first speakers here yet. Are they coming in by Zoom?
Yeah, they're on Zoom. Yes, sir.
What's that?
Chris
They're on
Jordan.
Zoom. Yes.
All right. Okay, we're going to open up with an update from VHB regarding the BRIC grant, Living Shoreline Sidewalk, Bike Lane, and NC Highway 12 elevation project. An overview of the Ducktown Park Shoreline project, protection project, and an update on the neighborhood flooding grants. And with this, it's my honor to introduce Chris DeWitt from VHB. Good morning, Chris.
Hey, good morning. Can everybody hear me okay?
Yes.
Excellent. Now let me try the hard part. I'm going to share my screen. Can everybody see this presentation?
Yes.
Great. Well, thanks for the time this morning. I will be respectful of everybody's time and be relatively brief and allow some time for questions and discussions. We appreciate the opportunity to be here. I'm going to provide a quick update on 3 projects. The first is the NC12 Resiliency Project. The second is the Town Park Shoreline. And then the third will be the potential northern expansion of the boardwalk just to the north of Resort Realty. So I'll pause between each of those projects and allow some time for comments and questions. And again, I'll be pretty brief. And please feel free to interrupt me at any point during the presentation. We'll start with the North Duck Village Sidewalk, Living Shoreline, and NC12 Resiliency Project. As you all know, we've been working on this for a number of years now and accumulating various sources of funding and getting to a final design for the project. Just to reemphasize to everybody, this really began as the 4th phase of the Sidewalks and Complete Streets project. We were looking to put sidewalks on the west side of NC12 between Resort Realty and Sunset Grill. And when some resiliency funding became available, we worked with the town to modify the project and focus on elevation of the roadway, getting the roadway elevated a little bit to help alleviate some of the flooding issues, and working on drainage and also incorporating a living shoreline element to the project. But the extents remain relatively the same, again, from Resort Realty to Sunset Grill. Again, this fits into the overall sidewalk project and is a part of that, but now has additional elements with the additional funding. This is the concept plan for the resiliency project. You've all seen this before, but it involves a living shoreline, again, between Resort Realty and Sunset Grill. That will consist of some timber sills, some limited fill and marsh planting. The idea is really to protect what existing marsh is there and try to restore the eroded marsh where it is not existing. The project also involves replacing the existing rock revetment, and then of course incorporating sidewalks on both sides of the road, as well as including stormwater drainage improvements throughout that section of the roadway. this is just some zoomed in cross section of those various elements. And again, we looked at particularly when we were pursuing the BRIC funding, the resilient infrastructure funding that the town successfully pursued. Incorporating and integrating these three elements, the elevation of the roadway, the incorporation of the sidewalks on both sides of the road, and the living shoreline was really instrumental, I think, in helping the town secure that resiliency funding. Bringing these three elements into a single cohesive project really worked well with the funding agency and allowed that funding to be secured. So again, looking at a project total of probably $2.5 million, quite a wide variety of funding sources. Obviously some town contribution, but the bulk of the funding coming from other sources, the big one being the BRIC, which is building resilient infrastructure in communities, the new funding program out of FEMA. But also recently, the town was able to secure additional $20,000 from the Dare County Soil and Water Conservation District. There's tourism board funding, there's National Fish and Wildlife funding. So a variety of funding sources helping to make this project a reality. We completed the design of the project late last year. The plans have been reviewed by NCDOT and they had minimal comments that we've taken care of. We're currently in a phase where the town is doing final property owner coordination, making sure everyone understands what easements are necessary and that if we need to make adjustments to the plans to accommodate neighborhood easements, we're doing that. We have completed the permit application as well as the environmental document. Because of the FEMA funding, we needed to do a document to comply with the National Environmental Policy Act. Both of those are complete and ready for submission. And really, we're working all of this toward construction bidding in the summer with award of construction and construction starting in the fall and taking place over the winter season to be complete before spring of 2023. I'm going to pause now before moving to the next project. Hopefully that wasn't too quick, but I'm happy to address any questions or comments on this particular project.
This is Monica, Chris, thank you.
Hey, Monica.
We got the approval. Did I miss that? I thought we were still waiting for that. I'm sorry. I'm really happy. Did I miss that?
We're pending the final word from FEMA.
Okay. Because I wanted to pop a cork when that happened.
Yeah, no, as soon as we get the actual award letter, we'll let council know, but everything is trending in the right direction.
Yeah, it's great to see this much, pre-work happening, without that approval. So this is wonderful to see.
Yeah, and I apologize if I indicated that was more final than it actually is.
No, it just looks really final. But I'm excited. So I apologize. I just wanted to make sure I didn't miss the actual award of the grant.
No, that was my bad.
Is there a drop dead date on that grant where, in fact, if we don't hear, we're going to slide this into the following year?
I suppose that's possible, Don. I don't see that as likely because really the design work is done, the permit is done, and we'll be submitting it shortly. We do need to engage with FEMA on the NEPA document, but again, I don't want to say that's not a possibility, but I don't see it as a likelihood at all.
Thank you, Chris.
Yeah, this is excellent work, and I'm so excited for this project. Even though it's been excruciatingly difficult to wait for it, it's just going to be fabulous.
Yeah, yeah.
Worth
the wait.
It's going to be great, and the community, we're going to benefit so much. I mean, the contribution that Doug has to make versus what this project costs is incredible. And of course, it benefits the whole, from Corral and, from Currituck all the way down. So it's benefiting a lot more people than just our town, but great to see. Thank you.
Yeah, sure. Any other questions or comments before we move to the next project?
I don't see any more, Chris.
Thank you. So we'll talk quickly about the Town Park Shoreline project. This is another one that we've been working with the town for some years on, and talking to regulatory agencies, going through various iterations. You've all seen these most recent concept plans, but basically the current thinking is that we come in close to the shoreline with some living shoreline elements, timber sills, very limited marsh, very limited sand fill and marsh planting. We've got a lot of submerged aquatic vegetation in this area that will make the permitting process difficult, honestly, and requires us to kind of limit the amount of fill and marsh planting that we can do. But we do think some is needed and warranted, particularly in this cove where you're getting the erosion next to the path and next to the picnic shelter. But at the very southern end, you've got kind of a high bank there, and we think maybe a stone revetment would be appropriate. But for the rest of the park shoreline, we're really looking at some form of sill. These concept plans show a timber sill, again, with some very limited marsh planting. And you can see as we move northward on the park shoreline, we're really just looking at the installation of sills. One of the things we will want to do as we get into detailed planning or detailed design of this project is work with the town and the regulatory agencies to vet what is most appropriate here. Do these really need to be vertical timber sills? Is there some room with the submerged aquatic vegetation, maybe to do a stone sill, kind of a more naturalistic approach, or some basket type? You know, they manufacture all kinds of things now that might be able to work here to provide protection to that eroding escarpment that is at the edge of the marsh and protect your assets at the park. That's really the goal here. And one of our first steps will be to determine what is that best approach. Again, to date, this is where we've arrived with the regulators, is that the timber sill approach will likely be the most appropriate, but we really want to look at that. And one of the things we'll do is work with a geotechnical engineer to look at the substrate here, look at the bottom of the sound and figure out, you know, is driving piles and putting in timber sills the best approach, or is stone better? Is there another better application to achieve the same goals? Based on the concept plan that includes the timber sills and, again, the limited marsh fill, this is the cost estimate that we're looking at, probably in the $450,000 range for these various elements. Again, we'll need to adjust this as we move into detailed design, particularly if the elements change. If we go to a more living shoreline stone revetment approach, some of these costs will change, but probably not dramatically. And this is a good planning level cost estimate at this point. Schedule-wise, assuming the project starts this July, and obviously that could change as well, but we need to start with some data collection. So survey, making sure we know where that wetland is, where that wetland edge is, particularly given the dynamic nature of that shoreline and a lot of the recent erosion. Delineating the wetlands, getting into the permitting process and talking to the agencies. I mentioned the geotechnical engineering, very important to know what the soil and the sound bottom, what the quality of that is and what it might mean from an engineering perspective. And then getting into design and final design, probably into the spring of 2023. Again, if we started in July of this year, with bidding and construction at some point in the future to be determined based on all of this. Questions or comments about that project?
I have a question. This has been a long road for the plant for you folks, and I know you've tried a lot of different things. Can you just please remind us which agencies are having to do the permitting? Because I was getting, you know, over the years, we've tried different approaches on this. I'm a little confused. Is it like a state, you know, can you just remind me, is it CAMA and the environmental group in North Carolina that we are working with together?
It's a number of agencies. It's CAMA, it's Division of Fish and Wildlife, it's federal agencies, the Army Corps. So, the application we'll put in is a joint permit application that goes to a wide variety of both state and federal agencies. And, on this project and with the previous project that we talked about, there's a lot of support for this living shoreline approach among many of the agencies. The one concern that has come up is with the Division of Fish and Wildlife, who are appropriately concerned about the submerged aquatic vegetation. That's been the permitting hang up and the reason for some of the design changes over time that we've worked on here. But at some point we've got to strike a balance between submerged aquatic vegetation, submerged aquatic vegetation habitat, and the need to restore eroded marsh and protect assets at the park. And that's going to be the permitting discussion. But we've gotten a lot of support, and there are similar projects in the vicinity along the Sound where this timber sill approach has been designed and permitted and constructed. So we think we can get there with this, and we'd like to still vet some opportunities in terms of the material for the sill. But it's a variety of agencies that we need to talk to and work through.
Following up with that, thank you. One of the reasons I'm curious, because it has been a long road and there've been all these different, approaches and hangups, and even though everyone wants to get there, it's how, because I'm thinking of the public at large and folks that own property along the Sound, and how eventually, much like stormwater management, this kind of approach or these lessons we're learning, and your expertise and all the engineering expertise that we get from this going through the town might be translated to the private property owner. So anyway, I'm just curious because I think it'll be a good learning opportunity for everybody along the shoreline.
Yep, agreed. And again, that this process is partly why, with moving back up to the NC12 resiliency project, why we arrived at the approach for timber sills with limited fill there. We think a similar approach is going to work here, but again, we've got some questions to answer.
Great, thank you.
Chris, have you seen a trend where the agencies are loosening up a little bit? I mean, you've said they've allowed others to move forward.
I'm not sure I would say that they've loosened up any, but I would say that we've seen the timber sill approach be accepted. And I'm not sure I think maybe it's not a loosening up, it's just a determination that is, with the SAV concerns, that is the best approach.
Any other questions for Chris?
I guess, and this is, the 421,000, I don't know if there's any grant opportunities that we're exploring, but hopefully we can. And I was just, again, thinking of the private sector and what they might be looking at on a per linear square basis in terms of what a homeowner might do or a community might do in front of their sound accesses. Okay, thanks.
Okay. Other questions before we move on?
I don't see any.
Okay, so let's move to the northern extension of the boardwalk. Obviously, we've got an aerial here that shows the waterfront shops, Blue Point, and the Resort Realty that we all know is primed for redevelopment. And the idea here is to scope out a project that takes the boardwalk from its current northern terminus at the waterfront shops and finds a way around Blue Point and connecting to Resort Realty, and then connecting back in to the sidewalks along Duck Road. Another element of that, and we've labeled it an observation tower here, that's kind of the idea, but really the idea is a terminus, a focal point at the north end of the boardwalk that could involve observation could involve some interpretive signage or interactive displays, but some focal point at the northern end there, again, working in conjunction with the redeveloped resort realty site. We've shown 3 different lines here because getting from point A to point B, again, the goal is to extend the boardwalk around Blue Point, around Resort Realty, and connect back in with the roadway. But getting from point A to point B is going to require some careful coordination. There are obviously environmental and permitting concerns. You know, if the boardwalk is over the marsh or if it's soundward of the marsh and we're into potential SAV habitat, there are permitting issues that we need to deal with. We've obviously also got to work with the affected property owners. You know, Blue Point has their outdoor seating and the pier there, and we want to make sure that we're not doing anything to negatively impact their operation while trying to meet the needs to make this connection. So we're showing also this optional yellow line here that would bring the alignment kind of landward of the restaurant and then connect back in. What we would do early in the planning process for this is meet with the affected property owners, talk to the regulatory agencies, and try to vet some of these alternatives. These are shown as very conceptual options at this point. This isn't meant to determine an alignment or suggest a particular design, but just to show the alternatives that we would go through and the thinking and the questions that we would need to ask as we coordinate with the property owners and make sure that their needs are met as well as the needs of the overall project. Again, construction costs are going to be, we'll be updating those over time as we get into more detailed design, but just based strictly on linear footage and recent experience with boardwalk construction and talking to Cahoon Cast and architects about likely costs for some form of focal point or observation tower, you're probably looking at a $1.3 million or more for a total project cost here. Again, that really could change depending upon the specific alignment, but just based on a linear footage basis and what we think will be likely for this focal point, these are probably the likely ranges of costs that you would be dealing with. We haven't put a detailed dates into this schedule, understanding that it's not confirmed yet when this effort might start, but hopefully these durations help understand the process that we would go through. Again, much like with the town park shoreline, we would start with some data collection, do detailed survey, wetland delineation that sets us up to get into the permitting process. And then really what you see in month 3 there is the important step at this stage, which is assessing those alternatives. What is the best alignment? What works best to meet the town's goals? What works best for Blue Point and for the redevelopment at Resort Realty in terms of alternative alignments? And again, we would meet on site with those folks and talk that through and try to gain some consensus on a preferred alignment alternative before going into final design and setting us up for bidding and construction. Questions or comments?
Chris, has there been any preliminary discussion at all with the property owners? I know the resort is going to be redeveloped, correct?
Yeah, and I know resort is going to be redeveloped, and I believe this kind of reflects their current state of their site plan, and they, based on the preliminary plans we've seen, they have some extensive boardwalk and deck space out back that would make a connection here pretty convenient. I don't know if there have been discussions yet with the Blue Point, but obviously that would be one of our first steps as the project got underway. I don't know if Joe can add anything to that.
Kingston, we have had very extensive initial discussions with Resort Realty. You'll see some of the results of that as they have submitted their redevelopment plan coming up, and we'll see some of the results of that conversation with them to get those pieces in place. Have that initial conversation with the owners of the waterfront shops. There may be much more detailed discussions with them as well as the business owner in terms of figuring out their needs and how those can be best addressed by some of the potential.
Chris, $1 million for construction, was that before the redevelopment stage came in? Would there be some cost reduction with them putting their own walkways in?
That's a good question, and likely so. Yeah, we base the cost on kind of a total linear footage here. And if we connected and took advantage of something that was already built, you likely would see some cost savings there. Yes, great question.
Thank you.
Chris, I assume the yellow line around the blue point would require less outside agency involvement?
That is correct.
I'm not sure if I just missed Sandy's question, but with all of the surveying that we're doing, is that what you just asked about economies of scale with the surveying of the wetlands and all that surveying that we're going to be doing for the BRIC project and the town? Is there anything we could do to get a jump on that? Is that what you just asked, Sandy?
No, I just asked the redevelopment stage there, if where his pointer is going now, if the $1 million cost that he had there included that or was not included in it.
Okay, great.
Yeah, and so because we don't yet know exactly where we might be connecting in or exactly what might happen here, that kind of big ballpark cost estimate is essentially a full linear footage. So if you had a shorter segment here and connected to what's being constructed here, you might see some cost savings there by capitalizing on what's happening with the redevelopment.
And their pro tip. The thought behind that is that, as you'll see in the upcoming months, as part of the redevelopment, there will be some boardwalk-like features constructed. And if we can tie into those, that means there's less boardwalk we would have to construct. So therefore, it would save us some money in terms of the project.
Great. And is there, I don't know how long these permits last, since we don't have a schedule for when this all might become a reality, but would there be some benefit to us doing the surveys of the water area, since we're going to be surveying just to the north and also at the town park, doing all that wetlands delineation and surveying? Would it make sense to go ahead and get a jump on that while we've got surveyors out there? I don't know how long the permits last.
Yeah, the permits are generally good for a 5-year period, but the short answer is yes. If we're out there doing survey and wetland delineation, there's some economy of scale of doing it all at once. Not a huge factor, to be honest.
Okay, thank you.
Chris, can you point out where that observation tower is? It's kind of hard to see it on the map.
And again, the exact location of that is to be determined. This is very conceptual. And the idea is simply that wherever we tie in at the north end of the redeveloped resort realty site, it would be, the idea would be to have some sort of focal feature there before we tie back in to the sidewalks. And, the preliminary thinking is maybe that's an observation tower with some interpretive or interactive display, but that would need to be something that got determined through the planning and design process. But generally, that's the location.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I don't see any additional questions on this, Chris.
Okay. I think that does it for me. I appreciate everybody's attention and the questions this morning. Thank you. I'm going to stop sharing my screen here.
Thank you, Chris.
Thank you very much, Chris. Are we going to talk about the neighborhood flooding grant project?
Candace is going to do that.
Good morning, everybody.
Morning.
Good morning.
Let me just share my screen quickly. Okay, can everybody see this?
Yes.
Perfect. Okay, well, it's good to be in front of you this morning. My name is Candace Andre, and I'm managing the Resilient Coastal Communities program that the town of Duck is participating in. Just as a reminder on the program, this is a pilot program. There's about 18 coastal communities participating, and it's really to provide funding and technical assistance for local communities creating a locally driven and inclusive list of resiliency strategies and prioritized programs. So because it's a pilot program, there is a handbook that everyone is following, and it's really driving us to set resiliency goals, assess the existing needed capacity, and then create a list of projects to meet some of the local needs. There's several different partners helping us with this, state and local, and we are in phase 2 of the program. We're hoping to learn more about phase 3 in the upcoming weeks, and then summer is probably when phase 3 will start. So right now we've been busy really pulling projects and information from existing locally adopted plans and information. What we really need to think through is really where is the town you want to be in the future when it comes to resiliency goals. And the program really focuses on the triple bottom line approach to resiliency, which goes beyond traditional hazard mitigation and disaster recovery. And it's more of a holistic strategy considering social, environmental, and economic factors. So a lot of the goals are around preparedness, recovery, and community engagement. So as I mentioned, we've been pulling information from existing locally adopted plans. The town of Duck has a lot of plans to work from. There's been a lot of efforts prior to this program, which has been really helpful in compiling information. So really, we are in the midst of figuring out our community engagement for this program, pulling as many layers for critical assets and natural infrastructure from existing publicly available resources, and then creating this list of potential solutions for prioritizing. So really our next steps and what you'll see from us in the probably March, April timeframe is really an interactive map, which will be based on publicly available resources and town input. And that's going to identify hazard areas, sea level rise, critical assets, and social vulnerability. So what will happen is, for instance, we may map all the critical assets and then see if from a demographic standpoint, if there's any vulnerable populations being overlaid on some of those critical assets, and trying to figure out if we need to prioritize that area as a project moving forward. I included a Lifeline link from FEMA. It's a really great starting point to think about your critical assets as a town. I'm sure you guys, living in a coastal community, you're already used to hearing about all of this, but these critical assets are things like utilities, the natural infrastructure, health and medical facilities, emergency management systems, communication systems. So where those are located are really prime spots for, critical protection. And then what will happen is we'll identify projects. These projects must include at least one natural or nature-based solution or hybrid solution. But they the program is really open to supporting whatever the local community needs. So these projects can be infrastructure and nature-based, and by that I mean things like dune management, living shorelines, like we just heard about, elevating utility and transportation assets. A municipality may need some local policy and regulations like conservation overlay zones or assistance with protective ordinances, local and regional plans like pre and post disaster recovery plans or resource management plans, all the way to supporting local communities with education, awareness, and incentive programs. So things like potentially digitizing assets and hazards, staff training, community outreach and education programs. And then we'll prioritize the list of projects. And the prioritization will be based on some kind of standard things, but it doesn't have to be exact for every community. It really needs to be tailored to Duck. But we'll be looking at an informal cost benefit. So is the cost high, medium, or low? Does the project advance prior efforts? So the town of Duck already has a lot of prior efforts going on. So that'll be a great one for Duck to be able to prioritize. Is it interdisciplinary? Does it serve, does it provide benefits to multiple users? Is it long-term? And does the town have the capacity to implement? So those are just some examples of how we'll be characterizing each of the projects. We do want to do some community outreach, and we've been talking about doing it virtually. It's really going to be the review of the interactive vulnerability map and the project matrix and just getting comments from the community on those. And we're looking at the March-April timeframe. We've been successful using town websites and social media, but we are definitely open if anyone has any ideas on other community events that are already scheduled or anticipated during the timeframe, to really do some sort of pop-up event. So I'd love to hear from you on that. And then ultimately, the deliverable for this program is the list of prioritized projects. So we need at least five priority projects, and we'll rate them as high, medium, or low within that prioritized list. You have to include a map of the project site if applicable. And really, it's just going to be kind of project sheets that provide a brief information on the prioritized project. Some of these may not have all the answers. That's okay. We will, we can say things like efforts still continuing. We'll know more, summer 2022 or fall 2022. One example we've been working with the town on is a potential stormwater management plan. So that will be a great project to include in the priority list. But ultimately, we'll have a list. The goal of the program is that this is just the first round and that this program will be around for a long time, and there'll be multiple rounds that communities can apply in. And so we're really excited to see where this leads us. It's been a great process of seeing how a lot of different coastal communities are handling this, since it is a new program with new requirements. So I'll stop there. Any questions or ideas from the staff?
This is Don.
Yeah.
Are we talking about FEMA grants or state grants, number one, and then number two, would it be retroactive to something like our living shoreline?
Yeah, so good question. It's state grants right now. One reason I say that we're hoping to know more about phase 3 and 4. So phase 3 is engineering and design, and then phase 4 is implementation. And what the program partners are trying to do, and this is one reason we don't know all the details yet is they have funding, solid funding for phase 3. They have some funding for phase 4, but they're trying to pull from as many places as possible. So I don't have the full list of where all the money is coming from. But for phase 1 and 2, and I believe everything in phase 3, it's all state grants.
Maybe another question then, and maybe this is more for the town, but we're looking at this grant opportunity as more for neighborhood flooding?
That's what Candace was referring to when she mentioned the stormwater management study. That would be the first step in studying all those different basins that have been prone to flooding in significant events. And that would be the first step in the next phase. And then by identifying these projects, whether it's through this same program or whether it's through other grant sources, by having this plan adopted that prioritizes these projects, it's just another thing we can point to during the grant application process to say that our community has identified these projects as being very significant to us. So that's the other benefit, whether it's through this RCCP program or whether it's through other grants that we haven't even identified yet.
Thank you, Joe.
Candace, this is Monica. I was thinking of, and when you talked about community outreach and other events, that even though it's a little bit past the actual March, April community input, I love the idea of doing something virtually. I think that really works well for our community for a lot of reasons, to get, to do outreach virtually and get input that way. But physically, we are planning on doing that May anniversary gathering, I think, if I'm not mistaken. So that would be a nice opportunity to do a pop-up, where there would hopefully be some really good community engagement. And again, just as another way to get awareness out there about what's going on.
Yeah, that's a great idea. We can definitely discuss that further.
That's the one that came to mind when you talked about opportunities for getting together.
Yeah, and particularly with all the other efforts going on in the town, I think the community appreciates, kind of a combined table or something with all, what initiatives does the town have? So that's a great idea.
You mentioned 18 communities. Any of them on the Outer Banks other than Duck?
Yeah, so I can show you all the communities that are involved. Can everybody see this? So we have, so we're working with Duck in town of Nags Head, and then there's several other contractors that it can be a county or a municipality. So there's lots of different communities.
They're Kingston and Dare County. It's Duck, Nags Head, and Dare County.
Oh, good.
Thanks, Joe.
Very good.
I don't see any other questions, Candace.
Okay, well, I appreciate your time this morning.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Thanks, everybody.
I know. Drew, could we deal with the easement promising? We're like 15 minutes ahead of schedule. Could we deal with that, Robert? It's probably appropriate right now. Probably appropriate to do it now. Thank you, Joe. Thank you.
Mayor, previously as part of the projects that were just described, the town received a living shoreline project easement from the Duck Ridge Shores Civic League. This was dated September 2020 and recorded in the deed records. It was brought to the town's attention at a later date that this was a subdivision that the developer had never deeded the common elements, road system, things like that to any type of homeowners association because one had not been established as part of the development of the subdivision. And this was not uncommon in Duck and other areas at that time. Some of the property owners were concerned that perhaps when the Civic League gave the easement to the town, that perhaps it didn't have the legal right to do that. So the Civic League undertook an effort to locate the successors in interest to the original developers, who are several people, and located those persons and received deeds for those common elements or areas that consisted partly of the area over which the easement that the town received is located. And so those deeds were received by the Civic League and recorded. And in addition to that process, the Civic League received further input from their members about the wording of the easement. The easement we used was a fairly generic form that we'd already negotiated with the board. But after further input from their membership, another easement document was negotiated and approved by the Civic League, the membership, and town staff, and by me. And so that agreement has been submitted and basically approved by staff and by the Civic League. And so what we've distributed to you are a couple of documents. One is an easement termination agreement that this would be for your consideration. It's an agreement that would terminate the previous easement that was recorded. There's also a new easement agreement from the Duck Ridge Shores Civic League to the town that would be also for your consideration. And this would then be signed by both the town and by the Civic League and recorded as a replacement to the existing easement, and not only incorporates more detail and more provisions relating to the administration of the easement, but also recognizes the fact that when the easement is granted by the Civic League, it will be granting it as the actual fee property owner of the area over which the easement is located. And there's several easements that are actually described in the document. Those were proposed and set forth by the Civic League and in consultation with their members. There are also, we did not include with the paperwork copies of various electronically signed consent forms by the vast majority of the property owners, and that will be attached to the document and recorded as well. So I don't know if there's anything else I left out, Joe, but so for your consideration and approval, we would propose that the council approve the termination agreement and the new easement, and those would be, recorded essentially contemporaneously and would essentially replace the existing easement that's already recorded.
Just for clarification for council, as I understand it, the council wouldn't be involved except that we need to terminate the existing easement. Otherwise, we would not have to be involved in the new easement. Is that correct, Robert?
You would, no, you would be. We're asking that the council go ahead because the council should go ahead and approve both the termination and the new easement.
But normally we wouldn't be approving easements, correct?
Probably that's the case. I mean, I think the council previously approved a format of the easements. But in this case, the town is being asked to sign this actual document, whereas the previous easements, the town was not really, they're a party, but they're not required to sign per se because they're accepting it. But in this case, the Civic League wanted the town to sign. So because there's certain obligations set forth in the document that Civic League felt like the town should recognize by signing. So that's why we're asking the council to approve that also and authorize it to be signed.
Thank you, Robert. Are there any questions for Robert?
Yeah, yes, I do. It's got a date on here, January 1st, 2023, that we have to start this work.
Yes, sir.
If our grant is pushed out again, what happens?
Well, I asked Joe that question. He felt like that, I mean, I got words in your mouth, but I felt like that would be unlikely or.
Yeah, as mentioned earlier during the VHE discussion, I mean, it'd be very unlikely, but I guess my response might have been a little bit tongue in cheek to Robert, and that my response was, well, if it hasn't started by then, we probably have bigger issues than so. I think the parameters for the easement, both parties are comfortable with it, so I don't think it would be a big deal if the worst case scenario happened and we had to go back and change a date. I don't think that would be a significant deal, as both parties have already agreed to that, and I wouldn't envision any reason why that would change in the interim.
Thanks, Joe.
I have a question as well. Just looking at well, obviously we terminated, the termination agreement's pretty straightforward. The easement that we have before us has the exhibits with linear, with, degrees and all kinds of things on it. Is that what the other one had? Or is this just something that the Homeowners Association was looking for? And what do they basically provide for us? These exhibits.
The previously recorded easement has an exhibit, which is a VHB produced drawing, what's an aerial photo with drawings and a delineation of where the easement area is located.
Mm-hmm.
So it's similar. The Civic League, I guess it's two parts. One is the Civic League has their own exhibits that they, I assume, hand drew and place that with the document. And then there's also a copy of a VHB document as Exhibit X that's attached that also provides further visual detail about the location.
Okay.
So to answer your question, it's not, I mean, all the easements pretty much that the town has received, they're similar to this, have some type of exhibit attached so that we can know exactly where the easement's located.
And in this instance, the Civic League, one of the reasons that certain members had concerns about the initial easement is that it covered the entire property, and they wanted to specify where certain aspects of the project were going to be located and just grant rights related to that. So that's the intent of those additional drawings, is just to further define the areas where the town will be working in related to the project, as well as its maintenance moving forward in the future.
Thank you.
Any further questions for Robert or Joe? There being none, I'll entertain a motion.
I make a motion that we approve the easement termination agreement presented, as well as we should do two separate motions?
It can be one motion.
As well as approve the new easement presented by Robert Hobbs and approved by all parties.
Any discussion on the motion on the floor? There being none, all in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed? The motion passes 4-0. Thank you very much, Robert.
Thank you, Mayor.
We're running a few minutes ahead of time, but I think NCDOT is here. Our next item is going to be an update and Q&A with NCDOT District leadership regarding current projects, including the Mid-Currituck Bridge and other items of interest to Doc. And at this time, I'd like to introduce Sterling Baker, our district engineer. And Sterling, perhaps you can introduce the rest of your team and welcome.
My name is Sterling Legner, and I'm the vision engineer for Northeast North Carolina.
You want to go to the podium and so we can hear you?
Oh, well, Craig can do the presentation.
Oh, okay. Just
I just got a new brace on my leg, so it's a little. Yes, I appreciate y'all having us here. My name's Sterling Baker. I'm the division engineer for Division 1 in Northeast North Carolina. Just so some of y'all know, we cover from Lake Gaston, Northampton County, all the way down to Martin County, Bertie, Martin, and Hyde counties, all the way to Northampton County. This morning, Craig will be giving the presentation. Craig is our division planning engineer. If you have any questions as you go through, we'll try to answer them. Just stop us. Gretchen Byram is our project development engineer, and she's in charge of all the project development, getting permits, getting designs done and everything like that. And then Ronnie Sawyer is our division maintenance engineer, and he's in charge of maintenance for the whole area also. I'm gonna let Craig give the presentation, and then when we get to anything, with any questions, we'll try to answer and everything like that. So, Craig, you good?
thank you, Sterling.
Yeah, welcome. Thank you for being here.
How's everybody doing?
Good. How are you doing today?
I think we're good. Yes, sir. There we go. As Sterling said, my name is Craig Midget. And I'm going to give you guys an update about what we're doing now, and that has anything to do with Dare County and may affect Duck, which, you know, anything that helps Dare County helps Duck. So I am the division planning engineer, which means that I handle the STIP level projects as they come into fruition. And let's see what we got here. And we're going to begin with the Dare County projects that are currently in the STIP. In previous presentations, they were called committed projects, which had to do with, we have something called the draft STIP, which is about a 10-year program. And any projects that fail program within the first 5 years or 6 years were considered committed, meaning they would go with a tentative schedule. DOT has decided to change the name to a delivery project because it seems to work a little better in understanding of what we're doing so far as these are deliverable projects. Currently, right now, in the STIP in Dare County, we have NC-12 improvements down near Coquina Beach. It's going to help with some safety concerns that are down there because, as we all know, NC-12 being a 2-lane roadway gets a little prickly down once you get past Wellbone Junction. B5610, we're going to replace a bridge over a canal down on lower NC-12. And we have a bridge program project again over, it's the, we're going to be working over the bridge, the old bridge going across Croatan Sound going into Manio. That bridge is being maintained because it is necessary as an evacuation route in the event of hurricanes. Currently under construction, we have the Collington Road project, which I know everybody's been talking about recently. It is currently been contracted out. Brandon Tatum is your resident engineer. He works out of the Pasquotank County office. If you should have any questions concerning the construction during that project, feel free to reach out to Brandon or feel free to reach out to any member of the division staff. We'll be happy to address any questions you may have. Currently, right now on US 158, there's a right there at the visitor center coming into Kitty Hawk, there is our Southern Shores Kitty Hawk area. There is where they have resurfaced up to a point. It's called a joint in the pavement. They're going to start up there and they are going to resurface 158 all the way down to near Wellbone Junction. The first half of that is the north end, and it has currently been contracted out with a contract completion date at the end of April of 2023. Currently, the second portion of that is going to be let in the spring of this year, and they'll develop a completion date after that. Right now, they're still working on costs. The Rodanthe Bridge is about to have traffic put on it here in the next couple months. The construction of the bridge right now is probably a little into the 90% area. The expenditures as of August of last year were about $145 million. And the hopefully out the door cost is going to be around $155 million. Like I said earlier, we hope to have traffic on that bridge here in the next couple months. This is some drone footage of what the bridge looks like currently. And as you can see, it ties into NC-12 and goes out over the Pamlico Sound. And if you look down, it really doesn't look like Pamlico is that deep right there. Here soon, they will have all the markings on the pavement, and they will have it ready for traffic, like I said earlier. And after that, we're just basically going to go ahead and take care of all the paperwork, get it buttoned up, and have that project completed. We're really looking forward to having this project done. And you see where it ties in down there in Rodanthe. The Alligator River Bridge. That is currently underway. It is unfunded at this point, but we are hoping to get it funded. So all activity is progressing. The environmental document has been approved. We are still working with the Coast Guard to make sure that we have elevation for the bridge. We are continuing to coordinate efforts with the Conservation Fund and DCR Land and Water because of any anticipated issues with the Palmetto Pear Tree Preserve. Design work is underway. We have not suspended that. We are working in good faith that we will have a funding mechanism by the time in the next couple of years. And the current estimate right now is probably closer to about 215 million. Is that what we heard last? 230 million. And that is very fluid at this point because, with inflation, building materials, everything adjusting as we go, that is a very fluid number at this point. This is the map of where they're expecting the bridge to be designed to. It'll come a little south of where the convenience store is there at the south end of the existing bridge, and it'll tie into where the old ferry dock road is. I don't know how familiar anybody is with that lower part of Dare County and Terrell County, but those are the anticipated locations. It will be a 2-lane bridge to begin with, but it will update. And anybody who's been caught up on the older bridge knows that it is in dire need. The Mid-Currituck Bridge. Now, this will have a great effect on this end of the beach. Right now, there's going to be a couple different bridges. There's a 4.7 mile bridge going over the Currituck Sound. There's going to be a 1.5 mile bridge over Maple Swamp. There will be a new interchange at US 158 and a roundabout at the NC-12 where it ties in on NC-12. There will be 0.7 miles of widening along NC-12 to accommodate. We are working right now on the hurricane evacuation clearance time and reduction features because it will reduce the time travel going to the north end. There will be some improvements on US 158, although I don't have a slide on that for this, but they will be updating the area right there around as you come off the existing bridge at the north end there, coming over there by that shopping center where Duck Country Club is and all through there. They're going to be updating the roadways through there, making it safer. And there will be a left turn lane on Albacore Street. Mid-Currituck Bridge is 4.7 miles long. It will be a 2-lane bridge, 12-foot travel lanes with 6-foot shoulders, giving people ample space to be able to pull off if need be. There will be bicycle safe rails on bridge for any of our cyclists and include spanning the Narrow Shore Road area. The Maple Swamp Bridge is a 1.5 mile bridge over Maple Swamp. Idlet Road to remain open for local traffic between 158 and Idlet. And the approach road between Maple Swamp and Bridge and Mid-Currituck Bridge. On NC 12, as you come onto the island, there will be a 2-lane roundabout to allow for accessibility and flow of traffic. We have found that roundabouts are very safe alternatives to lights and really keep traffic moving, which, as we know, we want to keep everything flowing in a very positive direction as they come off the bridge to keep anybody from queuing up behind them. The NC 12 improvements, there will be a widening of the road headed south. There will be a multi-use path between Ocean Forest Court and the start of the Corolla Light Path. There will be a 35 mile per hour design speed for safety. The project's purpose and need, it will substantially improve traffic flow. It will substantially reduce travel time and will act as another evacuation route in the event of a hurricane. Right now, we'd like to field any questions you may have.
How much delay do you forecast now with the appeal going back on the bridge? On the Mid-Currituck, yeah.
With the appeal, we are still moving forward in the work. So that has not stopped the process. But what it will do is it will prolong us from applying for the regulatory permits a little bit, because if we were to apply for the regulatory permits before the lawsuit is settled, it would bring in all the regulatory agencies as code defendants. I'm not sure exactly what the legal term is, but they would also be eligible for the same lawsuit against them also. So we're still progressing on it. We're refining the permits, refining the evacuation study, and also just do another accelerated work to get it ready.
Have you purchased all the property on the mainland? I know you purchased property over on this side.
I think right away is still under.
There are some parcels that are purchased on those islands. I kind of parcel here, parcel there, not contiguous, but here.
I heard yesterday, I was talking to the other mayors and the chairman, and they were requesting that we do more resolutions on both the Alligator River Bridge and the Mid-Currituck. I assume that you would agree with that?
Any support would be valued.
Yeah.
It never, that is one of the things that we always discuss, is making sure that we have a lot of support from the various communities, because it does, it holds weight. We absolutely encourage that.
Especially Alligator, because we don't have funding yet. So we're going to plan this new transportation bill, keep everybody looking like more detail. It's going to be a great program. We're going to be a very good candidate for getting grant funds. So in search of grant money, resolution are always very valuable. But the other one, it would be nice to have, or encourage it, nice to have, just to make sure we have the team support. it's probably a little more useful on the alligators to show the support. You know, it's not just a rainy issue or something like that, it extends all the way up there.
Mhm.
Do you have any plans for maintenance of 12 north of the Village Duck? Because there's some stretch of road up there by the North Duck Water Sports that's a mess. There's been all kinds of patches put in, and the water just wrecks it all the time.
I believe one section. Yeah. We'll have to check the dates to get back with you, but one section up there, I think.
No.
Well, south.
It's still in Duck.
Okay.
Yeah.
How much, we'll have to double check our plan for that. We'll get back with you. We'll just respond to the family and share that information.
Very good. Thank you.
But you consider the Mid-Currituck Bridge fully funded at this point and ready to go if the things move forward? I've heard there's, obviously been some reallocation of funds for projects that have been, are ready to go. So could you just talk about that funding a little bit?
Yes, ma'am. The funding that we have, and I will admit, I moved the funding back. But,
Oh, you were the guy. Okay, nice to meet you.
I did not expect the court decision to come 1 week later. We had been waiting a year on it, so I did not expect the court decision to come a week later. But the PE is still funded, so they're working on that. And then construction is funded for 2025, 24. So by the time you go through the process of getting all these permits, then going out for bids, and because this is a design build job, through the Turnpike Authority, we also have to make sure the funding is okay to go to council of state or treasury, and ask for that. So by the time you do all that, you're a year and a half away. So we're right at that construction, so we should be on schedule.
Okay, so all things being equal, 24, 25, we're seeing something happen.
Yes, ma'am.
With the dates we have right now, that's the best of our knowledge.
Is it about a 2-year project once you start construction?
3.
It's probably closer to the high end of 3. Maybe 4 to finish up with 9.
That'll be another time to bring out the champagne. Oh, you didn't hear my champagne reference before, but yeah, that's a long time coming. Thank you.
Is there anything else for Duck in your longer range plans beyond repaving or?
I believe there's some preservation that's a few years down the road on some of the roadways in Duck. Right now, as we work through our financial situation, we're still working towards that, but there's some preservation and maintenance that will be coming up in a couple years, 2, 3, 4 years down the road, where we'll start tackling some of the roads on the ocean side of NC12.
And I will add a little bit to what Craig mentioned, our financial situation. I know 2 years ago, everybody heard about road work. How it was affected, we still haven't worked out of it, but now one thing we did before, like resurfacing and stuff like that, we would cash flow. We let it this year, pay for it next year. Now we pretty much have to fully fund what we're letting. So that makes a big difference to grab all that money at one time and project one.
How about the BRIC grant? I mean, how do you guys and DOT, obviously that raising the road, and that's a huge project in itself. How does that get inserted into your workflow?
You talking about the project he's working on?
Yeah. The raising of the road there in that segment.
Basically, we're just reviewing the plans and making sure everything looks good with our standards and everything.
Yeah, because then it's funded and then you can just let the project. Is that how you insert?
We don't let that project.
Oh,
It's ours.
okay. I thought you guys had to do okay.
The way it
Ah.
is, we did y'all with it and everything like that, it was just served as I hate to call it expert advice, but we needed to come look us up or do something like that.
Interesting. Okay. That's, so it's completely outside of your realm. I know that the DOT was really involved when we did the road project on Tuckahoe. At least I thought we were. Yeah, that was a big old project and great to get done. Anyway.
It works well.
It does. I call it Tuckahoe, but it was a big range of, yeah, that was good. So you just are consulting and approving the BRIC project.
Standard adjustment.
Maybe this is a little bit off the subject, but as our district engineers, do you see anything we can do to improve traffic flow up 12 and to Corolla in the short term, other than build the bridge?
I wish I knew. I used to deliver beer up here when I was a young man, and I'm all too familiar with how rough it gets up here, but come to it.
Yeah.
And how about the light? I know you said in your project, you've got the thing at Kitty Hawk near the visitor center, 158, and we've seen a lot of work happening along the repaving there. But a while ago, there was a lot of light timing discussion that happened. Does DOT handle all the synchronization of the lights as well?
Yes, ma'am. It's Southern Shores I know now where Dogwood comes down. We do locally under the division, we do the hardwire in the cabinets and things like that. There's a unit in Raleigh that figures out the time.
Okay.
So we're waiting for a set of time things from them to retime that light where Dogwood comes out. But we'll also be working with. When all this is done, really, we see it's time and stuff, with the lights and everything like that.
Thank you.
By the time we get to the Mid-Currituck Bridge, would you see a side-by-side bridge up there needed at some point in time? I mean, a 2-lane bridge, is that going to be adequate?
What's that at the time? What's the figure I have to get first of all, deal with that? I know it would be nice, but I don't know if it's practical right now, as hard as it's fun. A bridge at this length.
Yeah.
We're talking 549 million.
And the 6 foot width, going back to the bridge, as you can see, that's really what we think a lot about up here. Is that comparable to what we have on the Wright Brothers? It's hard for me to.
Wright Brothers has 5.
Okay, so you can pull off and or maybe see a biker going down the side there. No pedestrian traffic.
I wouldn't recommend it.
Right, and maybe when we get it, we'll have a walk across like they did with the one in Manio, the 64.
Certainly, there be some type of event like that.
Yes.
We're going back and forth from there right now. I scheduled something for the Jug Hammer Division. We're there.
Oh, nice. Yeah, and they did that with the Bass Night Bridge too. That was nice. It was cold, windy, but. And environmentally, the bridge itself, the design, is it fairly, I mean, the design has been around for a good while. Is it environmentally kind of trying to capture stormwater and all that good stuff? Is it fairly modern and up to date still?
Yes, ma'am. There will be, in the section overland and a certain distance offshore, there will be a containment system to catch that runoff. They go off each side of the bridge, it's just a containment ponds.
Okay, great, great. We're just dreaming about it all the time.
I don't think we have any other questions. We appreciate you coming today. We also appreciate your support in all of our projects. And we have more to come.
I see y'all have one more item on the agenda, like Stephen on, whatever.
Yes.
Y'all okay, we might just hang around there, but I don't think it's much longer.
Oh, yeah, you're welcome
That
to.
would be great. That would be really good.
And we have some breakfast treats back there and coffee, so make us.
Could I just ask a question that just makes me think of that while we have a quick second? Is it DOT that would put up, I've had a few citizens talk to me about blind spots, entering Duck Road and such. And one of the thoughts was you could put what you see in some subdivisions, one of those mirrors that would give you the peripheral. Is that something that DOT ever gets into?
We don't allow the mirrors technically on our roadway, but we do have there's an NUTC in manual for uniform traffic control devices that does have a sign that will designate a blind spot or something like that. So if y'all have some concern, send me a request and I'll have our traffic engineer go over that.
And then it would be a sign that says caution, blind spot. Is that what?
I can't remember the exact verbiage.
But there's a sign.
I don't refer to the Shoreline County. We don't have a lot of them, but I think it says caution, blind spot ahead or something like that.
Thank you.
Well, we appreciate you coming today and you're welcome. And as I say, have a cup of coffee or a breakfast treat in the back.
Thank you.
Yeah. We have about 5 minutes till the next presentation. What's that?
Next thing is a break. 5 minutes ahead of the break, you can rather.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, that's right. We're going to call for a break now and we'll reconvene at 10:45. Let's get out of myself. Request from the Sanderling Homeowners Association to consider asking NCDOT to not increase the speed limit on Duck Road north of Snow Geese in the off-season, leave it at 35 miles per hour. This time I'd like to turn it over to our Director of Community Development, Joe Hurd. Joe?
Thank you, Kingston, members of council, public, and others here joining us today. I just wanted to start things off by saying talk a little bit about the format of this session. This is much less on the presentation side and intended much more for discussion and for council to bring up some of the concepts or things that you would like to talk about so we can plan for those things moving forward. So that's the intent of this. So you're going to have 3 very short presentations at the beginning just to cover some background. You've had much more extensive presentations on all these. If you have questions, absolutely, if you need more detail on certain points, please feel free to ask me or any of either of the other presenters. I'm going to start with just a brief overview of the town's adopted pedestrian plan, just so everyone, both on the council and in the community, understand. Back in 2014, after a very extensive effort, certainly one of our most successful community plans where we involve the community in getting their input into moving forward with our pedestrian and bicycle projects here in town. We achieved some very significant public input during that process to come up with these recommendations during that plan that was adopted by the town in 2014. So I'm going to start with some of the items that we've completed. We had there's actually a list of 13 different recommendations that plan made for physical improvements. We report on those every year to the NCDOT because we did receive a grant as part of that planning process. I've lumped some of these together to highlight, but I'm going to first start with the things we've accomplished. And those are the first and third phases of our sidewalk, bike lane, and associated improvements on the east side of the road. That was the first and third phases. We also had a second phase that covered nearly the entire area on the west side that was identified at the time. We completed a great variety of intersection improvements, paralleling, along both north and south of the village, as well as in the village itself. Established a couple of those gateway islands you're familiar with, and also a number of crosswalks, either upgrading, relocating, or putting new crosswalks in were approved by DOT. And installing some other features to help make those crosswalks safer. Some signage, crosswalk lighting in the areas through the village. So those are the things that we've successfully completed. However, there are several other items that are in that plan that to this point in time, as we await the fourth phase, that's sort of the next thing on the docket as part of that BRIC grant project and the extension northward to the crosswalk there on the northern end of the village. These are other projects that haven't been done yet. So we did have in that plan a recommendation for extension of a sidewalk and bike lane on the west side, south of the village. So heading down, so this would potentially pick up where it stops right there at that crosswalk at Aqua and head south. Adding paved shoulders like shown here to other areas, and that would be both north and south. So that's something that we would hopefully work with NCDOT on as they have projects to repave or other improvements to Highway 12 north and south of the village. It's possible we could even look at independent projects to accomplish that. But oftentimes that's done while DOT is designing and constructing other improvements. and boardwalk extension. So this has been discussed a little bit earlier by VHB, so I'm not going to really speak too much. I think Chris DeWitt did a good job describing that. But these are other things that are identified in our current plan as things that we could move forward with. And then obviously that the plan is about 8 years old. And, it's certainly time for the council and our community to consider if there are other needs out there as a community. And that's what we hope some of your conversation today will provide for us. Mayor, that's all I had for you. We do have two other presenters this morning who will pick up, but I'll just ask if you had any specific questions about the plan before they proceed.
I have a quick question. Thank you, Joe, for that quick overview. The west side sidewalk, thanks for reminding me when we did all this planning, but it has been great to see how much we've been able to accomplish so far with both the planning of the town as well as, grants and things from the Visitors Bureau. On the west side project, I just have two quick questions. Was it only from Aqua South that we were talking on the original plan, or did we? So is that a quick yes?
Yes.
I had forgotten that we did.
And I think the reason there is as you go south, you have a very significant number of residences that are on the west side. As you head north of the village, a majority of it, you have a couple pockets there, particularly when you get up to Sanderling, where you have some smaller, little cul-de-sacs that go in off of there. But a majority of that area is just a single, you have one lot, series of one lot that would be served by that.
Right. I see.
So if we're thinking about it from a bang for the buck standpoint, or the necessity for something to serve those areas, you're getting that in a much greater quantity if you're focusing on the south. But the plan south, it doesn't mean that's not something the town couldn't revisit, but south is what the plan has.
My second question, I apologize and I'll try to make it quick. I know we're time sensitive. When you mentioned the paved shoulders and that was something that either DOT could do when they're repaving or the town could embark on, can you just help me understand what you're saying there? Because we do have a wider shoulder now with a bike lane in through the village. And then following up on that question, does putting more concrete or, permeable surface or, hardened surfaces on, does that affect how our stormwater drainage is? And that might be a loaded question.
So I'll start with the second part of that question. And I guess the answer there is certainly it would impact stormwater management. I mean, if we are paving, creating additional impervious surface and directing it off the sides, generally a road is slightly crowned where the water runs to the sides. It would change the way that stormwater management occurs along those stretches. So that might be, should a project like that be considered, that might be a component, an additional cost that would need to be considered. And if there's room for that type of thing, for storm, whether it's a swale or some other feature like that. So from that standpoint, that's it. Otherwise, what we're talking about is we do obviously have much more comprehensive facilities through the village, but as you go north and south, we have no shoulders to speak of. That's why when we get the cyclists, the ones who are riding miles and miles through Duck or, longer distances, they're on the roadway and have to be passed by car. They impact traffic more than others because they don't have a place. There's no space on the side of the road for them to go.
Okay, thank you.
Joe, I have a question about the extension of the boardwalk.
Yes, sir.
It seems to me that where it ends now by Blue Point is like a natural terminus. And this whole plan of going around or on the east or west side of that group of buildings and then building this tower is, in my opinion anyway, I think it's a little bit precarious. We've got enough issues right now with traffic and parking that, in my opinion, extending that and putting an observation tower at the end of it is going to exacerbate those problems. What have we done to think about that?
Well, it's still extremely early in that. We haven't gotten.
That's why I want to talk about it
We haven't
now.
really gotten anywhere. And that's why we're looking for your input. This is the kind of feedback we'd like to know if it's not a project.
I just don't see it as something that certainly that we need. We don't need it. And it's going to be an expensive addition with tangential headaches attached to it.
Okay. And again, that's the purpose of what we're here for this morning, is to kind of hear your thoughts on that. And hopefully if and as we move forward with some of the public comment, we can get that kind of input in a broader way from the public as well.
And in that easement that we just approved, I'm just thinking ahead, if you do extend the boardwalk and you build this observation tower, I can see right behind it a want to extend the boardwalk to Sunset Grill. And we may have just said no, that we can't do that by signing that easement, because I think it specifically describes things that shouldn't be put there. So it seems to me where we are ending by Blue Point is, like I said, a natural terminus, and we don't need to be spending all that money to clog ourselves up with more people and more traffic and more places for people to park.
I think the council actually did away with the boardwalk to the Sunset Grill when we decided we'd do the west side sidewalk. I mean, I think we made that decision. And now isn't Resort Realty, the redevelopment, going to build their own boardwalk? So basically what you were talking about was tying it in to our boardwalk, so it'd be continuous down to, I guess the new terminus would be at the Resort Realty redevelopment, correct?
That's the thought.
Yeah.
And again, this is nothing more than a concept at this point that we've had some discussion about. So that's.
Joe, when you say an observation tower, are you talking something that's tall, short, 3 foot off the ground, just to get you look over the marsh, or?
For those who might be listening, there's a good example, and again, these are all preliminary thoughts. But there's a good example over in Kitty Hawk at Sandy Run Park. It's a 2-story structure that would have a lower level that would be ADA accessible, maybe more kid oriented. You might have some educational features there for kids. And then you would have a second level. And so think of a deck, a two-story deck. And up there you would have one of the things we were looking at accomplishing with that is that we're building this significant project just north of, and from this vantage point of the tower, you would be able to look out over the entire living shoreline project. And we would be able to have public education there, whether it's signs or other means, to talk to people about the project, what it does, what are they looking at, and how they can do something similar on a small scale on their own property if they had an interest in that. So those are some of the concepts bounced around as to why we were looking at that. But it would basically be a 2-story deck. But again, none of that's fleshed out at all at this point. Those are just concepts we thought about.
So do you have any information about how much use that tower in Kitty Hawk gets?
I can certainly get that. Yeah, it's in a public park as part of a boardwalk that winds.
Right, I understand. I get that, but I don't think the park in Kitty Hawk gets the kind of population that the village gets in the summertime.
This would be much more visible and right there. And again, you would have different approaches to it down the northern side of the Resort Realty property and the boardwalk if it came to fruition.
Joe, would it make sense for interested citizens and council to attend the planning board's meeting on this resort Resort Realty project, just to see what the developers are envisioning doing? Because it does sound like some of our decisions might hinge on what's developed there. And when would we be looking at making decisions like this? I mean, personally, I love the idea of tying into our brick our sidewalk. I agree that we don't look at, we stopped the idea of doing a boardwalk all the way to Sunset because one of the reasons was the view shed. I mean, that's a really pretty area there. And people were worried a long time ago, even before we knew about brick or anything, about obstructing that view. But I'm open-minded to extending the boardwalk one way or another, but does it hinge really on what the private folks are doing at the Resort Realty site?
Well, I mean, just absolutely in terms of needing to get, we would need to get approval and easements from those two property owners. And obviously we would want them to have a significant part in that conversation as stakeholders, as to how it might work if there was interest in doing it. So that's, definitely part of it. And it'll show the plan they've come up with. We'll have some elements. Again, none of this is part of the plan for the redevelopment, but there are elements that might come into play looking forward.
Great. I didn't know exactly what the tower idea was. It's very new. I was thinking of it like some kind of platform, but I hear now, I do remember now you're talking about a little height to visualize the living shoreline and such, but so that just wanted to clarify how it ties in with the private sector. But I have no problem with at least investigating the extensions of the boardwalk just to the Resort Realty redevelopment site. Personally, that's my opinion.
I guess this time it's just really a vision, not a hard plan. So.
All right. Well, Mayor, we do have two other presenters from VHB who are both going to summarize some of the previously presented elements of the transportation plan and the crosswalk study, transportation study, crosswalk studies that were done that you received some information about previously. Okay.
Joe, did you want to introduce them?
So the first presenter is going to be Andrew Top from VHB. Andrew was the lead for the contract that we executed with VHB this past summer to do some traffic count work, and he came and did a presentation to you at a mid-month. He's just going to give you a very high-level summary of the recommendations. And again, this is all supposed to be for discussion about traffic, this agenda item. Andrew, it's all yours.
Thank you. Are you all able to see my screens okay?
Yeah.
Yes.
Excellent. All right. Well, yeah, I'm just going to quickly go through this, just a few minutes here, a handful of slides, just hitting the highlights. But we did a variety of different types of, we collect a variety of different types of data within the town limits. And this, as you'll recall, was late August, early September, right before the Labor Day weekend, week and a half before. And we collected both speed data and then used cameras to collect intersection volumes as well as pedestrian volumes, bicycle volumes at 12 intersections that we identified with the town staff as ones of interest. This is quickly highlighting what our tube counts will do, and those are the rubber pneumatic tubes that go over the ground that we installed for about a week, and it captures speed and total volume information. And 4 locations in town, 1, 2, 3, and 4, right in the village area near Marlin and at the endpoints of the town limits. And you can see the highest graphs are on the Saturday, as you would expect, where we exceeded 20,000. And as the slopes of each grouping go down, it's just a matter of the volume getting less and less as you go further north. And Saturday was definitely your standout highest volume day, followed by Sunday and Friday, Wednesday during the middle of the week as well. And this is another way to show it. The x-axis there is time. So 7 to 17, 5 o'clock tended to be where you would see a drop in in volume. I'm sorry, a drop in speeds. And the lower lines are associated with Marlin Drive near the village. And they stayed lower, obviously, with the 25 mile per hour posting down there, but really a drop below prevailing speeds during the entire day. And these are spot speeds. So we set the tubes in locations where they're away from crosswalks, away from intersections as much as we can. So this is a snapshot of a specific spot of a stretch of road without any obvious interruptions with driveways and things, which admittedly is hard to find in the village area, but we kind of try to separate it from the bulk of the activity centers that might disrupt traffic. So this would be a snapshot of your highest speeds, and then the other locations on the outskirts generally landed around the 35 mile per hour zone with the logical drop-offs during your peak periods during the day in your morning and afternoon. We also, from those 12 intersections, 5 of them, we set up a Wi-Fi that will detect a signal, a Wi-Fi signal, when it crosses one point and then jumps to the next point. And we sprinkled those across those 12 intersections at 5 locations. Go ahead and show you the map here of Tuckahoe, Aqua, Cook Drive, Widgeon, Sanderling. And with that, you can get a snapshot of travel time. So where it might be a little bit of a higher speed right at that point where we set the tubes, this will give you that average speed within a specific distance. And as you, just to point out a couple of things in the table, our speeds did end up dropping as we looked at sort of the village downtown area, as well as the total distance. And the average, say, southbound speed was really only 16 miles an hour on Saturday, 17 on the Wednesday. So that's a more indicative of the slower speeds that you would expect, as there may be vehicles slowing down for vehicles turning or pedestrians or just different types of interruptions in the road. So this was capturing what those trends would be, and that allows us to make decisions. And overall, we saw some trends if we broke down by direction as well, northbound and southbound. And as you would expect, the morning going into the village area on a Saturday versus leaving, that coincides with a lot of the rental properties changing over along the island. And here's a snapshot of the 12 intersection locations. And typically these would be, we would get both the turning movements as well as typically a very prominent crosswalk at each of these intersections. And that was really good to capture the total pedestrian volume, both crossing and walking along NC12. And this table just gives you a snapshot of the total crossing volume, at the busiest crossing approach. And the cells highlighted in yellow really hit some of the highest volume pedestrian locations, and Scarborough Lane in the vicinity of that shopping center there, 1263 right at the crosswalk. We did observe that pedestrians generally were channelized, were kind of channeled to the crosswalks and would tend to cross at the painted locations rather than lots of mid-block crossings. That's one thing that we did observe with the data. And but overall, the total pedestrian volumes were actually higher on Wednesday. I think a lot of very much the travel driving into the island seemed to be common on Saturday, and then during the week you get a lot more pedestrian activity visiting the various destinations at some of these restaurants and things. And at the same time, we had a snapshot. It was very helpful to have volunteers from the community that sat at the 12 locations and made notes as to what type of interruptions may be occurring at the various observation locations. And the highest bar that you'll see is associated with pedestrians crossing, as we would expect. So each time we would have that a vehicle hesitate or stop to allow a pedestrian to cross, to give way, yield that right away to them. They would make a notation. And we had a grand total of, at the 12 locations, over 400 observations of pedestrians crossing that would result in a short queue. And we got other information about how long that queue might be. In addition to that, there were some situations where left turning vehicles, particularly outside of where you had the left turn lane north of town, one left turning vehicle would create that backup to vehicles downstream. And the last slide here was just an identification of some potential modifications and improvements, and the data that was collected is useful to determine whether signal warrants are met or other pedestrian volumes warrant a higher level of protected crossing. And Lauren's presentation will dive into this a little bit more, but here's a sprinkling of ideas that we had that require a little more analysis and thinking and thought, and each have different trade-offs, right? Adding signals may clump the pedestrians together so they cross in at one platoon rather than crossing in onesies and twosies that create more of a less gaps for vehicles to kind of process through the area, particularly the village area. Other things like the adding crosswalks, taking away crosswalks, we explored, and we could talk about more. And then, of course, there's traditional capacity improvements like adding turn lanes, adding physical roadway improvements, travel demand management strategies, and that gets into transit or managing arrivals of visitors and things like that. Carpooling, other types of strategies are in that category. And then, of course, Mid-Currituck Bridge would be another project long-term that the forecasts are showing a reduction in traffic through town associated with that project. But with that was sort of a quick run through of our effort towards the end of last summer and some of the data analysis that we did in the early fall. Happy to answer any questions that you guys might have.
On your one of your slides there, you show that we have almost 225 less crossings on a Saturday than we do on a weekday and a Wednesday, but our traffic problems are usually on Saturdays.
Yep. Yeah, that's a great question. It's an interesting observation, and that probably has more to do with this chart because the volume. Just the total number of vehicles contributes to the congestion on Saturdays more than Wednesdays. You reach a certain point where you exceed the capacity of a 2-lane road where there's lots of driveways and things, and 15,000 is sort of a ballpark number that we use as it starts to creep over 15,000. Any type of interruption really does create a little bit of a queue spillback, whether it's a pedestrian, whether it's turning vehicles. Our people would notice things like service vehicles, trucks that would just park in the middle on the 2-way left turn lane and unload, some materials. So any types of maintenance, trash trucks, things like that result in pretty large spillback as you near capacity of a road.
So what you're really saying then is the amount of traffic on the weekends versus Wednesdays, and adding crosswalks or deleting crosswalks aren't going to do anything for us.
It's a trade-off. We talked a little bit more last time around, and the addition of a signal, things like that. Will pedestrians use it? Will they hit the button? Will they cross somewhere else? There's advantages and disadvantages, but lots of those things are really just handling the edges. Ultimately, it's the volume, the total traffic volume, and just the amount of driveways and activity centers that really make the town a special place. Those are the things that are attracting that traffic, of course. So there's certainly trade-offs. There's not necessarily a silver bullet.
Thank you.
Andrew, this is Don. When I look at your potential improvements and modifications slide, you say remove specific crosswalks throughout town, and then we go down a couple bullets and we say additional crosswalks in town.
Yep.
Can you kind of explain where we're going to remove but add?
Sure.
What
There's
your thought process was there?
Yes, yes. And this was a bit of a laundry list that was, that kind of were identified and part of it were suggested to us as well. I think there's been some community interest and, well, are there too many? Are there too little? I think what you have now is a good system, a good transportation system of crosswalks that are very much used, and the yield compliance is really good. So on the safety side, it looked really good. But in theory, if you add more crosswalks, you spread out the pedestrian demand, so you have more maybe gaps for vehicles. If you have fewer crosswalks, that's fewer locations to stop, but you might have more pedestrians walking at that time, so there's less gaps. So either way you do it, there's a little bit of a benefit, but there's a little bit of a trade-off on the operation side as well. And then ultimately, as NCDOT, Lauren, if the demand is there, if the buildings are there, if the doors are oriented there, people are going to cross. So the question of changing or shifting them, they're ultimately there largely. We could certainly funnel them to our preferred locations for safety and sight distance and things, but ultimately the demand is generally generated based on the parking and the areas, the destinations, the boardwalks, things like that in the village.
Andrew, it's down. Another question. In that we have, I don't know, 12 or 13 crosswalks in town. If you have crossing guards and/or, mechanical lights at some, is that not going to disrupt more the traffic more?
Yeah. So introducing lights they do increase the amount of stopping. It would disrupt traffic for sure. We did not. One thing that we look at in the transportation industry is whether they meet national warrants, signal warrants. And if you have a left turn volume off the side street that's over, say, 75, 100 left turning vehicles, that would meet a signal warrant. And there's an hourly warrant, a 4-hour, 8-hour, a whole bunch of volume thresholds. We're below that across the board in town. So we don't meet any of the volume warrants, just that the nature of the area, that there's only so many houses on each road. They're not interconnected. So there's not that much left turn demand. Right, even at our highest volume locations, we're still below warrants. That doesn't necessarily mean that that there wouldn't be benefit to them in terms of the pedestrian volumes. That would be the closest that we get to meeting any of the traditional warrants. But those are things that we look at for installing signals.
I have a question. This is Monica. Thank you. On your Wi-Fi data collections results slide, talking about I just want to make sure I'm interpreting it correctly. Your average speed travel times, which is the third line down, miles per hour. It looks so, even though we have a very high volume on the Wednesday, and of course we know we have it on the Saturday, it's the average speed is 20 or 21 miles an hour. Is that because you're taking it across the whole? But you do break it down by, that's sort of like the downtown area. That 20 and 21 was interesting to me. Even with the high volumes, we're still moving at that rate of speed. Granted, this was late August and not the peak, July, but it kind of shows a good traffic speed to me.
Yeah, this was actually higher than we were frankly expecting. And I remember that when we were getting the tubes and taking them down, our technician, happened to be a really, really bad congestion, complete blockage of the southbound lane, and it took them a couple hours. And I think a lot of people in the community can always remember those events that happen that really create total gridlock for an extended period of time. And those do happen. When we were there, and this is the very tail end of that summer peak period, things were moving actually pretty well. So we got, I think, a pretty good snapshot. There was certain days where there was definitely more of a spot of congestion here or there that was associated with a blockage. But for the most part, 17 miles an hour, 16 miles an hour through the village, and northbound was a little bit higher, 20 miles an hour. That's doesn't sound too bad, but at the end of the day, it's still 15 minutes to get through the entire from north to south. It does take some time, and a lot of our world is sort of reliability, trip reliability is important. And I think when you're nearing capacity, one blockage can take something could take 3 minutes to make that trip one day. It might be 10 minutes the next. And I think that adds to frustration of individuals that they're not necessarily reliable trips all the time because something can happen.
I had a question also about the idea of some possible solutions. One of the thoughts that I was thinking about was a light at perhaps, one or two, a pedestrian push light type of a thing at maybe perhaps at the Scarborough Lane as a test site, knowing that it's the south entry to town that really can, maybe it's both entry points, but I'm very familiar with the entry to the from the south into Duck because everything slows down. There's a lot to look at. People are trying to figure out where they are, where they're going. But if you, in your experience, have you seen temporary things where we could try it for a season and just install something that was fairly temporary to see how it works rather than getting into some big permanent installation?
Sure, that's a good question. You'll see temporary signals often associated with construction. There may be initial phases they might go up. So those do exist, and they can be temporary. And you might have a bridge closing that goes to one lane, and they might just stop one direction, then the other direction back and forth for a bridge crossing. Those exist. The other thing you'll see is just frankly using police officers out there or directing traffic as a way to kind of test signals. You'll see those at schools often where you might only have at the bell time in the morning and the bell time in the afternoon is the only time you really need a signal, or a church maybe on a Sunday that's particularly busy. And that just helps kind of flush out traffic, where if it was a case of a Saturday where you really had a mile backup, 2 mile backup, that they could say, tell the pedestrians to hold back and just let cars just flush, and then stop them like you would see for a special event, and then let the clump of individuals then cross all at one time. So those are two different ways. You could do a temporary signal, or you could do use as a police officer.
Great, thank you. And then just one, was it your study or perhaps the other one that we heard that day that talked about the capacity on the road and how we were, pretty much at total full capacity on this road right now?
Yeah, I think you're right there. Certainly on Saturdays, you're over capacity, right at capacity, and at that point, it's breakdowns can happen pretty quickly, and then the spillback comes pretty quickly as well. So you're under on average, but really on Saturday you're slightly over.
Okay.
Andrew, this is Don again. Have you done any studies of any other beach towns with 2-lane roads or 3-lane roads?
Yeah, we've gotten involved with some of the Brunswick County beaches. A lot of what we're, the focus is as much as anything on safety and pedestrian safety and how do you manage the two. But that would be Ocean Isle, some things over in Emerald, that area would be other communities. I think the Outer Banks is in NC12, this northern end of the Outer Banks is very unique at how much demand you really have through that southern shores and Duck and then in Crawley areas. I think it's a little bit more of a longer term congestion, and particularly high peaking on the Saturdays, move-in Saturdays here is as congested as anywhere in North Carolina on the coast.
Let me ask you a question about, I think you made a suggestion the last time that we heard from you about not necessarily eliminating crosswalks, but moving some, for instance, the one that's right outside of Wee Winks and the ABC store there because of its proximity to the driveway. So moving that and then creating, I think you called these things, I don't know what you could, they were like those safety zones in the middle of the turning lane that don't really consist, there's no real construction, there's paint stripes put on the ground and stanchions for people to wait in the middle. What's the potential impact of those kinds of things happening for us?
Yeah, I think and Lauren, I might let you kind of, I know some of your slides get into that a little bit more, and you could probably discuss the potential, but basically it creates a bit of a refuge for pedestrians that are waiting, that kind of, that might be in the middle, waiting for that gap. It provides a level of protection. It also, like if you're concerned with maybe southbound speeds going into the village area, just to signal to drivers to, really stop going 35, 40 miles an hour, really slow down. Those provide a bit of a traffic calming feature too, to kind of slow traffic down heading southbound. But I'll let Lauren maybe dive into that a little bit during her presentation.
Do you all want to hear from Lauren Blackburn, who's also waiting? She did the kind of the pedestrian piece of this. So she has a short presentation as well. And then Andrew and Lauren will both be on to answer questions. And
yeah, let's move on to Lauren.
All right, can you all hear me okay?
Yes.
Yes, we can.
Excellent. All right, let me get up here. I'm sharing my screen. Are you all seeing my screen?
we're seeing the presenter view, Lauren, and you're a little bit garbled on audio.
Okay. Yeah, I've been having some problems that we've all been experiencing. All right, I'll try to be quick here. Let me try this again. Okay, I'm gonna play it safe and not go into presentation mode. I had some problems with this yesterday, but you can see something. Yes.
Yes, we can see that.
Okay, excellent. All right. I have a very brief presentation, and thank you all for the opportunity. Just a couple things to mention here. This study was independent from the work that Andrew just talked about. I worked with the traffic safety unit within NCDOT on this study. They funded it. So we coordinated with Andrew to the extent needed, but it really specifically looked at crosswalks, those which are currently marked, and at intersections where there were, in a couple of cases, not currently marked. And of course, our primary focus was to think about those crosswalks as far as how they currently support pedestrian crossing safety. We looked at each of the crosswalks in the town, both in the village core as well as the north and the south. Basically, our findings were that pedestrian activity, as you all is very steady and high at all of the crosswalks, especially in the village. Our recommendations is to not remove any specific crosswalks. There may be some benefit in relocating some crosswalks. A couple were mentioned specifically, and it is for the reasons of improving visibility at those crosswalks. Traffic congestion, I think somebody asked this question earlier. Traffic congestion appears to help for pedestrian safety because it moderates speeds. However, it might also be related to some of the sudden stops that are occurring at those crosswalks. So if a pedestrian is in the crosswalk, a driver sees them, suddenly is coming to a stop, or maybe they're in the turn lane, and there's a situation where one driver saw the pedestrian, the other didn't. That might also be creating some of the congestion. But the speed does help from a pedestrian safety perspective. The turning in the center turn lanes is, for the most part, the most problematic issue at a couple locations. But for the vast majority of the crosswalks in the town, we don't really have much in the way of other recommendations to offer. Great yielding compliance, good visibility, just a few places where there were some specific recommendations. And it usually comes down to where there were those turning movements in conflict with where pedestrians were crossing, and there isn't already something to really enhance that visibility. So this is my last slide. I know you all probably saw the crosswalk by crosswalk review. Won't go through that today, but some of the highlights for the northern section, what we called Section A for the purposes of our study, The existing crosswalks north of the village need to be upgraded with new warning signs, more retro reflective signs, as well as overhead lighting. The core part of the village, section B, as we were referring to it, in some cases, some signage and marking improvements for things like where the bike lanes transition to those shoulders could be improved. But as I think some of you may remember, we had a couple locations where we were recommending either a raised refuge island, or if in the very least painting out, striping out a median space to help indicate to drivers that they should not be using that space for turning movements to help improve the visibility of where pedestrians would be crossing. And we did recommend keeping an eye on Scarborough Lane and Christopher Drive. Both, of course, have heavy pedestrian activity. There are some turning movement conflicts there. We had some discussion about, whether there might be need to investigate the options for either a traffic signal, but they are very close to other crosswalks. So you would have to think about some of the implications if you signalized either of those two intersections, thinking about how that affects other crosswalks nearby, such as at the Aqua restaurant crossing. And then south of the village, a couple things that we noticed is, there is the expectation that pedestrians would be crossing at intersections like Charles Jenkins, where there's not currently a marked crosswalk. So we did recommend a new marked crosswalk there with the appropriate signage and overhead lighting. And it would be helpful to have a sidewalk extend to at least the nearest side street to provide that connectivity to that crosswalk for that section of the town. So that's really a very high level summary of what we reviewed. As you all probably remember, we looked at each crosswalk in much more detail, but hopefully that provides a good summary. So happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. I really like this slide that you've got up here with all these different ideas that many of them seem that they would be fairly easy to implement, particularly in section A. Looking at section B, monitor Scarborough Lane and Christopher Drive for left turn conflicts. Mm-hmm. What does that mean? Because I did hear, that the left turn or allowing turns can slow traffic. So when you say monitor it, what exactly are you saying?
Yeah, that's a great question. I probably could word that a little better. So as you know, at both of those intersections, with the turning movements, both left and right, in and out of the two intersections, and the absence of a crosswalk at the intersections. They're very close, but they're not at the intersections. If, for example, pedestrian crossings became more prevalent at either of those locations, that certainly suggests the need for reevaluating where the marked crosswalks are. So that's really what I mean by monitor. However, because of all the traffic movements there, you wouldn't just mark the crosswalk. More than likely, if you wanted to place one there, you'd have to think about some other traffic controls, or in the very least, another kind of safety improvements. Does that answer your question?
I think so. I mean, I think what I was hearing about restricting left turns or restricting turns in general might help us avoid some traffic delays. So I was just trying to understand the correlation between a left turn and pedestrian safety. And what I'm hearing from you is that some of these crosswalks aren't exactly at the intersection, but in my limited understanding, that might be better, because then you've got cars that are sort of sitting you do see that cars block the pedestrians. Like if you've got a car in the left lane and trying to make a turn, then it blocks the view of the pedestrian and can be a problem. So I was just trying to understand the relationship between all that.
I think you have you explained it very well. It's currently the proximity to other crosswalks. They serve where pedestrians are trying to go. But if things change, that might mean that you want to reevaluate those two locations.
Okay. I certainly think some of these suggestions make a lot of sense with increased signage and, perhaps an island or relocating the crosswalk at Winks. I don't know how everyone else feels about it. I don't know about adding another crosswalk, only because I'm thinking of our neighbors to the north and south who are very interested in our traffic problems in Duck. And I don't know if they would, I know it's a regional issue. So adding another crosswalk may not look like we're trying to solve the problem at all. But anyway, that's just my thought.
Go ahead, Sandy.
My question is, if we decide to add or delete crosswalks, does the town get to make that decision, or do we have to go to DOT for approval?
You should work with me.
We have to get approval from NCDOT for that, but the town can propose something of that nature. Thank you.
How effective are islands that are not raised? Because obviously our issue was always emergency traffic with islands in the town. Lauren, can you?
Yeah, that's a very good point. Of course, it being raised would be much more effective. A painted island really relies on the driver to be compliant. But we understood that there are some concerns from your emergency response folks about the raised island. So, if it's a question of if you can't install a refuge island, is the painted median better than not? Likely, yes.
And maybe it's painted with some of those rumble strips around it. So people are kind of think twice before they drive over it.
Right. Or there are some situations where you could put in these flexible delineator posts, which would have to be replaced on a regular basis because vehicles would hit them. And they may also have some aesthetic concerns for you all. But yeah.
Yeah, the things that you just described, those stanchions that can bend, I think that's the answer. If a fire truck needs to get through there, just ride over it.
Or ambulances can.
Whatever emergency vehicle, any emergency vehicle just rides over it.
Okay.
And yeah, it's gonna need to get replaced every once in a while, but it's better than people getting run over.
I think if we use them, that'd be good. You want to do a test, that'd be an inexpensive test for us. Just drill a hole and they go in with a pin.
Right. But how would you, but we don't have any of those islands right now. So you'd have to create the island first.
No, well, we already have the turning lane. So it's gonna go in the middle of the turning lane.
Okay, gotcha. So that pedestrians can, if the crosswalk is at the turning lane.
Right. Well, the crosswalk is always going across.
Okay, turning lane. I'm thinking of a left turn. Okay, got it. All right. I have no problem with trying a few of those. And I'm really doubting the effectiveness of the temporary light, although I feel again, it's showing good faith of trying something. I don't know that I agree with.
For the pedestrians you're talking about? Yeah, I think we should try that too.
Yeah, I think if we could try one at Scarborough with that kind of over 1,000, pedestrians that are crossing there. But I don't think I would be in favor of putting a person out there for a lot of reasons. I think it's hard to, I don't know, the heat, the reaction from the public, a combination of, just the personnel. I think I prefer a light over a crossing guard is what I'm saying. Those are the reasons that I would feel like a, inanimate object would be better than a person.
Chief Black, how often do you have to use the center lane for emergencies?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
It's never about speed, we know that, but if we have to make an adjustment, if it's a lot of traffic, there's people on the side, there's cyclists, you want us to go to the middle, you don't want us to push anything to the right. So fairly often, you see how large our apparatus are, we are cheating left, probably almost every call. at some point within that. I don't have much experience with those barriers that bend. I mean, if it doesn't hurt emergency vehicles, I do agree a visual presence of some sort would be very helpful at those crosswalks. So if that's, we could definitely test that. But you want us cheating left and not pushing anything else more to the right. You don't want to push cars to the right, it's pushing it to the bike lanes, pushing it to the pedestrian path. So we're always cheating to that middle lane.
Thank you.
I think the study also shows, and I'm not trying to jinx anything, that we have a high degree of safety for a huge amount of volume of cars and pedestrians. And some of that is attributable to the slower speeds, of course. But I think, and all of our sidewalks, when we've done our sidewalks, our phases, we've used the traffic engineers to develop where we put the crosswalks. Certainly they've been put to access the boardwalk in different areas and the strategically where they feel like there's most, where there's a lot of traffic. But I'm glad that we've had so much planning to do what we've got so far. I definitely want to show effort and good faith of trying to improve things. Could you guys get behind a temporary traffic light, pedestrian light at maybe at Scarborough Lane?
I think the pilot program's worth it. Certainly, I wouldn't want to invest in an officer or crossing guard, but we could take a look and see how effective it is. Yeah, of course, what's the impact going to be on traffic? That's what we don't know.
Until after one weekend.
Yeah.
The thing that Monica's describing shouldn't really have any impact on the traffic other than pedestrian traffic.
Oh, Monica, because it's when you go to cross the street, it's going to change. There's going to be a light on there to change it to red to stop the traffic.
That's not what we're talking about, I don't think.
Well, I think what it is, and you're right, we should talk. I was envisioning a temporary crosswalk, like you do.
Walk, don't walk, yeah.
So that you have the pedestrian light, that the pedestrian's looking at, it's red. And across, maybe it's across the street, whatever. And then, so you push the button, but it doesn't, I think you can set the time on how long you have to wait. So, maybe make them wait while they're like on a weekend, maybe it only lets you, if we do it on a weekend, it's maybe set for 2 or 3 minutes so that more pedestrians can wait for the light. And then the cars are going along, the pedestrians are holding back, and then they go across the street in a clump as opposed to onesie-twosies.
What stops the cars?
When the times is out, like a 3-minute interval or whatever, it's what we think we can have pedestrians wait, then the cars have to stop when the pedestrians.
How do the cars know to stop?
The same way that they stop now. Somebody puts their foot in the crosswalk.
It'll never work.
Oh, it wouldn't have a red for the car, like maybe on the side. I don't know.
Maybe.
I don't exactly know.
Maybe Lauren can explain how that device works.
Construction sites, there's usually kind of like the Shoreline, and then.
Yeah, I think what I'm hearing you all describe sounds like it's actually what I would call a pedestrian signal. It is a regular traffic signal that drivers recognize as a traffic control device that has red, yellow, green, but it's only actuated by the pedestrian. So it wouldn't necessarily be actuated by drivers, could be, but it's that.
Sterling Neighbor was the district DOT engineers here with his team. We're going to have him press this as well.
Hey, Lauren, how you doing?
Hey.
Yeah, I was just going to say the same thing, Lauren, is you was got more of a construction roadway sign than a pedestrian sign. We would certainly consider, but I'm not sure. We haven't had temporary signs around it right away in decades. So I'm not sure we could allow it, but if y'all could find something to look at, we could at least consider. I think y'all may have to do a little probably research or something along those lines, something that will adequately fit these.
Thank you, Sterling.
So
Let's hold on to
just,
that for a minute.
it's just to clarify, so, anything that we think we want to do, we need to run by NCDOT for their approval, because ultimately it's their road.
Mhm.
I'd like to see us explore also a temporary island, not raised, but somehow marking to see if in fact, we could run that for a few weeks or something and see how that works. at
What
that
does
one
the
particular
island
area.
do for us, though? Just help walk me through that. No pun intended.
Well, people can get halfway across the street and then halfway across, so.
When
You don't
you're in the-
necessarily,
Yeah, when you're in the crosswalk, and I'm thinking Scarborough Fair, tons of people. So you cross over, well, the southbound folks are kind of waiting too, but is it just more of a safety thing that they're waiting for, to make sure that a southbound car is kind of, is going to stop?
And that also does away with left-hand turns.
it also improves the sight for people in that turning area.
We're going to take over the turning lane for this island, so-called.
Right, so you couldn't,
You couldn't
right,
make the left-hand turn.
if it happened to be into Scarborough Lane, for
Right,
example.
I'm
I-
just,
yeah, I'm
you use
thinking-
that location.
Yeah, I'm thinking, I can't exactly remember what it is, but that makes sense. So it's a wide, a wide enough island. Obviously, it's as wide as a lane, but on this way, it's wide as well, like a square size or something. That makes sense to me. But it does sound like any idea that we'd have, for a light or something would have to be approved by NCDOT, much like that mirror question I had earlier.
Just looking at the time here, I'm going to make a suggestion that we talk about the speed limit north of Duck and that we take this discussion back, bring this discussion back at the end of the day on the open discussion.
Sure.
So we don't get too far behind in the schedule. And I know DOT was interested in the discussion on the speed limit, so I don't know who wants to address that. Do you want to address that, Drew?
Council, you had an email that I forwarded to you that came from the president of Sanderling Homeowners Association. I get that right? Yeah, there's two associations out there that had an interest in, or expressed an interest in not having the speed limit change seasonally, but rather leave it at 35, 12 months of the year. So right now, from Snow Geese north to the county line goes to 45 in off season. And there's some concern, particularly at the entrance of
Oyster Catcher.
There's some slight distance issues that may benefit from a slower speed limit. So the question to council is, do you support that idea of leaving it at 35? If so, we could do a resolution to send to NCDOT. They would have to likely study and they ultimately would have to concur or not.
Well, I just heard about it yesterday, so I've been thinking about it for less than 24 hours. But I do know things have changed. We have a lot more year-round folks. I think it will frustrate people going to Corolla. I know that the only input I've ever had is how frustrated folks were during the summer when it was 35 and they couldn't go any faster, even though there wasn't any traffic. I can only imagine that they'd feel that way during the winter when they get a little more liberated. Is there any compromise where it would reduce again, or does it make sense when you just already start opening people up to 45 that you just have to stay? I mean, and would it make sense to just change it after the Sanderling Inn? Where exactly are we talking about changing it? Does Sanderling Inn have issues with people going 45 when they're trying to get out?
That's 35 up there.
It's 35 back again?
That's 35 with the Sanderling, yeah.
I thought it just stayed 45 all the way.
No, it's not. It's
into
45 to the county line.
Until it gets to that
When you approach the
25.
Sanderling, I thought it was 35.
No.
Sanderling, yeah.
I think that the perception by the guy that wrote the email to you is that even though it's 45, people are not driving 45. They're driving faster than that. And that may be the case. the problem here is because of the blind curve in the road. And so my opinion is, and for whatever it's worth, you could change that speed limit to 10 and people are still, they're going to drive any way they want to get around that, to go where they're going to go. And so the solution, I don't think, is changing the speed limit, but putting signage up before you get to that curve or at that curve. Maybe one of those blinking, sign, the thing that clocks your speed, or caution vehicles entering roadway, all those kinds of signage I think they would have a bigger effect than changing the speed limit, because people are going to drive the way they want to drive anyway. If they get a little bit of a warning that this is perhaps dangerous, that may give them pause. But changing the speed limit, in my opinion, will not cause them to slow down one iota.
I agree with what you're saying. I like the idea of some flashing sign or of something, although we know just from our experience that flashing signs haven't worked great, but the speed limit sign and that like you're going too fast thing would really get people's attention, because you always think you're getting a little bit of like a police involvement when those things start flashing.
Right.
But because we have that same situation at that blind hill over there with even before we had the Village Tavern and Table, the top of Sea Ridge.
Mm-hmm.
And we've had the solar 25, it's a bad corner type of thing, because that's a real dangerous entering thing just with the big hill and the street there. So I think I like the idea of doing some kind of a sign and more driver education in real time than changing the speed limit.
To show you how responsive we are to council, that's already part of our plan. So we plan on 2 more of those solar speed signs.
Yeah.
One south of Oystercatcher and one just south of the Sanderling Inn. So one southbound, one northbound in the Sanderling area. So that's the next 2. So what we're planning for the fiscal 23. So that's already, that'll be part of the CIP presentation you'll get tomorrow, that we want to invest in a few more of those signs.
Sterling, you wanted to stay for this discussion. Does DOT have a position on that?
Basically, we can, we'll comment and later down the road if we want to, but anything that y'all send to us, we'll certainly review. Traffic engineering staff will review, whether it's additional signage to the blind curve. I agree, changing the speed limit don't make a difference. If it's 10 or 100, they will drive what they want to. I will say, since y'all city limit is already county.
Yeah.
Because it's in the city limits, we would both have to agree on what was for. Usually the municipality don't go quite that far like that. So anything in the municipality, we have to both agree on, or else it's automatically set for the we'll look at whatever y'all want us to. I will say, we generally don't provide flashing lights on our signs of that nature, but if it's requested, we can certainly look into it and see what it would cost and if it would be beneficial to do that box and maybe get some state money from
Thank you. I would also suggest that we defer this discussion to the open discussion, so we're not going to get way behind here.
While we have DOT here, is there anything else that you want to say to us? I mean, I feel like we have a really big problem in with a regional problem on the weekends with traffic. I mean, there's no secret. It's been like that since this guy was young. Not that you're not that young, but you know what I mean, for years on the weekends. But is there any kind of so what is there anything that other feedback that you folks have? I think you see we definitely have put a lot of time and energy into trying to study the issue ourselves, and it's something that if Southern Shores wants, from to Corolla, they all are very interested in what we do here. It's like an eyedropper.
I would just say communicate with us and, we talk to each other time, they'll have an idea out of the war. We can all just talk about it beforehand and if the suggestion might tweak a little bit or something all like that. But keep an open line of communication is probably the best part.
We appreciate you being here today and,
Really appreciate it. Thank you.
and
Andrew
we'll be in touch.
and Lauren are still on.
Oh, yeah. And we've got Andrew and thank you so much. We've got Andrew and
Thank you, Sterling.
thank you.
Thank you.
Andrew and Lauren, are you both still on? We want to thank you for your presentations. We're going to defer some of this discussion till a little later in the day.
Still on, but about to sign off. Thank you all.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very
Thank
much.
you both.
All right. We're going to move on to the next item, which is council will hear updates from NC Coastal Federation and the Currituck Sound Coalition. Have an opportunity for some Q&A with each presenter. And Joe, I guess, is going to present the presenters. Thank you, Joe.
Now, Mayor and Council, I did just want to introduce our first speaker, since she is someone who I don't believe you've had the pleasure of interacting with before. But Kat Bowler, who she's on your agenda as Currituck Sound Coalition. She's actually employed by the Audubon Society, works very closely with our Audubon folks up here north of us. I believe understood that Robbie Fearn, who you're familiar with, is on the line as well observing this. But anyway, Kat has taken a lead role in really helping organize and coordinate the Currituck Sound Coalition. And she's here today to tell you a little bit about that organization and probably one of the largest work products that's come out of it. So that's it.
Thank you, Joe.
Hi, everyone. Can you hear me all right? I'm going to go ahead and try to share some slides that I have.
Yes, we can.
Excellent. Okay. And are you able to see my slides now?
Yeah.
Awesome.
We could turn your volume up just a smidge.
Christian can turn the volume up a little bit, and then we're still on the split screen there. Yeah.
Is this a little bit better on volume?
Yes.
Okay. Excellent. Well, thank you, Joe, for the introduction, and thank you everyone for having me to spend some time with you today. As Joe said, my name is Kat Bowler. I am the Coastal Resilience Program Manager at Audubon, North Carolina. For those of you who might not be familiar with Audubon, we're an environmental conservation organization. We're a nonprofit. So we're mission driven, and our mission is to protect birds and the places that they need both now and in the future. We own and manage a 2,600 acre nature preserve called the Pine Island Sanctuary, which is up in Corolla, as Joe mentioned. Hopefully some of you have had a chance to get up that way and use the nature trail that we maintain along the Sound or take a kayak tour of the property. I have been at Audubon for about 3 years now, and a great deal of my time has been spent working closely with local partners in northeastern North Carolina, including the town of Duck, to plan for how we can better manage and protect our marshes across the region. And I believe I'm joined here by Robbie Ferd, who I can see on video, who is Audubon Pine Island Sanctuary's director. He'll hopefully be able to jump in if there's a little time for Q&A at the end of this presentation. So today I'm going to be sharing with you all an update about some really exciting, recently completed work, a marsh conservation plan for Currituck Sound. And before I share highlights from the plan itself, I want to just provide a little bit of background on the partners who made this plan possible. So back in 2019, Audubon began convening the Currituck Sound Coalition, which is a group of 15 different local partners, including other nonprofit organizations like the North Carolina Coastal Federation and the Nature Conservancy, academic institutions like Chowan University and Coastal Studies Institute down in Wanchese, local communities, of course, the town of Duck, Currituck County, and then state and federal government agencies like the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service. So you can see we're a really diverse group of partners with, in some cases, different priorities, but the one thing that cuts across all our groups is an appreciation for how important natural systems like marshes are. So, that's not just because they're providing amazing habitat for waterfowl and birds and other wildlife. I have to say that as an Audubon employee, but it's also because they're really critical for people and coastal communities. We know that marshes can buffer infrastructure from flooding and storm surge. They provide us with clean water, with recreational opportunities. They can even help us to address climate change by helping to store carbon from the atmosphere. The list just goes on, and I know I have only a few minutes to speak with you today, so I'll leave it there. But I just wanted to say that the coalition partners are brought together by this shared commitment to protecting those natural resources like marshes in Currituck Sound. So that really has been our vision for the group from the outset. And Audubon received a grant back in 2019 from a state grant program called the North Carolina Environmental Enhancement Grant Program to lead the coalition in developing a conservation plan for marshes in the region. And we just completed that with the coalition in December of last year. So this is hot off the press, and it's been a huge collaborative effort over the past year and a half. Through the year and a half that we've had, which as you all know, has been challenging in many ways. So we are very, very excited to finally be able to share the plan with you all. It's a little over 20 pages long, and the full plan is available on Audubon's website. But for today, I'm just going to take a couple of minutes to share some of the highlights with you. You can see here an image of the marshes at our Pine Island Sanctuary up in Corolla. This is taken by our partners at Elizabeth City State University using drone technology. They've been helping us do some research to actually track how the marshes are changing over time. So really neat photo, being able to see that bird's eye view, if you will, of the sanctuary. So what is in the plan? There's a lot. Like I said, it's a little over 20 pages. We started off by setting the stage, right? Going into some of the history of Currituck Sound, how it became this very unique freshwater system and globally renowned waterfowl habitat. And you can see from the map on the right that although we focused primarily on Currituck Sound proper, the planning area actually includes portions of Southern Virginia up through Chesapeake and Back Bay. And you can see that planning area outlined in purple on the map. And there were a couple of reasons for that. One, just being that there's this shared connection between the waters of North Carolina and Virginia, and that's really obvious when you look at a map like this. But also, strategically, the coalition partners are really interested in engaging with our partners to the north and finding ways to work together on regional projects, given how interconnected Currituck Sound is with systems like Back Bay. So this plan, like I said, is the culmination of years and years of discussion and research and on-the-ground projects led by all of the partners in the coalition and some that aren't included in the coalition. So it's really important for us to kind of take stock of the current state of the marshes in Currituck Sound, and not just the current state of the marshes, but also the different challenges that they face. And that includes those challenges that we feel like we know a lot about. We have a pretty good handle on how they're impacting marshes, but also those where we feel that there are still some knowledge gaps. There's work for the coalition to do together to learn more. And so, that is all included in the plan. And I should say we weren't just focused on the problems and the challenges, but also the solutions. So the plan includes a list of conservation strategies and different examples of the types of projects that partners are leading, which help to support those strategies. Which I think is saying a lot. We all have diverse interests and in some cases competing priorities, but we all agree that this plan and the information that's contained in this plan is extremely important. So just really briefly, one important step in any conservation planning process is figuring out what are the challenges that we're trying to address. And in Currituck Sound, we kind of broke those challenges down into two different categories. The first being ones where we feel like we have a handle on how they're impacting marshes. So things like sea level rise, erosion, a lack of sediment to the marshes themselves. NOAA actually just released, I think yesterday, an updated sea level rise report. And I was looking at, you can actually go and plug in your county or your locality and see what the projections are for sea level rise in your area. And I was looking at Dare County, and then by 2050, they project between 1.5 and 2 feet of sea level rise, which is a significant amount that has impacts for people, obviously, and it also has impacts for marshes and wildlife. And then the second group of impacts that we considered, or challenges that we considered, are those where they're not as well understood. Maybe even you could say understudied in Currituck Sound. So those are things like altered hydrology, how saltwater intrusion is affecting these primarily freshwater marshes. So there's still a lot that we have left to learn as a group, and a really important part of this plan was kind of acknowledging that and identifying what that is so that we can move forward together. And it's not all doom and gloom, right? The coalition partners developed a series of 5 strategies that are relatively high level, just to be able to capture all of the different interests and priorities of the groups and the partners. But we feel that they're specific enough to be actionable and to guide us in developing new projects, new collaborations. So you can see here on this slide, some of those strategies, things like conserving what we call marsh migration corridors, or these places upland, upslope, further inland than the sound proper, that we know are going to be really important for marshes in the future. Because what's really neat about marshes is if they're given time and space, they can actually migrate with sea level rise. So they're one of my favorite natural systems to work in just for that reason. And that's a really complex process, and one that we're still learning a lot about. But it's something that's very important for us as a group to figure out how we can actually help these marshes make their way into the future along with all of us. And so we also included a strategy about restoring marshes that are degraded, that are vulnerable, using nature-based techniques like living shorelines, which I know we're going to hear more about shortly, so I won't go too into detail there. And really working to strengthen the ties of communities to marshes and other natural areas, because you all are the advocates for these important natural places, which I know we all have such a deep connection to. And so kind of the last part of the plan was this inventory of projects that partners are either actively working on or recently completed or have proposed, just as examples of the type of projects and work that fall under those broader strategies. And you might notice one familiar face down there at the bottom, which is the living shoreline that's being led by the town of Duck as part of the Coastal Resilience Project up at North Duck Village. And I know that's one of multiple nature-based efforts that Duck has been a real leader on in the region. And the coalition is just so excited to see that project moving forward and to lend support however we can. And so, like I said, we just wrapped up this plan in December. So it is hot off the presses, and I never miss an opportunity to flash a picture of my colleague Robbie Fern up on the screen. So I had to do that today. We were just thrilled, honestly, to see the amount of news and media coverage that the plan attracted to the Currituck Sound region and to the work that the coalition partners are leading. So here's just a list of some of the outlets that ran stories or shared updates on the plan. And you can see that still on the right is actually taken from a segment with Capital Tonight, so a statewide audience there. And that's Robbie Fern and Sarah Spiegler, who's the Coastal Resilience Specialist with Sea Grant, also another of the partners in the coalition. And then looking ahead, we're really excited to continue this collaboration. We've been able to cover some significant ground despite the challenges that COVID has presented and forcing us to change how we meet and when we meet and what that looks like. And so we are going to continue the collaboration and the dialogue that's ongoing with coalition partners. We meet as a coalition at least twice a year, usually in the spring and the fall. And we're also planning to conduct outreach like we're doing today with you all, just to share the plan with our partners at the local boards of commissioners in Dare and Currituck, and also with partners in Virginia, to find new ways to work together to protect marshes and the people and wildlife that depend on them. And so with that, I will stop sharing my screen, and hopefully I managed to keep on time there, Joe. And I'm not sure if we're just transitioning right into the next presentation or if there's any time for questions, but happy either way.
Are there any questions for Kath?
I've got one. This is Monica. Thank you so much for that introduction of the, kind of overview of what you're doing. And I do appreciate the high level of it all, because I know there's a lot of work that goes behind each and every one of those initiatives. Quickly, I didn't see Currituck County on the coalition, but I might have just missed their logo. Are they involved in the coalition?
They absolutely are. Yep.
Great. I saw a couple of their projects, so I figured I just missed it. Also, I was wondering, I remember back in the early 2000s, there was a huge study on Currituck Sound itself, initiated by Senator Bass Knight at the time, and it was a voluminous thing. It was a way to get ahead of sound protection in North Carolina, looking at what's happened in the Chesapeake Bay and other estuaries in Virginia that didn't have that foresight, and we were so pristine. Are those the kind of resources that you've taken into account as well, those older studies and kind of what's going on in the Chesapeake Bay?
Absolutely. Yeah, those have been really important in kind of, like I said, developing our baseline and establishing kind of what we all understand to be the state of the marshes in Currituck Sound. So those resources and other research that's been generated by the partners and others in North Carolina has been really instrumental in kind of getting us to where we are now, where we can say, okay, we have a pretty good handle on things. We have some solutions in our pocket. Now it's time to start rolling those out together and figuring out what those look like.
Great. And one quick thing too, do you envision a time when we would plant more marsh grass? Just say this is because it seems like the subaquatic vegetation is so critical and we have to preserve it and all this stuff. I'm just looking at, are there ways, that you're going to assist the public in like we're planting grass out on the beaches right now, that we would do more of that marsh grass planting and things like that along those lines?
Absolutely. And I don't want to step on Erin's toes, but I do think that she will dive into a little bit more of how that kind of ties into the living shoreline restoration approach. And that's certainly something that we're interested in moving forward in Currituck and in partnership with landowners.
Great. Well, any way we can help you. Thank you so much.
Kat, this is Don. Are you funded by the coalition or are you funded by the Audubon?
I'm funded by the Audubon Society. So the coalition is we don't technically have funding for the coalition. It's grants that Audubon has raised, and then time and capacity and funding that partners have contributed to the effort, which has also been significant. Like I said, we've been meeting frequently, and developing a plan like this takes a lot of time and energy from all of the partners and engagement in a tough time to be engaged. So we've been incredibly grateful for all the support of the partners, and that's what made this possible.
Yeah, I would just say briefly that Audubon decided a few years ago when we started looking at this issue that we wanted to be the catalyst for change in the community. And so we went out to search for some funds to help move the process forward, but that the only solutions were solutions we came to together. And so that has been our approach throughout this process.
Second question, have you had any input to the building of the Mid-Currituck Bridge? With respect
we have not to date, unless it predates me, Robbie. There may be statements from Audubon prior to my time.
Yeah, a number of years ago, Audubon did look at the impact on bird resources, and we did not see a significant enough impact upon bird resources for us to feel like it was important for us to take a stand on the bridge. And so we have chosen to sort of remain neutral on the bridge. But we have evaluated it from our primary concern, which is birds. So.
Thanks, Robbie.
Yeah.
Any additional questions?
I would also like to point out really briefly that although we're often speak of the Pine Island Sanctuary being in Kerala, the reality is that scattering of islands that's just off the Sanderling section of Duck are actually part of the Audubon Sanctuary as well. So part of Pine Island is in Duck as well. I should just share that with you.
Any additional questions?
No, it's great to meet you both.
Yeah, we really appreciate the presentation. I know Joe had given us some information prior, and we appreciate all the work you're doing and working with you. Thank you very much.
Thank you. We look forward to hopefully meeting you in person. I look forward to meeting you in person, hopefully soon.
Please come and visit. Yes.
That's right.
Yes, I will.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We have lost Joe.
So the plan is to break, grab your lunch, and then once you have started eating, Emily will do her presentation. All right, so
great.
a working lunch.
Oh, okay, thank you.
Okay, great. And the whole public is invited to lunch too.
Right.
Great. Hope
So we
everyone-
recess until everybody gets their lunch.
I'm just gonna let it go. Let that one go. Overwhelmed.
Going to resume while everyone is eating. It's my pleasure to introduce Erin Fleckenstein for the NC Coastal Federation. And Erin, don't mind us eating while you present. And get something to eat after you finish.
I'm sorry, say it again.
And get something to eat after you finish.
Oh, thank you. Will do. Can you all hear me? It's okay. There we go. Thank you all for having me today. As Dawn said, my name is Erin Fleckenstein. I'm with the North Carolina Coastal Federation out of our Wanchese office. We're next to the, or in the Seafood Industrial Park next to O'Neill's. If you're not familiar with that, I invite you to come visit us whenever you like. Just a little bit of background about Coastal Federation. So we're celebrating our 40th anniversary this year. We're focused on environmental protection and restoration efforts up and down the coast. Our mission is to empower coastal residents and visitors from all walks of life to protect and restore the water quality and critically important natural habitats of coastal North Carolina. We do that through our 3 key program areas of environmental advocacy, environmental education, and habitat restoration and preservation. So Joe had reached out to me and asked for me to provide a little bit of information to you about some of the work that we do, and specifically some background information about nature-based stormwater solutions and living shorelines, as you guys are considering some stormwater management issues on a sort of neighborhood basis, as well as looking at some of your resiliency projects along the shoreline. So I'm going to start with a little bit of background about nature-based stormwater solutions. And I'd say the town of Duck is already doing a lot of these things on a stellar basis. So it's exciting to be presenting to the experts on this. But the nature-based stormwater solutions are really focused on restoring natural hydrology to our landscape and allowing water, stormwater runoff to infiltrate into the landscape instead of running off and creating water quality or habitat concerns. So in the advent of increased storminess and floodiness, climate change, what have you, we are seeing increases in volumes of stormwater runoff and flooding. And this is not just happening in the coastal North Carolina, this is happening statewide, but both urban and rural land uses alter our landscape's natural hydrology, right? So as soon as we start installing a road or putting in a new building, we're altering the landscape's hydrology. And this is impacting the flashiness or floodiness of our water coming off the landscape and reducing the landscape's ability to capture and absorb that stormwater runoff that would all historically have landed in place and absorbed into the landscape. Stormwater runoff can cause flooding. It can also cause water quality concerns when it carries those pollutants, sediment, fertilizers, road waste, et cetera, into our waters, our coastal waters. Stormwater runoff is the #1 water quality concern in coastal North Carolina. So anything we can do to try and mitigate our stormwater runoff is only going to have improvements and benefits for our coastal water quality. The intensity and frequency of storms is changing, as we're well aware. And like I said earlier, this is not just a coastal issue, this is a statewide issue that we're working to address. So for several years, the Coastal Federation worked with a team, including the state, to come up with what we're calling nature-based stormwater solutions. And what I'm going to be presenting to you is some of those solutions that you guys can consider for the town as you're moving forward. So just again, to sort of hit home the point that as soon as we install a parking lot or an impervious surface of sorts, we're altering the landscape's hydrology. You can see, these downspouts from this parking lot are directing roof runoff to a parking lot, which is then coursing across the parking lot, picking up pollutants in the parking lot, maybe running across the land and eventually ending up in our coastal waterways. We also have altered hydrology from the use of canals and drainage systems that increase the speed at which our coastal waters are receiving stormwater runoff. So we're seeing these increases in flashiness of flooding as we alter the landscape. And this is maybe a little bit complicated, but this is a hydrograph that you see here in this image. The dark blue line on the bottom shows what the sort of peak runoff was coming off of this particular landscape in 2000. And you can see the flow rate is about 20 cubic feet per second. By 2009, it had almost doubled because of alterations within the landscape, increased impervious surface within the landscape. And by 2017, that flashiness, that flood prone condition was almost triple what it had started. So in just about 2 decades, we had tripled the amount of volume that was coming off of the landscape just because of alterations within that landscape of increased impervious surfaces. And so the whole idea behind nature-based stormwater solutions is that we are trying to manage water where it falls. So we're not seeing this peak of flashiness going into our coastal waterways. So the landscape use activities throughout the watershed should use good stormwater management practices that prevent rapid runoff into our streams and rivers. So what are some examples of nature-based stormwater solutions? These are some ideas that are mimicking our natural hydrology and trying to increase that capacity for the landscape to receive and absorb our stormwater runoff. You all have a great example of this in your parking lot already, using these eco-rasters that allow for some more capacity within the parking lot itself to help capture and absorb water. So whatever you're able to capture on site means that it's not running off into our coastal waterways, right? So these eco-rasters and other types of pervious pavement are great to incorporate wherever possible. The impacts of nature-based stormwater strategies are that we're trying to maintain the hydrology and the capacity of the land to collect and infiltrate that stormwater runoff. That's for new developments. In retrofits, we're trying to return or mimic what the natural hydrology may have been for that particular site, with an overarching goal of reducing flooding, protecting and restoring our water quality, and building more resiliency into our communities. And there's multiple co-benefits. A lot of these stormwater solutions can be cheaper than traditional stormwater conveyance systems. And so there's an economic benefit to using it, and they can be really aesthetically pleasing. The town of Duck has done a number of other things, including your recent rain garden that you put in just at the park next door, a lot of the infiltration that you're trying to capture along the roadsides with, little bits of the grass swales and what have you. These are all wonderful ways to incorporate nature-based solutions into existing infrastructure projects and really lead by example. So these are a couple of photographs that also give you another idea of what nature-based stormwater strategies look like. So the image on the top left is of a parking lot, and instead of a traditional curb and gutter system, they've installed a grass swale between the two parking aisles. So it's a slight, depression between these two parking areas. The stormwater is yeah, thank you. All right, are we back in action? Okay. So the image on the top right is actually of the town hall in Manio. They incorporated a rain garden over a decade ago now into their landscape to collect runoff from their roof and allow it to infiltrate into the landscape there before running off. Or so that it didn't run off. You can also see you can use vegetative buffers like in the bottom, or preservation of open space, which is wonderful to help keep the landscape intact. You can also incorporate things like on the bottom right, grass swales and what have you, where you're allowing water to run across a grass surface and infiltrate as much as possible before it enters into your more traditional conveyance systems. So the whole idea, like I said, is about capturing the rain where it lands as much as possible and giving it a place to infiltrate into the landscape. So last year we worked to release an action plan for nature-based stormwater strategies. This is available on the Coastal Federation's website. There's a number of cross-cutting recommendations that are applicable to both urban and rural landscapes. And I invite you to review this entire plan. It's not that lengthy. And if you have questions, I'd be happy to answer any of them for you. And then the Coastal Federation also puts out a publication that's really geared towards homeowners. It's called Smart Yards. I believe Joe came around and gave you copies of this. I also left some extras in the back if anyone is interested. And it really is sort of a step-by-step overview of these different nature-based stormwater solutions and what people can do on an individual basis for their properties to help capture and treat stormwater runoff. There's a number of programs in the state that help to implement these types of efforts above and beyond whatever is required for regulatory purposes. So in this past budget cycle, the General Assembly appropriated nearly $300 million in statewide funding to reduce danger to life and property from storm-related flooding. And of that, $100 million is available to local communities for use in addressing stormwater runoff specifically. So I invite you guys to look into that funding availability. On a lot-by-lot basis, and I'm going to talk a little bit more about this when I discuss living shorelines, there's a program that's administered through the local soil and water conservation district. It's called the CCAP program. It stands for Community Conservation Assistance Program. And they provide cost share funds to municipalities and residents alike to take steps to increase their use of these types of nature-based stormwater solutions. So there's an application process, which is actually open right now through March 25th. For this year's cycle of that CCAP funding. They'll likely open another cycle of applications this summer. So both of those are great ways to sort of go above and beyond what's required from a regulatory perspective. Any questions so far about the nature-based stormwater solutions or? Thank you. So the next topic that Mr. Hurd asked me to speak on was living shorelines. In particular, the idea that living shorelines are really a spectrum of options. And I think that's something that's maybe challenging to sort of wrap your head around sometimes. And so the rest of this presentation is going to be focused on the benefits of living shorelines and some of the examples of living shoreline types that you guys can explore. So traditional methods of erosion control include things like bulkheads and revetments along a shoreline, retaining walls to basically hold back the upland edge of a private property. But some of the potential impacts from bulkheads and revetments are that they create a very hard line between your upland and your water. And so you have the potential to lose any marsh or any habitat that would be just waterward of that bulkhead. So the waves are going to continue to reflect off of that bulkhead and may increase the shoreside erosion. You would have the loss of water quality and the protection that comes from a fringe of marsh, like we talked about with other nature-based stormwater solutions. It could interrupt the sediment budget. Anything below the normal water level is considered public trust areas. So if we lose that marsh habitat, then we're losing some of our public trust lands. And we have a loss of the really important intertidal riparian habitat. That intertidal zone of marsh is where a lot of our commercial and recreational fisheries begin their life. They rely on the marsh for important elements of their life cycle. And so if we lose that riparian marsh, then we're potentially impacting commercial and recreational fishing opportunities. So living shorelines were designed really in the 70s and 80s to sort of mitigate shoreline erosion while also protecting and restoring coastal habitat. So they're a creative approach to restoring or enhancing a shoreline's natural habitat while providing the shoreline stabilization benefits. Some of the functions and values of a living shoreline are that you get that shoreline stabilization, you're able to preserve or improve water quality, you're maintaining that productivity of that estuarine marsh that we talked about, and you're enhancing the habitat for other important coastal species. NOAA put together this pamphlet that sort of talks about the benefits of living shorelines versus hardened structures. So you can see on the left side of this infographic are some of the benefits of living shorelines, and on the right side, it shows some of the impacts from bulkheads and revetments. But just as an example here, it says 1 square mile of salt marsh stores the carbon equivalent of 76,000 gallons of gas annually. Marshes are trapping sediment from tidal waters, allowing them to grow in elevation as sea level rises. So this is a great mitigation tool for coastal resiliency when you're able to keep up with the sea level rise. Living shorelines improve water quality, providing fisheries habitat, increasing biodiversity, and promoting recreational opportunities. Marshes and oyster reefs act as natural barriers to waves. 15 feet of marsh can absorb 50% of incoming wave energy. So just 15 feet is all you really need to have a 50% reduction in wave energy. And I think if you have 90 feet, it's like a 90% reduction in wave energy. So there's sort of a diminishing return on you need more depth to get more wave reduction, but just 15 feet is really beneficial. And then living shorelines are more resilient against storms than bulkheads. So we've seen this over and over again. As I mentioned in the beginning, there's sort of a range of living shoreline techniques that can be used. We call this the gray to green. So some of them are very, very green. Some of them are a little bit hard and what we would consider a softer technique, and others are harder or more structured, like the revetments and bulkheads. So I'm going to give you some examples of some of these types of gray infrastructure techniques that can be used. The first, of course, is that you can take no action or you can relocate threatened structures. We've got lots of examples of threatened structures being relocated here on the Outer Banks, the lighthouse, the Knights and Rodanthe House. Plenty of structures have been relocated and can be relocated if necessary. So that is always an option to move threatened structures. Another would be to regrade the shoreline. And when I talk about living shorelines, I do need to be clear, this is for the estuarine side of our shoreline, not the beach side, not the ocean side. So we can look at vegetation regrading or planting with marsh grasses. This is an option, and this was done just the vegetation plantings alone were done here in Duck at the research station starting in 1973. They were seeing some shoreline erosion. It was potentially threatening these power lines. And so with the Army Corps of Engineers being right here, they experimented with just planting marsh grasses. And it took several years to get those marsh grasses to establish, but eventually they had this nice stand of marsh just from the repeated planting of grasses year after year. So you can that would probably be the greenest approach, right? To just do marsh grass plantings alone without any kind of infrastructure to go along with it. However, you can also incorporate, where appropriate, oyster reefs or other sills, some sort of a hardened structure that provides a speed bump for the waves before it gets to our marsh habitat. So this is, the town of Duck probably doesn't lend itself very well to oyster reef restoration, but just as an idea, this is something that can be used where you combine that reef structure with marsh grass plantings. And we did this at the Jockey's Ridge State Park in 2008. So they had a shoreline that was eroding, and they were interested in protecting the shoreline and restoring coastal marsh habitat. So we came in and installed some sand fencing on the eastern side of the shoreline to prevent sand from blowing onto our restored area. Here's the sand fencing installed. Then we worked to bag oyster shell. This is my coworker. Granted, she is short. However, this is a large pile of oyster shell that we worked with local volunteers and students from First Flight High School and middle school to bag these oyster shells and put them out on the shoreline. Did you have a question? Oh, yes. Sorry, I kind of skipped over that. The waters are not salty enough to support oysters. So the water is not salty enough to support oysters. So you might have some oysters here and there, but these living shorelines that rely on an oyster sill really want, to really be effective, you want like complete coverage of the sill in oysters so that you almost cannot see those bags anymore. You want it to be completely encrusted in oysters. So that really holds the reef structure together and gives you that speed bump benefit. And we've learned this even from Jockey's Ridge. They have more conducive oystering waters than the town of Duck does, and we have not had enough oyster growth on the shoreline structure at Jockey's Ridge, and we're actually going to go back in and cap it with granite because those bags are opening up and creating a marine debris issue, which we don't, of course, want. It's largely based on salinity. That's not a 100%, but yes, it's largely based on salinity, the survivability of those oysters. But we worked with local college students and the students from First Flight to ferry those bags of oyster shell out to the shoreline and created the structure. And this was our speed bump to help protect the existing marsh, slow down the wave energy so that then we could come back behind and plant thousands and thousands of marsh grass plugs that over the years established and grew up and are now supporting a healthy stand of coastal marsh there. So where oyster growth is not conducive, you can use alternative substrates. You could use concrete, you could use granite, you can use marl, you can use other structures to create that speed bump. You're just not going to have any kind of, you may get still some oysters to grow on it, but you're not waiting for and relying on the oysters to hold that sill structure in place. And so this is an example of a project we did in Edenton in fresher conditions. This is a Wildlife Resource Commission boat ramp that had a bulkhead. It was failing in 2004. They were looking at replacing the bulkhead. We encouraged them to think about a living shoreline structure. So what they did was they took the bulkhead out. They put in the sill structure, the granite structure you see in the bottom, and then they regraded the shoreline to make it more appropriate for marsh grass plantings. So, and then you can see, 3-4 years later, we had a beautiful stand of coastal freshwater marsh. And I will say, in fresher conditions, you have more diversity of plants available to you for a living shoreline project. And so there's some real, in my opinion, really pretty freshwater marsh species that can be used in living shorelines that are not as, dependent on those brackish waters. So this is a great example of a project where we used granite, and this is my cover slide as well, because I love this picture so much. But the sill structure you can see is 100 feet long, and then there's a break in the sill, and then there's another 100-foot section, and then another break. And so those breaks allow water to pass in and through the marsh, and it allows fish to pass in and through to the marsh. So we're maintaining that access and open flow. But there's enough of a structure that it's creating that speed bump for waves. And then we've got the marsh grass growing behind it.
Could I ask, how wide between the 200-foot sections do you go?
A minimum of 5 feet.
Oh, so they figure out that channel.
Yeah, they're smart. They figure, and they can sense where that flow is.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. You can go wider if you want to, and we've done some designs where we'll either stagger the living shoreline sill openings so that they're one behind another, or if we do them side by side with a 5 to 10 foot opening between them, then we can put a secondary structure behind there as well, so that you limit the amount of scour and erosion and what have it, and you still have that sort of full shoreline coverage of the sill structure. There's many different ways that you can design it to still have that opening and water flow, but get the full coverage. Another project that we worked on that was a combination approach was at Durant's Point in Hatteras. So this is really close to the opening of Hatteras Harbor. There's a jetty and a revetment that was created by the Army Corps of Engineers to protect the entrance to Hatteras Harbor. However, the spit of land just to the north of Hatteras Harbor and east of Hatteras Harbor is very narrow. And so even though there was a revetment, the property owners and county were concerned about possibly going around that revetment. And so we came in with a living shoreline design and some grant funds to install this living shoreline. And you can see in 6 years, the sill structure was put in place. So we have this rock sill structure that was placed about 25 feet offshore, and then the marsh grass plantings behind it. More recently, we've worked with the town of Kitty Hawk on their living shoreline structure in the Department of Transportation, DOT, to install a vertical sill structure. So this was actually a vinyl vertical structure. It has a smaller footprint than all of those rock structures. And these are really the vertical structures where you have potential SAV concerns. It's a smaller footprint, so it's maybe a better solution for a shoreline. Some of the recent advancements in living shorelines are that there's a new general permit, which has eased the process of getting a living shoreline permit. We've also been working pretty diligently to engage and train new marine contractors so that there are more people who are aware of and qualified to install living shorelines on the Outer Banks. And we've also been working with the legislature to find, and other grant sources to find funds that help cost share on the installation of living shorelines. So I don't know if you want this detail, but the general permit that's been passed allows a living shoreline to be installed 30 feet past normal water or 5 feet past existing wetlands. The structure itself can be no taller than 1 foot above normal water. There's some slope calculations which you have to incorporate. The full length that you can go for in one general permit is no more than 500 feet. So you wouldn't be able to apply for a general permit for 600 feet. That would automatically trigger a CAMA major permit. There's, like we talked about, a required 5-foot opening every 100 feet. That's for the water flow and fish passage. They must be marked for navigational purposes, and you cannot construct them over existing SAV or oyster habitat. And under the general permit, there's no associated backfill. And as I mentioned, there's cost share opportunities available for anyone who's interested in installing a living shoreline, both through the CCAP program I described to you that's administered by the Soil and Water Conservation District here in Dare County, as well as the Coastal Federation. So the CCAP funding will cover up to 75% of the actual cost of a living shoreline structure if you're approved. That CCAP funding is good for both the stormwater as well as living shoreline projects. And it's, like I said, administered by the Soil and Water District. And right now they're receiving applications until March 25th. And then they'll likely have another open application period, July through September. Coastal Federation, we also received a state appropriation this year to cost share on living shorelines. We can cover up to 50% of the cost of a living shoreline, or $10,000. At the max. These are just focused on living shoreline projects. They're administered by the Coastal Federation. I'm your local contact if anyone is interested. We are accepting applications on a rolling basis, so there's no set time frame that has to be in by. And I think that's it. So, any additional questions? Yes.
I thank you so much for bringing all this to our attention. I did hear you say that it was, if you wanted to get a permit, it was no more than 500 feet or some other limitations. So I was kind of envisioning neighbors getting together or trying to, because I was a little wondering how it affects your neighbors if you were, much like if you put a bulkhead out and you can expect some residual problems on either side of it. Is it the same with living shorelines? Is it beneficial to gather with neighbors and each have everybody do their own individual permit?
I think it's always better to, if you can have a neighborhood effort, I think that would definitely be a good strategy to look for. You'd have to reach out to the local permit officer to see how they would handle an individual permit versus a neighborhood permit. When we worked with the town of Kitty Hawk, we put that in as one CAMA major permit. And there were 7 property owners that were under that one CAMA major permit. part of the reason why we did the major permit was because we wanted to go more than 30 feet offshore. So that structure at Moore Shore Road is closer to 50 feet offshore on average. We also wanted to have all 7 landowners together, and that was more than the 500 feet. So both of those reasons triggered the CAMA major permit in that particular case. But yeah, if you can get a neighborhood together to come up with a design and go after the permit for it, I think that would.
And your role is sort of you're available to the public to consult or, advise type of thing in terms of next best steps and everything.
Yeah. Yeah. I'm not an engineer, but I've done a few of these projects, so I can help sort of facilitate the process and put everybody in touch with the right people and give some recommendations on design.
I noticed that it said in one of your slides that there was no fill, and that might have been a particular kind of fill. But then on another slide, you showed permitted fill or something like that. Just, I'm thinking again of planting, and you might need to put some fill in there or dirt, I don't know, to make it grow.
Yeah, so I think where the confusion lies is that under the CAMA general permit, if you want to design a project that there's no backfill allowed. However, if you go for a CAMA major permit, you can design it however you or your engineer decides is best. And then that has to go through the agency review process, and it may or may not be approved depending on whatever questions they have about the quality of the fill. Yeah, sorry. So for a long, long time, we could only get living shorelines permitted through the major permit process. And so that was one of the impediments to using living shorelines, because a landowner, a homeowner could very easily get a bulkhead permit within a couple of weeks. But living shorelines would have to go through the more rigorous agency review process, and it could take up to 6 months or even longer to get the permit. So if you're a homeowner and you want to do something about your property, I think the issue is pretty immediate. Do you want to wait 6 months to get the permit approved, or do you want to go forward with a bulkhead? So they weren't really on equal footing. And so that was something that the Coastal Federation worked pretty rigorously with the Division of Coastal Management on, is to get all of those agencies there's 11 state and 3 federal agencies that review the major permits. So we worked with them to get all of the concerns vetted and on the table, so that we could come up with some guidelines that they would all agree to, and it would be a simpler general permit process.
Oh, great.
And so if someone is interested in doing a living shoreline, they could design it to fit those general permit requirements and have a much easier permitting experience.
Wonderful. That's great progress.
Yeah. Correct. We are a private nonprofit. We do work closely with the state to implement these kinds of projects and programs.
So, grants up to 10,000.
Yes. Yeah, so we received a direct appropriation from the state this year of $2 million for living shorelines specifically. And yeah, so we're just helping to get the permits, or I'm sorry, the grant funds out quicker.
No, like you do. Rich. Who funds it?
So that that particular project, we received funding through a variety of state and federal grants, and some foundation support, and then our membership support. That helps fund my time. Mm-hmm. We would love to. I've been out here several times to look at the shoreline and provide some ideas and recommendations. So yeah, we'd love to be involved.
Any additional questions for?
It's just great to know about this resource. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, we're back in session. Going to start the deep.
Did you get his mic, Betsy?
Are you green? Mine's on. Do you want mine? Here, use mine.
Sorry. Not sure what happened. Quick pause.
This.
All right, we did just change the batteries in that one, so. Okay.
They just don't want me to talk.
You talk.
No, I do. I want everyone that's watching to be able to hear you. You want me to go? Okay. All right. I have a very short agenda today because as you guys, I'm sure, saw on the schedule that I have some time tomorrow to talk about some really specific things to focus in on some items. So today I'm going to run through these items very quickly, and then I'm going to cede the rest of my time to Mr. Joe Hurd. I went backwards. Okay, so I want to talk a little bit about summer events. Betsy's done a really great job of going ahead and setting up the cost and budget for me for the summer events. So I did want to present that to y'all today. It's not a whole lot different than what we've done in previous years where we've had a full summer, but I did want to present it today. Now, because our summer events cross the fiscal year, just assume that these are costs per fiscal year. So I might keep saying summer 2022, but June will come out of the one we're in. So just to be as clear as mud for you guys. So starting last summer, we went a little bit later during the year with things like concerts and fitness. And that is reflected on this table right here. And this shows up as a little over $65,500 for our typical summer events. If you notice, the number of events has a little asterisk next to it. If you do that math really quick in your head, you'll see that 71 does not add up. And that's because we do have some events that don't really cost us anything, including chalk art and story time. So I did include the number of those events, but they just don't show in a price line because they don't cost us anything.
Is this a normal year you're saying, or last year?
This is for a normal year. So this is what we project will be in the budget for this upcoming year. So the last year we have to really compare this to is 2019. This is a little bit higher than 2019. It's about $10,000 more. And that's due to the additional weeks of concerts and fitness. And there were some slight increases in things like performer costs. We do continue to expect to receive a revenue in sponsorships and merchandise sales of about 40% of this cost, and that's about $26,000. I did do the math on this very quickly. It comes out to about $924. Whoops. $924 per event, if you're interested in that for the summer. And before I get to my question for you, I did also want to mention Betsy's been working hard at increasing our capacity to do some of our own audio for simple events in the amphitheater, not more complex events like a concert where we would need a contractor, but some of our simpler events. So that we will be working towards that in the next year. So you may see some sound costs reduce next fiscal year. But the reason for showing you this and my request for your consensus or your guidance today is, do you want to begin summer events as we typically do this year, which is the middle of June? Roughly, we did delay last year due to COVID and went a little later in the year. So this schedule here reflects starting in the number of events reflects starting in the middle of June as we typically would, and still adding on those couple of extra weeks of fitness and concerts.
I'll speak, but I don't have a
The joys of technology.
How's that?
That's perfect, sir. Thank you.
Now our town manager can't talk. So you want an opinion from council? I mean, my opinion would be that we start the events as normal.
Okay.
COVID seems to be winding down and hopefully it's not going to rise back up. And I think maybe we can return to some normalcy. That would be my opinion. I think the rest of council should weigh in.
How far into September did we go last year? How many extra concerts in?
2 weeks, I believe. Betsy, can you confirm that? 2 weeks? Yep. So 2 extra concerts. So that's 2 extra weeks of concerts, and then fitness through the end of the month. So that would have been 4 fitness programs. Well, 8, but.
We're talking about $2,000. Do that.
2,000 per concert,
No, 1,000 per concert.
1,000 per concert.
Roughly, yes.
Does it balance out the fitness? What we pay for fitness and the additional cost for the concert would be about 1,000.
Probably, yes. A little bit more. Because of the sound associated with the concerts.
Well, are you asking if we want to go into September, or these are through the couple of weeks of September?
Well, actually both. So
Or go earlier
that's
in
something
June?
council had asked us to do before COVID hit, was to look at extending
Right.
into September a couple of weeks. And so we did that last year, partially because we had been asked to the year before and that we started a little bit later. So you're right. Perhaps my ask should be, do you want to start at the typical time in the middle of June? And do you want to extend a couple of extra concerts and fitness into September?
I like I know there was a time when we had the Army or Air Force band start at Memorial Day. There was a time, and it might have been just because they were available or something. There have been Memorial Day concerts or in that weekend, but I wouldn't mind having things start as early as beginning of June, just sort of the kickoff to summer seems to be Memorial Day, but just for folks that are here, we get more people typically starting middle of June, and historically after school lets out and people are, particularly Virginia schools are out a little bit later. But I don't know, it just seemed like a little something happening, maybe not a concert but a little bit of something in just to kind of make it feel like there's something special happening in the town at the beginning of June.
So I will need to check and make sure, because those costs, obviously, if we start in June this year, are coming out of the current budget. So I just need to make sure that we are covered through that. I believe we probably are, especially if we're going to do something like fitness.
I see what you mean. Starting in middle of June, even though it's in our this year's fiscal budget for just 2 weeks is not a big deal budget wise.
So
But
we
we
are
went
budgeted
earlier this year, it would eat into more of our budget.
Right. We are budgeted to start in the middle of June, but if you're requesting some of the events like fitness, I feel pretty sure off the top of my head. Drew's nodding yes at me.
Yeah, I think that gets people kind of excited about something on the screen, and that's certainly a good value, all the way around.
For the fitness.
I think, maybe people wouldn't sit for a concert and, maybe musicians will be, maybe private venues. We certainly have a lot of music that happens around the town at restaurants and places. So I think the fitness definitely I'd like to see start earlier.
Don't forget our concerts in before any of their music so-called starts.
True. And it is nice for those early birds too, to get this, like before dinner or, there's a lot of I love the concerts. I just think they bring people outside and give a little anchor to the week. And I guess I should clarify, these concerts are just going to be like once a week now.
Yes,
because
these are
there
the typical weekly Thursday concerts.
Right, because we've gone to the once a week, which I think has been good, rather than try to put 2 in.
And so I can certainly go back and take a peek at the budget and look at the options for concerts or other events that cost a little bit more.
not knowing what the summer's going to bring, not knowing what COVID may bring again, I would suggest we just stick to the mid-June personally and run it like we did in prior years, because that's when the population starts. Until those schools in the north get out, we're not going to have the crowds. You know, we're going to get, you know, the people that like the shoulder season, but you know, my take is let's go back to what we've done in the past and if anything, extend it into September shortly.
I was going to say September. It seems we have more and more people here in the over Labor Day instead of that full week than the second week, the week after Labor Day.
I mean, the real northern schools are the end of June through after Labor Day. You'll start seeing Virginia schools, obviously mid-June.
So, Mr. Whitman, to clarify, you would like us to start at our typical time in mid-June and continue with our few weeks later? Okay, thank you, sir.
What do you think, Rob?
I think if you can get things in line to start at the beginning of June, it's a good idea. And then we should just get back to normal after that.
All right. Well, I will take this split decision back with me and have some more conversation.
We need Tony here.
Yeah.
Break the tie.
Well, thank you guys very much. That just gives me some things to think about and talk about with Betsy. I did want to mention as well, shoulder season events, and that number at the bottom looks really scary. Don't be scared because that includes Jazz Festival. So the Jazz Festival that I have in there is $90,000. We are planning on having the Jazz Festival this year, except for military bands. We have commitments from everyone to come back. And so they've now been pushed 2 years. And so that's the cost that will come out of our budget. We do usually get about 40% or more of that funded through sponsorships and merchandise sales. I do need to check with the town manager after this because I realized this morning that PNC, their large sponsorship that they give us, they actually cut us that check in 2020. Sorry. So I will have to ask him how I need to reflect that in our budget request. And nature walks and Yuletide both cost a handful, and then we'll be trying to include in our line item for events and contracted services every year. This will be our volunteer event. So this coming May in 2022, we'll be mixing that with our 20th anniversary, but we do want to continue annually to have a volunteer event. And that's an estimate from us for full food for all of our volunteers, you know, maybe a big barbecue or something like that. So that's a little bit of a placeholder. And then at the very, very bottom there, that's the total fiscal year 23. And that line item for us is the contracted services under events. So that's not including supplies and some little things like that, but this is by far the largest line in our budget. So I just wanted to have that out there so no one's surprised when we submit our budget.
No, I think this is great information. I don't think we've ever seen it laid out like this. So thank you very much.
Yeah, I thought it'd be helpful, especially because we have some newer council members. So if you don't have any more questions, I will jump ahead. I did want to talk as well about our departmental goals. Like I said, I'm going to dive deeper into some really specific things. But when we reviewed where we were on the 5-year plan and Drew sent us that information, one of the things that was noted on there is that as departments, we needed to look for really measurable metrics so that we can define our success better. So these are some things that Betsy and I have talked a lot about. In short, I'll just run you through them very quickly. For events, there are kind of 3 parts there. A big part is sponsorship. So we will be setting goals for new sponsors or sponsorship amount. We also want to look at the satisfaction of the sponsors and sponsor engagement, because we do have quite a few sponsors who are very generous and give us money, but don't really engage with the events. So we would like to explore that more. We also, much like in 2018, when I started, we made an attempt to learn more about the audience and the experience of the people who are coming to our events with a survey. And so we plan to recreate that this year because honestly, the world has changed a little bit and people are coming different times of the year. And so we do plan to evaluate that. Campaigns, I'm going to talk a lot more about communications tomorrow, and you see that kind of on here twice, but we do some really specific educational campaigns that happen every year: ocean safety, bicycle and pedestrian safety, to name just a couple. So we are learning to use some new tools that are out there for tracking the success and engagement of those campaigns, and then also reevaluating the audience, because again, our audience has changed over the past couple of years. Duck merchants, I'll talk a little more about in a moment. I just wanted to have that on the slide so you knew it was coming. And then communication, again, much more tomorrow, but reevaluating, again, things have changed. Reevaluating our audience, our key messages, our delivery, and our metrics, and what our opportunities are for reaching some of the sections of our population that are more difficult for us to reach. So basically, redefining our communication strategic plan. So the Duck Merchant Association, I did just want to mention, as many of you know, the Duck Merchant Association has not been very active as of late. Right before COVID, the leaders that had been on the board for a long time, it was time for them to transfer off. And then COVID came, and the new board members, I believe, suffered a little bit. Not that businesses necessarily suffered, but things got really crazy for a little while. And I think that they have struggled to identify leaders in the community that can help keep them a really vibrant organization. And so one of the things that I've been looking at is opportunities, talking to some other towns that have either revitalized or started new merchants associations. And I'm hoping to speak with the DCBA, since they are having a much more active role as of late, if they have some suggestions or some support, you know, if they might want to offer some support. So I would call the Duck Merchant Association paused for right now, but we are working on that. And it is part of the 5-year plan. Joe, I'm sorry, I'm not going as fast as I thought. I only have 2 more slides. Educational campaigns, I did just want to mention, because I'm very excited about this. I think Betsy is too. The Outer Banks Bicycle and Pedestrian Safety Coalition is maybe revamping, kind of becoming more active. And so Betsy's going to be serving on that committee with Lieutenant Clark. And so on our side, we'll be working with public safety on setting some measurable goals for how we can reach people with education about bicycle and pedestrian safety. And very quickly, I was going to mention beach nourishment, just to give you a very quick update of where we are countywide with communications for that. The county has updated their More Beach to Love website. Our town website has been updated for some time. The OBAR meeting is February 24th, and I believe Mr. Hurd is attending that. At that meeting, the county is going to give a high-level overview of all of the programs, nourishments happening in the county, but it will be nice to have town representatives there in case people have questions. Also working with the county, a survey has been sent to OBAR members asking what types of materials would be most helpful for them. You know, do they want brochures? Do they not want brochures? Do they want stickers? What would they like to help them communicate with their visitors? And so we've been promised the results of those surveys soon, and we'll get started making collateral material. And I did want to mention 2 upcoming videos. The county's Destination Dare video will be an overview of beach nourishment, probably somewhat similar to the one they did in 2017. And the town Destination Dare, there is one question that we've gotten very, very frequently, and it's, why is my house not getting sand? So Ken Wilson is here tomorrow, and he will be kidnapped by Benny Baldwin right after the meeting to give us some answers to that we can put in a video. And I don't have it on the slide, but I've added an area where I give an update in each e-news. If obviously the project is still a little ways away, so sometimes I'm answering frequently asked questions there or sending people to other places where they can learn information about beach nourishment. And with our MailChimp, I'm setting up some mailing lists that people can join as we're a little bit closer. And that's all I have. Any questions? You get me for a long time tomorrow. So.
You're currently planning the 20th anniversary party?
Yes, so I didn't want to talk about that too much today because I know I've mentioned it at a lot of council meetings. And on March 1st, we'll have a full update for you.
Any questions for Christian?
Well, Mayor Kingston, members of council, for community development, we usually offer you two different types of information at the retreat. One of which is an overview of development activity, just kind of giving you a feel for the big picture. I would often present that, but I would rather have the person who did the work present it. So Jim Gould will thank him for his work on that and let him go present that information.
Thank you, Joe. Good afternoon, everyone in attendance online, members of council, and those, of course, here in person. I'm Jim Gould with the Director of with the Department of Community Development. So basically what I'm going to go over with you today is a quick overview of development along the Outer Banks. This includes Currituck County, Hyde County, and some of Terrell along with their county. And then, of course, how it looks here in Duck specifically. So the thing to note on this slide is that our total permits continue to increase. You notice there was a slight slump there in 2020, and that can probably be directly attributed to COVID and just the lack of people here in the springtime to start taking care of their properties before that busy season that we experienced during the summer. If you look at the next highlighted segment, sort of in the lower right-hand segment of the screen, you see the number 59 highlighted, and that shows that the majority of the permits that we receive are residential in nature. And you look right above to commercial, there's one. So, and then you also see that inspections continue to rise affiliated with these permits. Simple bar graph showing the continued rise since 2017 and projections maybe a little bit into the future. And then we start to look at the fact that residential permits have also continued to increase. There in the bottom in red, you see that there was a 17.5% increase from 2020 to 2021. And this is the highest increase that we have witnessed year to year since 2017. It's not astonishing, but it is still higher than any other previous year. So it continues to rise. And you'll see right there that the number 174 is highlighted, and that shows that additions, renovations, and repairs tend to be the most common permit item for us when it comes to single family homes. Yeah, there's sort of a significant increase there actually with pools, hot tubs, spas. I'm not sure what contributes to that 53% rise compared to 2020. But I like to think it's because more people are getting hot tubs because they just need to relax after such a tough, difficult year, you know? Or maybe the Outer Banks Realtors Association or Association of Realtors is saying, hey, a hot tub will add this value to your property, who knows? But there was a pretty significant rise there between 2020 and 2021. So you can see there the continued rise in total residential permits. So this slide sort of pertains to Duck's information. These are residences in Duck. What I need to point out here basically is that the size of the residences have actually decreased in Duck, but the value has gone up significantly. The average size of average heated square foot of a home in Duck is 2,668 square feet. Whereas the historical average in Duck is 3,266 square feet. Yet our values continue to rise there. So the value, the median sales price of a home in the Outer Banks, the median sales price of a home in the Outer Banks is $485,000. Now, this is the value, the median value there in the lower right-hand corner of the graph. That's the value of the property, not the value of how it was sold. So you can probably assume that it was sold for much more. So the median sales price in the Outer Banks region was $485,000. So our value is well above that before it's even sold. So just to point that out.
Jim, I'm sorry, before you leave that slide, could I just ask?
Yes.
When you say the historical average is, what is that based on? Is that like the last 10 years or from the town's inception?
Yes, that's a good question. Mayor Pro Tem Thibodeau, that goes back to, I believe, 2015 is the data that we have.
Okay, so fairly recently. Okay, great, thanks.
This is just showing the location of some of our new single-family residences. The majority of that was south of the Army Corps of Engineers Duck Field Research Facility.
Jim, are those new residences, are they new build or are they knockdowns and done a new build?
There's a combination of it.
Combination.
But I don't know the exact number between the two. So undoubtedly, we are, as the Outer Banks is as a whole, running out of lot inventory. So that inventory is in decline, and you'll see that here in just a moment with relation to the entire Outer Banks. So majority of it is happening south of the pier. There's some of our sites north of the pier. That might be a little hard for people to see, but the pier would be, of course, at the very bottom of the screen, and that's heading up through Sound Sea and some spots there in the Sanderling area. So this graph here is showing the average permits by month, and it essentially is pointing out that we are busy in springtime in the planning department. When everybody's in that rush to kind of get their property ready for the busy season, that is when we stay busy. Here's another one showing how it differs over the years. The red line going through there is 2021, and the black line is 2020. You can see in the black line, there was a significant dip in permits coming through our department in that April, May region. And then all of a sudden, when the bridge reopens in June, we have this huge increase in permits directly related to COVID and restrictions put on. And also too, you see that the number of permits in 2021 have just been high throughout the winter compared to previous years. In speaking with the Outer Banks Home Builders Association, with Mr. Duke Garrity, who's their government affairs representative, he pointed out that 2021 showed some of these trends come true, and it looks like they're going to stay the same for 2022. One of the interesting things that he pointed out, aside from these bullet points, well, the one down at the bottom, I guess, is the interesting one he pointed out. He said, due to climate change legislation coming about, we might see greater construction costs and infrastructure needs. And he specifically mentioned electric cars coming to our communities and the need for 240-volt charging stations inside of homes and other electric charging stations. And he said some of the towns like Nags Head are actually very concerned with this. Very, very concerned. So he just pointed that out, but he wasn't exactly sure how much of a problem it would be, say, in 2024.
Jim, what is that? What reason is he given for that?
So he's just saying the overall infrastructure to carry that amount of electricity to the Outer Banks could prove difficult. And all the upgrades that would be needed to provide these homes with their 240-volt charging stations at individual properties. So just increase the energy load, maybe exponentially. This is looking at the Outer Banks as a whole, and this basically is showing that the average sales price of a home continues to increase. It's up 35% from 2020 through 2021, a change of $159,000. You see the total value of residential sales there at $2.09 billion for this Outer Banks region, which is part of Currituck County, Dare County, of course, Hyde, and a little bit of Terrell County. The residential inventory, however, the number of homes available to purchase or sell continues to decrease here on the Outer Banks, along with the available land. It continues to decrease. So we see that this scarcity might be driving up value. We also see from the Outer Banks Association of Realtors information and a short conversation with their CEO, Willow Kelly, that we're getting a lot more homes going into permanent residency or second homes. But she said, no worries, there's still a lot of homes entering the rental market so that we won't have to fear any substantial reduction in occupancy taxes. But I found the 77% decrease in available lot land inventory was substantial from 2019 to 2021. 77%. And the median sales price in Duck is 34% higher. So then that median sales price for the Outer Banks, very significant. For the Outer Banks as a whole is $485,000, Duck $650,000. And the total value of new construction permits in Duck was 10.9 million from last year. That's the value of the properties associated with it. So that being said, are there any questions?
I was just going to make a comment that when you talked about the increasing in permits that you've seen over the, and can project a little bit with your graph that you were showing, that I would think that the age of our structures too would predicate some, time for a new deck or time for a new or some modernization and things along those lines, because we did see a big boom in the 80s and now those structures are over 30 years old. So I think we could probably continue to see a lot of renovations happening and maybe some tear downs too. But I thought I'd mention that I don't see that slowing down just for that reason alone, and improving a very valuable property. All of a sudden, some people that have owned for a while have a lot of equity. They can certainly take out a second loan or something to improve it and substantiate the value.
Yeah, I would agree with that. And just to stay competitive in this rental market, you see a lot of additions and upgrades. And we see in some of Joe's maps during the council meetings that you get these clusters where maybe one person develops on a street and then their neighbor sees it and says, hey, I should probably do the same thing to stay competitive. So we get these little cluster areas. So.
Yeah, and then just safety stuff, because the decks are getting old. That's what, as property manager, I worry about deck safety a lot.
Absolutely. Thank you all. I'll pass it along to the director, Mr. Joe.
Thank you, Jim.
Thank you.
Right, we'll have to get him a bullhorn next time. Jim, thank you very much. No, I appreciate that and the work you put into getting those upgrades, getting that updated information, talking to those people. What I'd like to do for you today is just a really quick overview. We got a lot of slides that we're going to go through quickly, but just to remind council of the things that we are looking at. This is not focused on what we accomplished during the past year. I think you've got a pretty good understanding of that, but this will focus on things that are upcoming. Okay, so keep that in mind. And as you're thinking about things, particularly when Mr. Havens gets to his presentation tomorrow, where we're talking about finances, setting the tone for budget. These are some of the things that you can think about as part of that package. So we do have, as a department, some day-to-day things that we do. Again, we're not spending a lot of time on any of this. I'm not giving this the time it's due. But as you're aware, we do have now a town facility maintenance program. Right now, they have a little facility over there with a garage and shed. We are looking at adding an actual maintenance building that would be more productive for us as an area for storage, not just for our department, but for others, as well as an area we can have some room to, for some of the tools and other things we need. So the types of things, there's a whole array of things that the department deals with. One of the big things that you're going to see coming up will be boardwalk maintenance, like in that middle picture there. You can see these little things, and we deal with a lot of that on a more day-to-day, week-to-week basis. But there will come some points here where we'll be talking with you a little bit more about redoing entire phases of the boardwalk at one time. We'll be looking at playground equipment. This is one of the conversations we had with our, when we're looking at a establishment of a committee, for some help with some guidance in this regard. But our playground equipment is aging, and at some point, it's in good condition right now, but at some point it'll have to be replaced. Other things our department works with that are more day-to-day. We do coordinate, and I say we, meaning Sandy Cross, working with trash pickup, debris removal following storms, our various contracts for landscape maintenance. All of that is something that Sandy really takes a great leadership role with and stays on top of. So a lot of the rest of what we do relates to plans. So as outlined earlier in one of the other presentations, we have a series of plans that have been adopted recently that really give us some good guidance as a community. We had a lot of participation in these from the public, and that helps us feel really comfortable that these are things that they want to see going forward when we develop recommendations based on their comments. So these are all the plans and components that we've looked at. And then what I want to focus on then is how we as a department, as well as other departments in the town, take these plans and use them looking forward. So these are just some points. You'll see a few slides like this where I'm just pulling out verbatim from these plans, some of the recommendations to give you an idea of the context that we're looking at. So again, here, looking at the character, location, type of development, the impacts that it has on the community. So things that we do, we engage in development review on a daily basis, issuing permits, but also some of the larger projects, that have more of an impact on the community that are in the public process. We issue building permits, development permits for all kinds of other things. Conduct inspections. We issue CAMA permits relating to our coastal development program. One of the other recommendations has to do with enhancing our Atlantic Ocean shoreline. Of course, the big one there is beach renourishment, but also includes programs like our annual beach and dune monitoring, where we monitor not just the project area, but the entire 6 miles of beach and duck, so that we're trying to stay as aware as we can of things that we might need to look at in the future that maybe aren't problems right now, but we're looking at those trends. Again, both our contracted and volunteer beach grass planting programs. Another theme we see in some of these is dealing with local flooding and stormwater management. We talked a little bit earlier about that RCCP program, Candace Andre with VHB, and we're in that first year of that program where we're going to be looking at a stormwater management study and then looking at implementing some of those recommendations in the areas in the public realm. We also deal with flood maps and flood damage prevention. The town, you certainly recall adopting a flood damage prevention ordinance fairly recently, with some good standards in there to help prevent damage from occurring. We also deal with flood management. We have a plan that's been adopted by the Senate and adopted by the state. And then Sandy Cross, again, in particular, does an awful lot of things that relate to improving our CRS rating so that all property owners with flood insurance in our town are receiving significantly reduced rates. That's at 20% now. Related to that, there's a number of items that we're going to be looking at coming up here. Some other plans of things that will help us improve that rating. So I just wanted to quickly list those. We'll talk about those more in the future. We also have a program where we're looking at public education, working with Christian and others regarding sustainability, resiliency, different efforts through recycling. There's the rain garden sign program to deal with flooding. So those are all ways we address those flooding issues. Now, this has to do with improving our community's resilience and the Currituck Sound shoreline. Again, the big project that includes the living shoreline. We talked about this as well with the town's shoreline, but we're also engaging in ways of getting more information so that we can make better educated decisions about what we're going to be looking at in the future and some of the things we might need to do. So we'll continue to do that. This is one project that might be something we'll be talking with you about more, specifically mentioned, looking at the impacts of sea level rise on septic systems and their continued viability in low-lying areas. So that's a really important thing for our community and something we'll be looking at in the future as opportunities arise. And then the big one, you know, when we get to the end of it, this isn't on the immediate horizon, but as a community, looking at ways, do we need to start doing something differently? The bigger picture with a climate adaptation plan as we're seeing sea level rise in particular. Promoting Duck Road, Duck Trail, pedestrian experience. So we have some of those other components of the big project, elevating Highway 12, fourth phase of the bike improvements. Annually, we've put some money into Duck Trail improvements. Most recently, those have focused on some rougher areas as seen down in the left corner there, up near the Sanderling neighborhood. We do hope to finish off that section next year, the final segment up there, and then be taking a good look at where we would begin to target other replacement. Retaining walls, these will start up later this spring as far as replacement of some of the walls that are in rough shape, beginning to fail. Stormwater management, still an important component as we look at some of these other projects. We're trying to find areas where we can do some things to help get water, particularly off of the road, off of Duck Trail. Crosswalk improvements. We've talked about some things today. We appreciate your input on those so we can identify and prioritize things moving forward. We talked about this project as something in our plan that we will want to take a look at, moving south on the west side with some of those improvements. A bike and pedestrian counter. We've talked about this. Jim Gould gave you a thorough presentation at a recent council meeting, but we'd like to talk with you a little bit more about the value that this has for you and whether or not we need to take a look at adding another counter on the northern end of the village to gauge how many people are coming and going from that side of town. And also potentially looking at, Jim has put together some figures, some estimates on some pedestrian things that counters that we could use on the boardwalk at key locations. And would like to talk with you a little bit more about if first of all, if that's something you would want to do to gather that data, and if so, where would be the best locations for those? So those are just, really a good summary of the things that we're looking at as a department moving forward and things we'd like for you to be thinking about as you're thinking about this year's budget and moving forward and some of the bigger picture things we have here in town. So thank you for your attention. I guess I'll be glad to answer any quick questions if you have any.
Thank you, Joe.
Okay.
We'll move on to the next item. We continue to receive appeals from property owners and visitors that we consider disallowing commercially set up tents on the beach and dock. This agenda item will allow council to hear from staff about this issue and provide staff direction for any desired changes in our ordinances. And our senior planner, Sandy Cross, will present. Hi, Sandy.
Howdy, everyone. I was trying to think of a way I can roll down here with a hot beach mess and with an umbrella and beach chair, but it's chilly today. So just imagine I'm rolling down to the beach.
Thank you.
This is just some reading material. I don't expect you to do before we finish our presentation. Thank you, Mayor Kingston, for introducing the topic. We'll just roll right into it. For those, and a lot of this is going to roll through quickly because most of it you already know. This is what a lot of us, when we walk on the beach, we're looking for. When we go for a sunrise walk, this is what we expect. We want a quiet, serene place that soothes the mind. And in 2009, council put together an ordinance that helped it to work to that end. And chapter 94, they're doing a beach and dune protection ordinance. These regulations established reasonable uses and intrusions on the dune system and the ocean beach. And they also established regulations to improve the safety of the general public and emergency services through ocean rescue. But this is more likely what you're going to see if you're taking a sunrise walk on the beach, depending on where you are in Duck. Or you might see something like this. That brings us to the agenda item at hand. And I'm just going to briefly go through our ordinance, which is quite simple. You can't have any unattended items on the beach between 8 a.m. or 5 p.m. and 8 a.m. So you can't set up before 8 a.m. in the morning. And then you got to take it down in the evening and take it off the beach. No tents or cabanas or sunshades can be greater than 12 by 12 in size, and they can't be any taller than 9 feet. Tents may not be any closer than 10 feet from each other. You'll notice in this picture, there are 2 tents that are pretty much right next to each other. I'm going to touch on that a little further on. No tents or umbrellas may be set up any closer to than 15 feet from the toe of the dune. This can be a problem in the heat of the summer when the beach is narrow at high tide and you're in Four Seasons and some other places before we had nourishment. Tents by their location may not block the line of sight of the lifeguard stand. So if the lifeguards are sitting in their stand and they can't see because of tents, they can ask them to be moved. What's actually happening though? When we're out on the beach on a July 4th and 5th day. You're getting tents that are set up at 6:38 in the morning. And who's getting those messages? I am. In fact, I get them from some other people here today. This is actually in Four Seasons. You'll notice that also the 2 tents are right next to each other, which is a violation. They also don't end up leaving the beach at the end of the day. In fact, they snub their nose at us and they put them right on the dune in front of our dune rebuilding, keep off the dune signs. Not once, not twice. These are just the pictures I have. They even snub their nose at the communities where they set up. And this is in Ocean Crest where they have a sign in addition to what we have out there, and they still leave the stuff up overnight. You see the tent is mangled and on its upside because we probably had a windy evening. And that's where it ends up the next day. Now, in our ideal world, we end up picking them up. And that's a load that was picked up by Merrick. Some of you may not think this is a problem, but why is this becoming a problem? The number of businesses, when we first implemented our ordinance, there were probably 2 businesses that did this service. Now there's 12 that we have record of. Education and enforcement are difficult at 6:30 in the morning. We don't have guards out there at 6:30 in the morning. We don't have I'm not out there at 6:30 in the morning because I don't live here anymore. And late at night, there's no one there after 6 o'clock to say, take these off the beach. It used to be they were setting up tents. That's not all they're setting up anymore. You can see they've got chairs, they've got buckets, they've got cornhole boards. Some vendors actually bring out blenders and boom boxes. The complaints from communities, residents, owners, and visitors are increasing. I only just started tracking this in 2020. So I have data from 2020 and emails and messages from 2020 and 2021. If I had thought about it in 2017 or 2018, I might have been recording it then as well, but I didn't. As you saw from the pictures, equipment is often left on the beach or dune overnight, and sometimes it's even chained to private beach accesses. Not the people that are renting the products. Some owners see this as a problem they can solve by removing the items from the beach themselves. That becomes a vigilante act. That's not something we want to encourage because there's no ordinance that says anybody can do this. They could actually be charged for theft. Equipment providers tend to park illegally, have blocked beach accesses to emergency vehicles in the past. We had an incident this past year where a vendor showed up at Sound Sea Village, which is one of our 2-3 beach accesses for our emergency services and ocean rescue. They were parked in the access and there was a call for somebody having a heart attack. They were only there for a few minutes, but that could have been the difference between life and death. Unattended equipment limits other beachgoers from using and enjoying the limited recreational beach. By the end of the day, or by 9:30, if you went out to this beach and you just had your big beach bag and your umbrella, you're probably not going to find a spot because there's umbrellas out there. Last but not least, I'm sure you all know this, but we don't have a public works department. So we rely on surf rescue to handle enforcement of this for the most part. So I've mentioned a couple of times what people are saying. This is what stakeholders are saying. One of the messages I got, I believe this was from Four Seasons, is Town of Duck Dune Ordinance Goal Number 1 states preserve, protect, and enhance the Atlantic Ocean shoreline and ensure future generations are able to enjoy its beauty and bounty and can continue to use the beach and water for active and passive recreation and leisure activities. They question specifically the commercialization of our beaches and how that line is not in line with this goal. They feel like there's a negative impact on the family atmosphere when you have party tents out there. And they are concerned about the lasting impact of commercializing public beach space for the benefit of a few while ignoring the impacts of others. And I apologize, as it gets lower in the screen, it gets a little more difficult to read, so forgive me. Several of the communities that I received letters from support the ban of commercial for-profit activities on the beach. They are not necessarily looking for us to ban tents as much as to ban the commercial product that results. I'm sure you want to know what everybody else is doing. Locally, we've got Southern Shores. Their ordinance pretty much mimics ours, except they allow tents to go up at 7 versus us at 8. Kitty Hawk can't have anything out there from sunrise to sunset, or from sunset to sunrise, subject to removal by the town. I'm going to repeat that a couple of times and you'll understand why. Kill Devil Hills, nothing overnight, subject to removal by the town. Nag's Head, they have an allowance for stuff to be out till 8 p.m. at night, but needs to be and cannot go up before 7 a.m. So just modifications on the time, subject to removal by the town. And why do I say that? Because they have a public works. They have a public works department. I went outside of the local municipalities and I checked on some other beach towns along the East Coast. Bethany Beach does not allow any tents, cabanas, sports umbrellas. The only thing they allow are 8 foot in diameter or smaller umbrellas and baby tents. And what's that look like? That is similar to what we would see, but I don't think you're going to leave your umbrella up every night. Rehoboth Beach, similar, just umbrellas. Myrtle Beach doesn't allow any tents between May and September. I'm getting ready to go to Myrtle Beach this weekend, so I'll let you know what it looks like. Ocean Isle, North Carolina, no cabanas, tents, or awnings. Holden Beach does not allow such items as large tents, awnings, canopies, or canopies to be set up. They do allow umbrellas and small pop-up tents for babies. Ocean City limits the size. We allow a 12 by 12 tent. Ocean City says you have to keep your tents below an 8 by 6. That's kind of small. South Beach, Florida, you think some of the towns here are a little more tight? They don't allow anything on the beach. No coolers, inflatable devices, tents, tables, or similar structures. So that brings us to your discussion. We have some stakeholder input. What I gave you in your handout was the regulations locally, as well as emails and letters. I've got letters from Ocean Crest subdivision, Four Seasons subdivision, Schooner Ridge,
and Port Trinity. Each one of them have a consistent message that the commercialization is what they're most concerned about. From staff perspective, and I believe Merrick is online, so he can chime in. The enforcement aspect of this is difficult for surf rescue. 6:30 in the morning is when these tents are going up. This is when we're getting messages, or we're getting messages at 8 o'clock at night saying they're still there. And oh, by the way, they're chained to my access. We don't have a public works department to deal with that. And Merrick has a staff, but they work typically from 7 a.m. to 6 p.m., not 6:30 in the morning. And if anybody's taking care of this, you know who's taking care of it's Merrick. So the question is, based on the stakeholder input we have, do you want staff to solicit more feedback to see if this group of, this information I have now is widespread, or whether it's unique to just these communities? Another option is send it to the planning board, let them take a look at it and see what they say. Obviously, if we did that, we would encourage Robert being involved to see, make sure we're not violating any rights. Surf Rescue needs to be involved in that discussion, because without a public works department, they are going to be the ones that are taking care of this. When we look at an ordinance revision, we can, options that we have talked about, and I believe Ocean Crest brings this up in their letter, you know, restrict the number of vendors. We can do that through special use permits or implementing use permits. We can also have a lottery system as to who can operate in the town of Duck. When we had our peddlers ordinance, we had 2. They started fighting. We said, you're done. You can't do it anymore. One of the emails I included in your packet says, you got to fine them. Well, we only have a $50 fine. And honestly, the trouble it takes for me to issue a fine for $50, it's more trouble than it's worth. I don't know what the limits are on that. And I honestly don't know whether it would matter if you have 4 tents up in front of Ocean Crest and they're each paying $1,000 for the week. You got to make that fine pretty stiff in order for them to actually care. And I believe, I'm not sure if we have the allowance for people to talk, but I think there's somebody here that might say they don't care. I've got an email that I sent. We started sending emails to all the tents last year in 2020, when this really became a hot topic, saying, these are your regulations. We're hoping that you're going to work with us on this. Sent it again in May the following year. And I've got like 3 or 4 emails to the same company because they kept doing the same thing in different locations over and over. They don't care. And outside of that, I'm open to thoughts and suggestions and questions.
Sandy, I'll start the discussion off. I agree with your assessment on the commercialization of tents. I see nothing wrong with tents on the beach, but there's a real equity issue, and that is the family that comes in, rents a house, can't afford to have someone set up their tents and their chairs and their bars, and they go down at 9 o'clock in the morning and there's no space. So, I mean, I think it's a big equity issue, but I think also we don't really want commercialization on the beach. We don't allow people to sell things on the beach, and in theory, they are selling things on the beach by basically selling a setup.
And so I included Currituck's ordinance language in there. It got a little crazy because Currituck really does, they have a different dynamic up there because you can drive on the beach and so on and so forth. But, you know, I forget where I was going with this.
Commercialization.
Yeah.
Oh, the Venmo and PayPal. They don't allow, none of the communities allow commercial activity on the beach. You know, you can't go up to somebody and say, here's your $50 for bringing me like chairs. Everything is done through Venmo, credit cards, PayPal. So no activity actually occurs on the beach, but it's still happening. And so the question becomes, what do we want to do about it? Do we want to do anything? We don't have to do anything. But I think I have enough from residents, owners, visitors that suggest to me, and I talk to Merrick all the time, this is a difficult problem. How do you have a wonderful beach town and be fair to everybody else that just want to go to the beach? But when they get there, they can't even find a place to sit because there's a tent with nobody under it.
Yeah, as I said before, I think it's an equity issue personally. And I'd be in favor of disallowing commercialization of basically setting up on the beach. You know, if you want to rent something to the people at the house, run it to them and let them set it up themselves. But I think in fairness to those residents and non-residents and visitors that in fact don't have that kind of money, I mean, I think it's a fair thing to do. I think going the extra step that we have done by allowing people to not only rent, but to put it on the beach is probably something we should really, I think, move away from. It is a public beach and it should be equitable for everybody. My opinion.
Are you accepting questions from the audience?
No.
Okay.
This is a working session right now between staff and council. They're welcome to talk to council or staff, you know, when we conclude.
Or they can send me an email.
Other comments from council or questions?
Well, I appreciate the bringing this to our attention, Sandy, and certainly you've given us a lot to look at and think about. I've sat on the council, and I think, in fact, the last time I think we saw Merrick come to talk to us, you know, he does talk about the tents, and maybe he just doesn't want to vocalize it as specifically as you are. But my point here is that he has said that there's been issues, but that he's been able to overcome them. But I'm hearing differently from you. And I'm also hearing, I really think that when, and I think this is a general statement, when staff hears about issues, I think they should be copying council so that we get the same impact that you as staff are getting. Because, you know, when I hear this built up frustration, it is coming at a little bit of you know, I didn't know about it because we've talked about it with Merrick a couple of years. And he has, you know, said, yes, there's some offenders and I don't disagree, but I don't want to be rash about just making a wholesale change, you know, just on the basis of what we've gotten today. I would not be in favor of just changing our rule today because I don't think we have enough information.
And I would certainly recommend, I mean, my thought would be, let's have planning board take a look at it. Maybe I hear surveys are in order sometimes. So, you know, polling or getting more feedback from more people than ones that complain.
Right.
You know?
I don't know that.
And when I say complain, I don't mean complain. I mean, they have legitimate rights to say,
absolutely.
You know, they've been out in front of my house for the last 4 days at 6:30 in the morning.
Property. Right. That's ridiculous. And
so I think there's room for definitely direction from you guys.
Well, I think we have two different issues here. One is what Merrick talked about in the past is always the chairs and tents that were left on the beach. That's one thing. The second thing is now the commercialization of basically the early setups and therefore the lack of public beach for others to use. So I think we got two issues. And Merrick always talked about what was left on the beach overnight, and we had him do the sweeps and that type of thing. I think this is a little different issue right now.
I think Merrick would like to speak.
I think this is besides that issue. We have a lot of work to do about this if we expect to accomplish it. I mean, the planning board, the attorney, we'll have to change the ordinance. And if the vendors are scoffing at a $50 fine, then we have to figure out a better way to get their attention. And if it means that you can't do business in this town, if you're not going to follow the rules, so be it. But we've got to put, you know, that's all got to be put down on paper.
Well, and
then on top of it, who's going to do the enforcement? That's in my opinion, that's the biggest issue. Because Merrick's guys they're working right during the day, and they're not going to if they come on duty at 7. I don't know what time they usually get on the beach because they're not up by me. But whatever time they usually get on the beach, if it's before 8 o'clock in the morning and things are out there already, now there's going to be a huge delay to the start of their day in order to take care of this problem. So we have to figure out a mechanism to enforce this if we're going to do that.
Merrick or Sandy, or you want to comment before Merrick speaks?
I was just gonna say, this isn't something we're gonna be accomplished for this summer. Because they've already got contracts and people were renting their homes and giving them information who they can rent from. I don't think it's anything we're gonna accomplish. We can start working on it now.
Right.
And we won't be able to enforce anything until next year. So we really got 6-7 months to come up with a plan.
Well, unless we want to really work on some kind of enforcement mechanism,
That would be part of it also.
yeah, which outside of maybe the scope of what Merrick's people are doing, because that is an issue, there's nobody out there to monitor it on and see the repeat offenders. I mean, you can hear from folks or see their debris or their what they consider removal off the beach, which isn't removal. I mean, you could see maybe by their logo or something who the repeat offenders are. But I think certainly some enforcement this summer would be something we could look at. But I agree with you that it's going to take a bit. They are wildly popular with rental folks that come down here on vacation. I'll just say that throughout the Outer Banks. I mean,
they're not having to load their car up with everything.
Well, and they love the convenience, right?
Everything's there for them in the morning. I mean, I see it at our beach.
Yeah.
And they're out there at 6 o'clock, 6:30 in the morning unloading.
Merrick, do you want to come in on the discussion?
Yeah. Good. Can you hear me okay?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. There are several issues here. It isn't just the commercialization, isn't just that. It's just the sheer volume of what they're putting out on the beach. And so not only would we have to limit, I think, the numbers if you're going to allow them, but also, as Sandy had already mentioned, maybe a lottery system and a sign-up system for the vendors. And we have preferred vendors. And if you're not a preferred vendor, you're not allowed to rent in town. It's become overwhelming. And we're in town at 8 o'clock. Obviously, we respond to calls 24/7, but we're in town at 8 o'clock. We don't start patrolling till 9. And our primary responsibility is all of a sudden, reduced the amount of time that we're able to spend on it if we are spending time on this issue. And we've done the best that we can. I think it's gotten to the point now where something else has to happen in order for us to continue to do our job effectively, and then also to be able to provide the service for the townspeople and the visitors that come to town, in order for them to have this sort of equipment, but then also keep it fair for the people that don't have the money or can't afford to do that additional cost, because they are expensive. And I agree with Sandy, Councilman Sandy, that it would be hard pressed to get it because they are already taking reservations. And so, but I think the push should be that we could have everything finished maybe by the end of the summer or early fall, so that it can be in place, and all the vendors, that we would use and or allow would be notified, and those that can't or will not be allowed, will also be notified, so that the people who are using the service can use the service. One interesting point, and I might have a picture in my presentation, during the beach nourishment, there was plenty of room for everybody. After the nourishment, there was so much beach that it was, wasn't an issue. It's just that anything south of Old Duck, the beach varies so much, and it's limited. And that's where we really are having a problem. So that's all I wanted to say. Thanks.
I think, the use permit concept is a great method or mechanism to get us to a point where we can pick and choose if they violated, and you get an X mark. And I mean, Joe can probably speak to it more once we get into that discussion, but I think there are methods that we can use to limit the violators, and they're going to eventually, we can push them out in some aspect. We can make them aware that this discussion is going to start this year. And oh, by the way, we're going to be taking notes, and take that to the board when we start getting to an ordinance revision. If it becomes an ordinance revision, I'm not sure if a privilege license or privilege use requires an ordinance, or it would be something in the legislative aspect. So, I think there's things that we can start working on now to make them aware that we're looking at this. And so you better be on your best behavior, because if you're not, we're going to be taking notes. And I will be soliciting that assistance from all the eyes and ears out in Duck.
Could we design a mechanism or a system or something to start tracking violators as we can identify them?
It's mostly going to be eyes and ears. The
Yeah.
public, the residents. I'm going to have to count on them.
Yeah.
And I know I have several communities that are very vocal and that will continue to feed me information. It's just a matter of me tracking them. Like I'll make a folder for easy tent rentals. I'll make a folder.
I think it's your suggestion about the letter though, right now is important. Send them out to them this year and say, look, you know, these are the rules. If you don't follow them, there's going to be changes and you may not be on this roster next year.
Yeah, I mean, last May, we sent out our pre-season email that said, hey, these are our regulations. Please abide by them. We can do that a little earlier this year, maybe do Easter and say, hey, these are our regulations. Let's remind you again. And oh, by the way, we're going to be monitoring impacts this summer.
There are changes coming, and if you expect to survive it, you better follow the rules.
So
I think that the council, planning board and staff should have a group meeting to go over this at maybe one of our mid-month meetings.
I think we should also consider surveying the public, residents, non-residents, property owners.
we can work on a survey to run back through you to make sure you're comfortable with the questions we're asking. I think Donna has a question or a comment.
Yeah, Merrick, are you still on?
I can barely, is it on?
Yeah.
Merrick, are you still on?
So hopefully he can hear me, but just as you guys are deliberating on where to go, Merrick, I just want to talk about what you all do with stuff left on the beach, including if it's the commercial vendors doing it. So go ahead and explain when you choose to clean up the beach, where you put it, and I'll take it from there, because I think that's an important part of the discussion that Sandy brought up, because we don't have public work. So what you do, where it ends up, and how we deal with it.
And that could be an immediate change that we implement, because I think that's probably what we do now is too soft.
It's difficult. I mean, you have to understand it. And just like you have your daily chores that your firefighters are doing around the firehouse, but as soon as something comes in that you've got to take care of, it's in the engine, it's in the truck, they're responding to calls. Whereas we're on the beach and our primary responsibility is to be watching the people, and the four-wheelers are patrolling, and just to have them pick up a broken tent and move it or try and reduce it so that we can get it off the beach is going to take them anywhere from 30 to 45 minutes. I mean, how many times have you tried wrestling one? We cut them up, but it takes in order to take care of it. And so I try not to have them do any of that during the day. And we try, the captain, whoever's in the truck, or, I can use them periodically. I'll use the side-by-sides to clean some stuff up, but it becomes an issue, and that our primary responsibility is obviously the safety of the people on the beach, including, the first aid response and all that stuff. So, it's me or whoever the captain is in the truck going to pick that stuff up on a regular basis. So we usually wait until the end of the day. There have been a few times where Sandy's called me and said, hey, this stuff's locked up. Can you go take care of it? And we took care of it. It's locked to a sand fence, and we're like going, this is crazy. And I at one time filled up the back of 2 trucks just going to Four Seasons from the Southtown line. And the majority of it was one contractor. Well, I'll just leave them out of this right now. So it's gotten to be very lucrative for them. So they're going to do whatever they can. And I just feel like there's got to be something, at least something in place for this summer. Not necessarily, I think what I'm thinking or what Sandy's thinking, but maybe a better enforcement of the ordinance or you know, I don't know. I really don't know what the answer is. We've been wrestling this. I looked at some of my old presentations since 2010. And when it was just people bringing their own tents out, not all these commercial vendors. And so I've thrown my hands up. I don't know what the answer truly is with this.
Well, and I might add that, you know, it was originally just owners bringing their tents and they didn't want to take their tents down. So they hired people to do that. Typically, and this doesn't speak to necessarily the tents, but the other equipment that ends up overnight on the beach, Merrick will take back when he does a run, he'll take back, it goes to the fire department, it sits by the dumpster. It doesn't end up in the dumpster necessarily. And that's probably the quickest way we send a message to these vendors is that if it's there and we pick it up, you are not getting it out unless you're dumpster diving. And that could be an effective means to help squash some of the activities that are currently happening.
How would we charge them a daily rate to get it back?
Again, that involves staff manpower to do that.
Yeah.
Like I've got to then record it. How do I know it's yours if it doesn't have a name on it? You know, that this becomes complicated more than just putting it in the dumpster.
I like that.
So to the same point, I just wanted to make sure we hit that point, because what Merrick staff will do, they'll bring it back to the fire department. If it's broken, it goes in the dumpster, no big deal. If it's not broken, we have been kind and gentle, we'll set it next to the dumpster, and then people the next day, they don't have their stuff, they talk to a lifeguard, they might call Sandy, they can come look for it and come get it. So to back to that chain of custody piece he was concerned about. We have had interactions with the commercial vendors that are not happy when they come back and get their stuff, and then we have to deal with that. But it didn't get thrown out there, you know, was trying to put it by the dumpsters, and then they were able to retrieve it. So there is that background that I just want you all aware of as you decide going forward how to enforce just cleaning the beach and then where does it go and what you want them to. That's what we've been doing for years. But
and we can certainly make it clear this spring that if it's collected overnight, if it's there before 8 a.m. or after a certain hour and it's collected, it's not going to be available to recover.
I don't know off the top of my head, but in the ordinance, does it say anything about stuff left on the beach being discarded?
Yes.
And so if it's left on the beach after 8 o'clock at night or 6 o'clock, whatever our number is, and we pick it up, now it's no longer the property of whoever it was because it's deemed discarded and it can go in the garbage. Who cares? You know, until you start hitting these people in their pocket,
right,
it's not going to make a difference.
That the items left between those hours should be considered litter, may be subject to removal and disposal.
Yeah, just throw it out.
And I think that needs to be clear to not just the commercial vendors, but all visitors with property management companies saying, as a reminder, because it's not just commercial vendors, but it's probably folks that are just getting an early start.
And I'm probably running over on time, but Christian, correct me if I'm wrong, we have something like that in our brochure already, don't we? We do. But we can certainly reiterate that in e-news and we can do social media posts,
property managers and
stuff.
things.
Yeah.
Well, we're near the end of the time, Sandy, but I think probably two things that for staff to address. One being the items left on the beach, which is what we were just talking about. And then secondly, the commercialization. And I think, you know, staff can go back and start gathering data, perhaps consider a survey, certainly communications. And I think they're kind of two separate issues, even though they're intertwined. So do you need anything else from council?
Not at this time. I think we got some pretty good direction from you today. Thank you for your time.
Thanks for the reading
Thank you, Sandy.
material.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Yeah, and once you read it, you might be like, okay, this is, you know.
Okay, we're going to break and we're going to break until 2:50.
Hands overhead, let's everybody move. Deep knee bends. So we have to send to Flash. They just left.
We're back in session. We're now going to hear from Merrick, our surf rescue contractor. We'll provide an update regarding service providing during the past summer and plans for the coming summer. Merrick, how are you today?
I'm good. How are you, sir?
Good.
I guess I need to pull up I'm going to share my screen and pull up a PowerPoint that I've prepared that you guys have probably seen so many times that it's boring, but it'll have the current numbers. Well, and looking at the numbers, this last year was our 22nd year of providing service for the town of Duck. I just started looking at some of the old presentations to see some of the things, and our population on our beach 20 years ago was around 180,000 people, which compared to today, we're probably 2.5 to 3 times that. Our staff in 2021, it takes about 35 people just to run the stands and everything in Duck. We've got a total of 18 guards plus a captain in the town. So this is about what it takes to run it, giving them their days off and also all the training that we do. Bob Mack, believe it or not, and Jim Massacre, 2 of the oldest lifeguards in the country, I believe, are still helping out quite a bit. Bob with the training, and then also towards the end of the season when we start running short of guards, and Jim helps for training and also supervises the park service for me when we need him to. Sylvia Wolf is the captain. She's training in competition, so she helps us with our first aid. She's a paramedic for the state of North Carolina, but also does the training for us, which is the first aid part is around 100 hours now currently. The preseason training, as I mentioned, includes a lot of first aid stuff.
Yes. Just to interrupt you, but there's no presentation on the screen. Are you trying to? I don't know if you had a presentation that you wanted up there.
I wish you'd have said something sooner. I guess I was talking too much. Hang on. How about now?
There we go.
Sorry about that.
There you go.
I spend a lot of time in a truck. I'm not in front of the computer like a lot of other people. There's our staff. Like I said, it's about 35 people. Bob and Jim, as you can see, they're kind of old. One of the pictures I looked at the other day, Bob's hair was actually black. Sylvia, training and competition. Our preseason training includes CPR for the professional rescuer and then the first responder course, which I was telling you about. I think it's roughly around 100 hours with the first responder and the CPR, and the EMT now in the state of North Carolina is like 140. So they're just short of being EMTs. We also do quite a bit of physical training and swim training, of course, because that's our primary responsibility. It's what we hire them for, is if somebody gets in trouble in the water, they've got to be able to take care of this. In the one picture over here, we actually do some role play stuff, and that is in order to get the lifeguards ready to deal with visitors on the beach. Just some more pictures of the open water training, the paddle boards right in the big arrow, but then our primary tool that we use are the buoys and fins that you see in a couple of the pictures. ATV training, because we do have 4 to 6 ATVs on the beach at any point in time. So we do need to make sure that they understand how to use them. Honda came out with a training course years and years ago, and we've tried to mimic that training course in order to make sure that our guards are prepared for anything that they have. We also do a little bit of wildlife education as far as beach trainings, which we do see quite a few turtles, but then we also get the random porpoise, dolphin, basking shark, and whales as we see sometimes, but and birds, which we get quite a few birds. The lifeguards are on duty from 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. I know we had discussed it a little bit in the tent process, but in the stands, they're on from 10 to 6. The patrols, the lifeguards patrol from 9 a.m. to 8 p.m. So they're on the beach patrolling from 9 a.m. to 8 p.m. Operationally in town, they start at 8, so they're getting ready. The captain's in town in order to make sure that everybody's, getting ready and doing their job, and they're on till 8 o'clock at night. The patrols are staggered, so we start our patrols at 9, then we have a couple more come in at 10, and then a few more come in at 12, so the majority of the guards are on the beach from 12 to 4, which is when the majority of the people are on the beach. And then we start staggering them as we pull them off the beach. These were the 2021 stand locations. And for 2022, we'll be adding a couple. Here you'll see the 5 stands that are north of the pier. And if you notice a gap between the 2 green flags, which is Caffey's Inlet and Sprigtail Drive. And then the south stands from Barrier Island Station down to Plover Drive. And there also is quite a large area on the south end of town that we don't really have a fixed stand presence, but we do have patrols. 2021 recap. Memorial Day to Labor Day, we had 483,697 people if we had a turnstile for them to come through. We're probably missing about anywhere from 5 to 15% of the population because of the time that we start counting to the time that we finish counting. Overlaps during lunch. And so we probably missed some people that have gone in for lunch or come out for lunch. So there's probably a little bit of a difference. And then you see the total visitation in Southern Shores around 176,000. Missing patrons. Southern Shores, there were 2, and Duck, there were 6. Again, I was looking because I was looking for anything interesting, and our biggest year, we had 23 missing people in Duck. And this was prior to putting the beach signs on where we labeled the streets and everything. And also prior to the number of lifeguard stands that we have and the numbering of the lifeguard stands in order for people to actually get a good bearing and have a landmark that they can look at. Total medical incidents in Duck, 143. EMS is where we called for an ambulance, would be 27. Red Flag Day 6. This was an interesting summer in that probably the first week of July, it went flat. And then we had a couple of days, I think they were over weekends, where it got up to about 4.5 feet. But for the most part, it was flat. I mean, lake flat through July and August. And then all of a sudden, when September hit, we started getting regular storms and having regular surf through the end of October. Our educational advisories have obviously increased over time. I saw where in one of my presentations, we did a little over 2,000 educational advisories. Well, that's nothing. We can do that in a week now. And as you see, we're doing over 71,000 educational advisories where we're talking to people and making sure that they understand the dangers and hazards that the ocean presents. Rescues, I like to see where we've been in the past. So we had about 42 rescues. Again, I'd like to point out that we had a pretty much flat beach, flat ocean from, July, the 1st to 2nd week of July till the end of August. And so we had a few rescues at the beginning when the season and the water were still relatively cold. And I think nothing until the end of August. And then in September, we started having a few more. The least number of rescues that we've had was 3, and that was in 2005, I believe. And then the most number is probably equivalent to 224. I think it was 231, and that was in like 2010. But we've seen a definite reduction in rescues because I feel and I hope that we're doing an effective job as far as providing the educational advisories and telling people, hey, this is dangerous. Don't swim here right now. And please be careful, those sorts of things. The equipment and number stands, you'll see this equipment on the beach again this summer. We have the truck that's got a couple of paddle boards on it. We have four-wheelers, side-by-sides, and then the lifeguard stand with the number in it. This stand happens to be in front of Ocean Pines. So it's the furthest stand north. That number is going to change this year. It'll probably be number 18, but it'll still be the furthest stand north. So what we're hoping to do this summer, and of course it's going to be with council's approval and also with the HOA that provides the people of Charles Jenkins, is we'd like to put a stand at Charles Jenkins. And that'll help cover some of that area down there in the south part of town from Plover Drive to Charles Jenkins. There is another option. We could split that area in half and probably put it at East Tuckahoe. But again, we're going to have to make sure that we have permission and also parking for the lifeguards in order for them to be able to effectively do their job. On the north end, we'd like to put one in at Mallard again, with permission from the HOA there at Mallard, and provided that we can get parking for that stand. And this will bring our lifeguards, total number of guards on the beach, to 18. There is a large area north of Ocean Pines that doesn't have any lifeguard stands. Even though it's increased in its population over time, we're still able to effectively cover that area with four-wheelers and be able to advise everybody up in that area. There is a four-wheeler that's basically assigned from Ocean Pines to the North Town line. And that's their sole responsibility, is to make sure that they talk to everybody in there and make them know and are aware of the hazards that are there in front of them. And then tell them how to, either handle that sort of problem. And again, every Sanderling access has a ring buoy with a line, which is part of our lifeguard mantra is reach, throw, row. And what somebody added one time was take something and go. So that would be a ring buoy and then or a paddle board or a boogie board. Thanks. And then we'll just open the floor for questions. If you have
any questions for Merrick?
Merrick, this is Monica. Thanks for that overview. On those different colored stands, you had a red and a green flag. I noticed that meant how long the stand was up. So the blue flag meant that if I got it right, was, sort of end of June through August 5th or something,
right,
or, somewhere in there. And then the green flags were the longer. What was the flag down on the southern end of town? Was that a blue flag?
Green.
The one that I put at Charles Jenkins?
Yes.
It would have been a red flag, and and I know that's kind of confusing.
Yeah, what was that was my next question. What was the red?
I think the red flag was a new lifeguard stand. And even though some of the others were still relatively new, that had a red flag, but they've been in place for 3 years, 2 years, these slides are old. So I just pulled them out of my archive to use them. And we had talked about this a few years ago, 2019, and we're just getting around to implementing it.
What is the proposed date of the southern lifeguard stand then?
It's going to be probably the third week. It depends on when I get everybody trained and operational. It could be that we start that the first week of June, right after Memorial Day weekend. But it's we're still in the planning phase as far as training, when we start training and when we finish training, and how many people that we have in order to provide that service.
So it might be the third week of June till August 5th, or it might be a little bit longer.
Yeah, more than likely, it's going to be a little bit longer. It's probably going to be closer to the first week of June, if not right during Memorial Day weekend.
Is that the same plan for the new lifeguard stand up in Ocean Pines?
Correct.
Thank you.
Have you had conversations with either Ocean Crest or Tuckahoe yet with respect to the stand?
No, we have not. And I'm sure that's something that we need to do. I wanted to make sure that, I guess presenting this right now is, are we okay to go ahead with this? And then we'll contact them and determine which one or where is the best place for it. And if neither one of those are it, then we'll find another place.
And when you put the red flags up, will you put red flags up all the way till the end of your contract time, which is like middle of October? Or do you just not put them up, or do you just rely on like public service announcements into the fall?
Last year was interesting because all of a sudden everybody wanted to know when how late the red flags were going to stay up. And normally we go till the end of September, and that we'll put the red flags up through the end of September. But all this that started happening with COVID 2 years ago, increased population on the beach. People want to know, well, we're going to keep them out later. And we have our equipment out probably until the third week of October, but it takes us about a week or so to get everything down and put away. So if we did have a big event and we felt like it was beneficial to have the flags up, we were putting the flags up. But we had a couple days, I believe, that were kind of like rainy, overcast, and that were large, and there was nobody on the beach. So we decided to save the flag, save the poles, save the manpower, and just focus on the people that were on the beach, which were mostly just walkers.
Got it. Thank you.
How are you doing on staffing? Are you having any issues this year?
I have all kinds of issues, but
we know
I'm very fortunate in the demographics as far as the population of people that we hire. And I think the reputation that we've developed over time, and we get some really good kids that are college age kids. Again, back to our biggest issue is at the end of the season, having enough lifeguards to finish out the season through the end of September, through Labor Day, in order to keep the stands manned. And last year was tough. I mean, I pull in a lot of old guards that know, hey, I can come down to the beach, get paid, have a vacation sort of, and a free place to stay, because I do have housing that I can provide for them if they come down for the last week or two. But getting the people to stay through Labor Day, schools are starting early and earlier, makes it more difficult. So we have enough.
What happened to the program, I think it was 2 years ago, for the Australians to come up here?
Right. So the first thing that happened was they denied them entry into the country. And then the next year, Australia was denying people exit of the country. And then this year, in the initial part of the contract, I asked for more money in order to gradually increase the salaries up to $16 an hour. And what ended up happening was we went right to $15 an hour, and we're at $15.50 for some and $16 for others now. So we kind of absorbed that money into that part of the contract, and the legal fees that we had spent the first couple of years, well, basically that was spent. So now we just reallocated that money in order to pay for other things that we probably would have had to ask for.
Thank you.
Yeah, everybody's, I mean, if you watch the news at all, you're aware that, salaries are increasing. I think that I've seen a dishwasher advertised for $18 an hour, and we're paying people that are risking their lives to some extent $15 an hour. So we're competing a little bit with that. And then the housing issue that's come up of late, since there is no housing, we get it done.
Mayor, are you servicing the National Park Service again this year, or are you doing Southern Shores and Duck, or what other contracts do you have?
We have Southern Shores, Duck, and the National Park Service. And then Dare County had the swimming hole. And as of late, we're not really sure what's going to happen with that. They were thinking about closing that altogether and possibly putting one lifeguard stand down in the Rodanthe Waves area. But that discussion hasn't come up.
Got it.
I've hired people specifically for the national park. I mean, it's kind of crazy the response that we've had for people that want to work in the park. And so I have to provide housing there as well. And I've probably hired 10 people. I maybe need 12 to fully staff the park, but I've hired 10 people already to staff the park.
Wow.
Which is a change for us.
Mm-hmm.
Any additional questions for Eric?
I'd just like to thank you for your service to the town. We've always been able to rely on you and your expertise and have a great deal of confidence. And I know I do personally in your leadership of the team on something that's really vital. So thank you so much.
Well, thank you, Monica. I also want to point out the fact that I do get some great kids and I get them to stay with me for, 6-7 years, and they move up into supervisory positions and they do a great job. I mean, I've got 2 that are helping me with the hiring process right now. And we are probably going to end up hiring 22 new people this year just through attrition. And that is huge in order to, one, find the candidates, get them interviewed primarily before I can interview them and just see what their mettle is made out of. And they've done a great job. Ellie Gardell and also Carolyn Clissold, who's one of my captains, and Ellie is one of the lieutenants. They help out quite a bit. It's a thankless job, but they do a great job at it.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mark. Appreciate it.
Yes, sir.
Have a good day.
Thank you.
All right, we're going to go on and have a discussion of the Property Advisory Committee. This is deferred from a couple of discussions, one in December and one at the last council meeting. The situation, I won't say issue, but the situation was whether or not we wanted to form a Property Advisory Committee consisting of 6 or 7 individuals from property owners, business managers, et cetera, to kind of advise the Community Development Department with respect to projects and ideas and vision with respect to the town. We had a lot of discussion. There was a lot of concern about whether or not we needed a standing committee, or in fact, it would be better to put together a committee as project came forward. There was also a discussion with respect to the focus of such a committee and whether or not, they would be blue sky, or if in fact they would work in the direction of council and or staff. Joe, is there anything you or Drew would want to add to that scenario before we open up discussion here?
There, you had the last council meeting, had some information in your packets that describe some of the options that you might have, some of the key questions to think about. And at this point, I don't think staff has anything else to add to that as far as additional information. At this point, you're just seeking guidance from the council as you look at this and determine how you'd like to go about it. But we're glad to look into anything else you have if you need additional.
Drew, anything you want to add at all? I think we can open up and have a discussion here about council. I would certainly caution us on trying to make any firm decision today with council member Tony Shiano not being here today, because I think we should have input from all 5 members of council. My concern all the way along, and I'll start the discussion, has been the focus of such a group. I would be in favor. Certainly we want public input, and there's several ways to get public input. And probably one good example of advisory committee was when we did the pedestrian plan back in 2013, 2014 with a single charter. And of course, that was a much larger group. That type of activity to me seems worthwhile if in fact we have a project and we want to get more input, before we take it to the general public. but to just organize a committee and basically, as I see it, kind of develop ideas for the town. I mean, I looked at that internally and probably staff and or council are better suited to in fact do that, but certainly a committee for some projects would probably make sense. I guess my biggest issue is of one of focus. And, you know, we have an art decor committee and their focus is to, you know, provide art for the facilities here. And they do it on a rotating basis and they have a charter and it works well. But I wouldn't see this advisory committee working like that. I think they would, well, work liking that, you know, working like that, but having a focus on a single project. And so I'm kind of hesitant to, in fact, just assign a committee. I would rather see it being project oriented or project directed. And that's kind of my opinion. And I open it up now for more discussion by council.
I think, and Joe and Drew can clear this up if I'm wrong about it, but I think that the description of the responsibility of this committee as given by Joe in our last meeting is not necessarily, it's not at all for the proposed committee to figure things out. They're going to be led by the staff, and staff will reach out to them when they have a project that they're working on to get input from this committee, who will be a wide array of people. So I think it's a misconception that they're going to be developing ideas on their own. And if that's what I'm hearing that you're concerned about. And so if I'm wrong about that, I expect one of you two will correct me about it.
The draft as it was given to the council is along the lines of what Councilman Mindy just referenced. In other words, the process will be largely as the committee would need as needed by staff.
So that being said, is almost exactly what you thought was the right thing to do. But we'll establish a committee, and then the staff will be in control of what it is that they reach out to this committee for advice about. So my own opinion is that it's a great idea because we can always use more input from the community.
I was thinking of, I heard your objections to the idea of the blue sky, I'll call it, you know, just coming up with ideas. And I didn't interpret it that way either. But I was thinking to myself, well, what would staff ask about? And of course, we did have an advisory committee when we were developing some of the elements of the town, specifically the playground equipment. And so that to me was what I was envisioning would be things to do with the public asset, the park that we own, and perhaps other, I was trying to think of what other ideas the town, unless there was something along the sidewalk, or, you know, should we put, you know, some element along the trail or something like that, that the staff might want to explore. It gives them a little bit more feedback, or someone to delegate to mull it over before bringing it, I would imagine, to town council. So it's just one more layer of input, much like the planning board input that we get. But specifically, I was thinking that the playground equipment that's going to be needing to be replaced, that seems like a great project to start with, or something to do with the park itself. I don't know if there's anything out on the boardwalk or something, but it would have to just definitely be something that the town was in control of, that we were looking to do something with. So yeah, I mean, playground equipment, it was a big deal. And I can't remember, I think Donna was on the committee, and there was quite a bit of work done and figuring out, and look how long it's lasted. I mean, it's really been a good thing. And, you know, like, I remember when I was on the council, when that was all being developed, and I was thinking, gee, where's the swing? But yet these pieces that we have been durable, and they've also been really good physically for kids. And and I think durability was the big thing, but it's been a nice little element for us. And I don't know if the committee would get involved in something like the rain garden or, other aspects. I'm kind of racking my brain. All I can come up with is playground equipment, but I don't have an objection to creating a committee that could be directed for specific projects.
Well, I think the issue here that we're getting hung up on here is mechanism. The committee is there for staff to talk to and get ideas from, regardless of whatever the plan is. And so in my opinion, it's a kind of a no-brainer. You get probably, provided we staff it properly, we're going to get good ideas from a lot of very experienced and talented people. So I don't see this as a lose situation for us no matter what happens. And I'm not familiar with the blue sky, but I can figure out what that means. And that's not at all what these people are going to be doing. They aren't going to be coming up with the ideas. They're going to be directed by staff to tell us what you think of this, whatever it is.
To flush out an idea that's already been established.
Correct.
But if I remember correctly, the first time it was given to us, there was no staff on this, and it was just going to be the 7 people on that committee was going to come back to staff, and this is what we thought should be done in sections of the town.
But I think it's directed by.
It wasn't directed by staff in the beginning.
Well, whatever it was in the beginning, and now it's the way it's written now is that staff is going to give them direction and ask them for their feedback about things that they're planning or things that they would like to plan.
Things that they would like to plan is the.
Say again?
You just said things that they would like to plan.
The staff I'm talking about.
That's not the way I understood that.
Oh, that's the way it's written. Staff comes up with the ideas. They talk to the committee and get feedback from the committee. Staff has a direction of their own. The committee is not charged, at least the way it's written, as far as I can see, with coming up with any direction. Their responsibility is to talk to staff about something that's already been established in staff meetings and to help try to figure out the best way to handle it.
I think the initial discussion we had in December, Sandy's right. It was an advisory committee to come up with ideas, because that's where we started talking about focus, and then Joe did refine like a resolution and some guidelines. But I'm still struggling because I can see the value of the input to a particular project. But the question is, every project is going to be different. Do you want the same people advising, or in fact, would that be subject to what in fact we're looking at? In other words.
Can you give me an example?
Oh, yeah. I mean, program like, the best one is the park playground equipment, right? Do you need business input on that, or do you need property owners, or do you need families? What input do you need? What should be the makeup of a committee advising on something like that?
Well, I think that's our responsibility. Like we should, just like we do with anything else, let people apply for the job, and depending on what their own particular talents or strong points are, staff it with one of everything.
Yeah, a cross section of talent.
It's already, you're supposed to get 2 from the community, 2 from the homeowners association, 2 from property management, and 1 staff.
Right. Well, this is a proposition at this point. We can do whatever we want with it. There's nothing is etched into stone at the moment.
Because you're worried about the makeup being too limiting, is what I'm hearing now.
Yes.
Joe, give us an idea of what you would put to a committee.
I can certainly throw out, you've hit on one of the main ones multiple times, so we'll repeat that. But just an example, we get numerous requests for people who want to put up park benches. Here, we have a program and policy set up for the boardwalk. Do we want to expand that? The question has come up now. We're getting ready to expand that to Stuck Trail. Do we want to implement a policy that allows that? If so, what are the things we need to consider? Where are the appropriate locations for those to go? That type of thing is another project. We've talked, Christian and I and others, about educational opportunities the town has to help people. We do a lot of programming related to that
we've really just begun to do that in a more permanent way with the rain garden side. We may want to, take a look at the town park and how do we incorporate some things like that throughout the park. Are there other opportunities for visitors and residents to learn about wildlife in and around the town, or what plants they are to avoid? Things like that would be another opportunity. So there's a whole variety of different ways that we welcome some input in those kind of decisions to, so that as we're moving forward, we're providing things that really meet the needs.
And conceptually, Joe, the way you're describing this, ultimately the decision is going to be made by the staff.
That's correct.
And ultimately,
right.
Yeah.
So they could propose, everybody, we should have neon rainbow benches, and we might be like, nah, that's a little, obnoxious for the aesthetic that we're going for. I'm being silly, but ultimately they don't make the decision. They're just offering some suggestions, or maybe even a few considerations, like we like this bench for this reason and this bench for that reason, and then at least someone else has really delved into it and thought about it.
And so the concept is not that, the committee wouldn't be involved in reviewing individual locations one by one as an application comes in, but would be involved in setting the parameters of the policy that the council could adopt about when we would have that and where those benches would go, things like that. So this is an example.
And I'll add that Joe and I had also talked about using this committee as we're looking at the future improvements to Duck Trail, the paving. I asked him a couple of weeks ago, what's next after this year? And he said, well, this is one of the things that we could take to the Property Advisory Committee if we had one, because there's nothing that's really jumping out that says I'm next. Whereas if we had a group to help us look at that and give us a little bit of guidance, that would be helpful. Ultimately, but the decision is yours. I mean, we'll come with a recommendation from staff and, provide the information from this committee, and then ultimately you all make that the final call.
Well, I like the idea just to get more community involvement and have people see the workings of the town and the staff. And I don't know if we don't want to overwhelm a committee, but I think that I think that if there are people that are interested in serving, that this is kind of an interesting committee to serve on. Not that the others aren't interesting, planning board, but.
Would we consider a larger pool of people? And as the projects come forth, basically put the interest out to see who's interested and to form the committee from that pool of people. Yeah, and maybe the pool is 9 or 10 people and maybe all 9 or 10 want to serve, or maybe it's only 3 people that want to serve type thing. Just another idea. I mean, I think the public input is important, very important.
I think it's important that we establish a standing committee, because if we have a pool of people that we could reach out to, this just becomes another bureaucratic delay in whatever we need to get done between the time that you guys might have a list of things that you want to work on, and then having to reach out and say, okay, are you X, Y, and Z? Are you interested in talking to us about this? Then they're going to have to think about it and do whatever work they need to do in order to come up with a suggestion or an idea. If we have a standing committee, this just requires communication between staff and them. So my proposal would be to establish one.
Okay. And I was going to say, I think you started this by saying we're not going to make a decision today based on the fact that we don't have Councilman Shiano here.
Well, I think we could defer it to the first meeting. Well, Tony's not going to be here the first meeting in March, is he?
Oh.
So maybe perhaps, I think we'll have a mid-month in March, budget-wise, or not?
I think in April.
I mean, I just think we should defer till we have 5 members here and I don't think I think Tony should have some input and then we just move from there. I think everybody agrees we need public input. And I guess the question just is how we organize it. Does council agree with that?
I think, yeah. Have you changed your opinion based on this conversation in terms of, what we've just said?
Not yet.
Okay. Okay. Well, then I think we should wait for, some more time. And I don't disagree that we can talk about it again as old business next meeting, though, if anybody has anything they'd like to offer so that we're not like back to square one in April. So if anybody wants to talk about it again, I would think we put it on old business for March, just to continue the conversation and keep it top of mind.
But if we're trying to Tony's not going to be here in March.
Right, but if there's any new thing anybody would like to offer to the conversation that would be beyond what we've talked about right now.
Well, I'm not sure there's total disagreement. I think the question is the makeup and the focus.
That's what I'm suggesting.
Yeah.
If you have some definitive, we're kind of talking off the cuff here. We will go back. We'll have a little time to think it through. If you have anything concrete you'd like to say, hey, I've thought about it and this is what I'd like to see. Anybody can do that. And I think just having it on if anybody has anything new in March, it would make sense to bring it up. What I say is like how the committee would look if there's changes.
You're the last committee that was like this. How many people were on that?
5 or 7, Donna, was it?
Probably at least 7, yeah.
And I just polled my neighbor.
The second spot.
Yeah, the original, George said it.
The original was 7, the second one was 5.
Oh, okay. I didn't realize we had 2. I got a text from someone, that was on the committee before, and we didn't have a chance to talk, but she said, is Duck planning to do more development like the park and playground? If so, then I think reestablishing an advisory board makes sense. I had a good experience being involved. It was prudent to have community involvement. That was just one conversation from a previous member. I don't know if Donna has any input. I know it's a little conflict because she's staff, but seems like that was why you were on it before, was because you were staff. Were you?
I was not staff.
You were volunteer.
Yeah, I crossed over.
It was a while ago then. Anyway, yeah.
But that was a one-time committee?
It was a standing committee, and Lori can correct me if anything. It was a standing committee. I was a volunteer at that point, and then it didn't do much for a short time, and then I think we made it a 5% committee, and then I did stay on it as a staff member.
When do we disband that?
I'm sorry?
When do we disband that?
It technically hasn't been.
No, their last meeting.
No, I'm just wondering when the committee was.
It's not met since 2014.
April 2014 was their last.
April 2014.
April 2014. I don't remember. Do you remember?
I kind of remember, I thought maybe we disbanded it, but I guess we never had a formal gavel thing on it, but.
It's never been, Paul Keller was the chairman.
Oh, you're talking about the park committee?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I thought you were talking about a different advisory committee.
No, that's what they were there for, was to get those elements of the park when we had the park, when we had 11 acres. What are we gonna do with it?
Well, I guess it wasn't, it certainly didn't do anything from probably the mid-2000s. Once we put the design in place for the park, I don't know if what was the second one, Lori, other than the playground?
The first one was the study committee to study the property before
I remember
the
that.
buildings were built. And the second one was after the buildings were built to advise what other things need to be, like the playground.
Yeah, and then they morphed into boardwalk.
Mhm.
They had input related to that, and then the final thing they did was all related to their focus was more on guidelines for use of the town's property. So adopting policies for how it should.
Right, like
So
no weddings
They
and
had
things.
several different things over there over the lifespan.
Okay, we'll have a conversation again as old business in March. Perhaps I can solicit some input from Tony. And then we'll move from there. Any other discussion on that? Let's move on to open discussion. Now, what we deferred from earlier discussion was the traffic. And in essence of time, we did defer it to this open discussion. I think we came back with, we're talking about ideas of a signal light. We're talking about ideas of a traffic island, non-raised traffic island. Somehow looking to perhaps pilot or demo a traffic solution. I think that's kind of where we left the discussion. Anybody else have anything else that we left kind of in that discussion?
Didn't our traffic consultant suggest one of those traffic diverters, or whatever you want to call it, in front of Winks, so there'd be no turns on the weekends?
I think what they suggested was first moving the crosswalk so it's not so close to the driveway, and then putting one of those flat rescue areas or whatever they call it.
But you're talking about probably the same thing I am. Like, we used to see it at the head of the bridges where they had the piling stuff in the roadway, and they could take them out.
Oh, yeah, exactly.
And that would make the island, which Donna could drive over.
Right, exactly. They're plastic and they just lay right down. Yeah.
If we're going to try anything, I would
Yeah.
suggest we try that. You heard about the traffic lights. They got to approve it.
It'll
See that.
well, I think they got to approve this as well. Anything that's we're doing in the middle of 12, they got to approve it.
That's correct. Lauren had some good suggestions, but we didn't get a copy of that. She had some recommendations there at the end. One south, one village, and one north. You know, that last page of her presentation.
That was that was from her presentation that she gave to the council.
But she summarized it.
Summarized it. So
yeah.
it was in the information that I sent council yesterday when I resent you the presentations from
Yeah, I
Lauren.
have that right here.
Yeah.
But we can get her presentation. Can we get her presentation from today as well, Joe?
I've got both of them.
Okay, we can share her today's presentation. I know she really abbreviated it today.
Right, she kind of came up with that one-page document.
Yeah, right.
Right.
Because she broke it up into those three sections,
Yes,
which
she
I
did.
don't see here
No, I don't need.
on this one, but I think trying to do a little something on that one area that they had brought up in their traffic study, AKA the one that you just talked about in front of Winks, and then maybe trying to do something around Scarborough Lane with a similar rescue island affecting the turning into Scarborough Lane, you know, in that whole area. There's a real lot of congestion right there. But the problem being that the reason that it's kind of gets congested is, like I said before, is people coming into the north from the south, northbound. They come in, you're 25 miles an hour, you've got a ton to look at, you're trying to figure out where you are. There's lots of ways to go. You know, do I want to go right, left, at a street, into a driveway? Where do I want to go? And I think people just kind of get almost paralyzed when they come into the town. I don't know that we're going to be able to solve that issue without, you know, some, you know, right turn only signs or something like that during the season or something. I don't know. I feel like those two studies showed that we're at max capacity, at least on the weekends, over capacity, and that things are going pretty well overall. That's what I got out of that. And there are some suggestions. But trying to make some actions, I think, will be helpful to the broader community.
Well, wasn't that the intersection? We're also talking about the island and also the light. I mean,
Yeah.
We were talking island at Winks.
I thought we were mentioning it down at the southern end too, but
I'm trying to find her thing from the last time on here.
I think there was more than one place that she suggested those.
I don't know if the light is a non-starter because of the DOT approval and some of the other limitations we've just talked about in conversation where you can push it, but you know, when do you get it to go green again? And are people going to get frustrated because the people went by and the light's still red? All kinds of, it's hard to envision.
It's a difficult problem. There's no question about it.
Lights in general, I just know from experience with the years of trying to figure out what to do at 158 and, lights can impede traffic flow. There's no question. We were trying to control the pedestrians, but at the same time, by doing so, you're, impeding traffic once the pedestrians have crossed. It's just they just don't have a lot of great etiquette. They're using the crosswalks, but they're also just like going across and then all of a sudden a straggler comes and the people are being polite and then they wait again. I did learn one thing that you don't have to, didn't I hear you don't have to stop for a pedestrian if they're in the walkway, but who knows that? I just learned that.
If there any other direction.
Actually, physically in the crosswalk.
Yeah, you have to show intent. We have that great video, the Destination Dare, our actor / police officer who steps in and says, I'm going to use this crosswalk. Then they have to stop. But there's just a lot. And then you're sort of like, you're the driver that's like, are they going in? Are they going to cross? And then they're like, oh, never mind. I'm just, pretending I'm going to cross. It's a mess. But thankfully, so far, it's been a very safe mess.
Yesterday, I had a conversation with the mayor of Southern Shores, Elizabeth Morley, and they're looking to put an additional crosswalk in at 9th Street. They're also not this year. I don't believe they're going to put in that no left turn on South Dogwood. She said it cost $40,000 last year to do it. I don't think they're going to go with that this year. They found it to be relatively ineffective.
Well, they did it. It's $5,000 a weekend, and they did it about 8 weekends.
Yeah, and but they found it. It was really ineffective because people found other ways to get to South Dogwood.
Wow. Turning
around in Kitty Hawk and driving down and turning around in one of the other streets. But they're anxious to see what we would like to do. But at the same time, they're going to add an additional crosswalk at 9th Street, it looks like.
Well, and not to talk for Southern Shores, but because I only talked to Elizabeth myself, the mayor, and one time her opinion is that their focus is to keep the cars out of the residential area. And she said, I'm really okay with them being stuck on Duck Road, backed up on Duck Road. I just want them out of my neighborhood, the neighborhoods. And I thought that was an interesting thing to say, but I don't know if it speaks to the entire council and their objectives. And they're looking to us like, what are you going to do to help it? Well, again, it's a huge issue that I think our studies are showing that we're doing like everything we can.
It's at the end of the day, this boils down to volume, and there's nothing that we can do about that.
Yeah.
If anybody's ridden up to Corolla, they're building more developments up there.
Way more. Yeah. Amazing amounts.
And it's the volume of both. So it's
right.
Cars and pedestrians. And I looked through Lauren's, the long study, the one I shared with you. So it was the one at Winks where she proposed the refuge island, one right out here. So near Town Bank, actually relocating that crosswalk north a little bit and putting a that painted refuge island there, one down towards where Farmer's Daughter is, so that Scarborough area, leaving that crosswalk in place and putting that painted refuge island, and then one leaving the Aqua crosswalk in place but putting a painted refuge there as well. So there's a total of 4 recommended painted refuge islands.
Aqua, Scarborough, in front of Winks, or at the new move the thing and put it at Potoski Village, Wampum.
Yeah, so Aqua
by the gas station,
Town Bank. So right out here by our park. So moving that one a little bit north, that crosswalk a little bit north, and then the last one going north would be at Winks, and that involves moving that crosswalk north also. And she also recommended that the traffic pattern be altered at Winks to have one direction. Correct. So it'd be the kind of the middle driveway, or the northern driveway to the Winks complex now would be in. The one between Winks and the ABC store would be out only. And that's where the crosswalk would be, is closer to that out only painted refuge. And that would make it so you can't make that left turn there anyway.
So you'd come out of Winks, but you wouldn't be able to make a left.
Well, you wouldn't be able to make a left from that particular access. You could go down to the end of the driveway and go out in the street, whatever. I forget, what's the name of that street? Wampum. Yeah, there you go.
So you'd go the other way, like you come in on this, like by Brindley, and to get out, you'd have to know, if you wanted to head south, you'd have to come out at Wampum.
Yeah.
Right.
But the walkway is actually not at Wampum. The crosswalk, it'd just be at Brindley.
What's being proposed is it actually would be right at Winks.
Right at Winks, so the southern entrance to Winks.
That was the proposal.
Yeah.
Moving the crosswalk down. So friendly. So it's that way, moving the crosswalk to line up with the sidewalk.
Well, look at that again. You can make a left. Just so you see
You
it.
can make a left. So you can make a left out of there. Yes. You can't make a left in.
You can't make a left in. That's what I'm
That's the
saying.
point. Yeah,
So
it's
you
one
can
in,
come
one
out
in,
of
one
Winks.
out, an entrance and an exit.
Out of Winks and you can make a left.
Can make a left,
That's
yeah.
all I was asking. Okay, got it. I know it's hard without a
But
visual.
you go to the one where Farmer's Daughter, it shows the painted crosswalk with the plastic pylons in it.
Oh, it does. And then what about the one at, is it at the church that they want to go all the way up to the church? Oh, yeah, right. I remember that picture now. And that's the one at, sorry, that's at
That's a Farmer's Daughter.
Farmer's Daughter. And so that's the one we have right now?
No,
No, that-
That's the type that.
That's what they're talking about.
With those these things out, right? So that's what.
Right, exactly.
Yeah, the things you.
They just flop right down.
And we would have to, I mean, obviously DOT would have to approve anything. Before we even ask DOT, I think we would probably want to acquire some of these fold over things, install them in our parking lot at the public safety building and let the fire department, because we don't want to install them in the roadway if they can't run over them.
Yeah.
They have them on every,
We can, obviously, we're not gonna aim to hit them.
they have them in every tunnel in New York City. So if you're going through the tunnel and at certain times of the day, it's traffic going in both directions. So they put it in there. People hit them all day long and they just pop right back up. They don't really even damage the car or anything.
Because there's a fair amount of 18-wheeler traffic and things like that, you know.
There is, yeah.
That helps a lot to know that information.
Probably if you drive over them, they won't pop back up. But if she drives over them, they probably won't pop back up.
Oh, great, yeah.
Chief Ackerman, have you had any discussion with Chief Cole at all about 12 and 158 this year?
Nothing this year yet. It's pretty much being run by Kitty Hawk at this point. We've all been assisting. At one point it shifted totally over to the tourism board handling it. That seems to be shifting back from what I've heard. So,
yeah.
And that's a concern I have because we have a major issue here and we need to be here, not sitting in Kitty Hawk on Saturdays and Sundays.
Yeah.
But I suspect that conversation will begin soon.
Yeah. One of the other suggestions she also made was the crosswalk down between J Crest and Charles Jenkins, which is a really dangerous place when they come down off those side streets trying to get across because there's no crosswalk down there and there's no place to walk. I mean, that's the other thing. There's no place to walk between those couple of streets.
I know, I would think that those would be our priority if we ever look at the west side,
Yeah.
is to get the chart, because there is a light that you could walk down from J Crest down to the light at 13 and cross over if you had a sidewalk there.
Yeah.
And you could also cross, just being able to go between on the west side more carefully.
When you come out of J Crest, you walk into a hill, there's no sidewalk there.
Yeah.
Ocean Crest has got that big high.
Oh, the hump, yeah. So you really need a west side thing. And then if you got your sidewalk all the way to Tuckahoe, then you could use the Tuckahoe crosswalk, which is the first crosswalk you approach, I think, when you come into Duck. I mean, that's a lot of walking, but
It's dangerous along there too, beyond the Bio Shores going towards Fields. I mean,
It's
that's,
dangerous from Tuckahoe to the Southern Shores line, because that's usually what somebody gives me to pick up trash on.
yeah, and it's also,
You mean on the west side?
yeah, it's
Yeah.
also the
Tries to
curve.
get rid of me.
That's interesting. We're talking all about pedestrian safety. We're not talking about traffic here. I mean, I think we're all saying what can we really do about traffic? And it's come to the point where it's volume.
We can, yeah, make some minor modifications that, but I agree. And I don't want to jinx it, so I'm not going to say it again.
I mean, you could take out crosswalks. The same number of people are going to cross from east to west or west to east, whether they're at a crosswalk or not. You're going to have the same volume going across the street. They're going to cross somewhere. So someplace we're going to stop traffic.
Well, and the crosswalks were originally planned to, go with the boardwalk entrances and kind of help the flow of the town moving around and helping both sides of the street commercially, for the businesses, the business community, and accessing, east and west. So I don't know if there's one that I would say makes complete sense to remove. I can't remember if we kept some old ones, just legacy crosswalks, and when we added all the other crosswalks, but, and Joe, I don't know if you remember that, if you were, when we did all that, but obviously we were traffic, it was traffic engineered.
Yeah, I mean, there were crosswalks that were there and stayed. There were crosswalks that were there but got moved slightly to better serve, a different location or relatives.
I'd like to make a suggestion on the pedestrian traffic at the beginning of Duck, and I guess you'd want to say at Barrier Island, that we put in flashing light to it, a flashing light, solar light like they have at the firehouse, and just say pedestrian crossings next mile, however far it is, or heavy pedestrian crossing. Just so that people are warned that the pedestrians are in this area.
We could ask for permission from DOT to do that. One of the comments that we heard from Brian Mayhew, was the safety chief for DOT out of Raleigh. He was the one that came here with Lauren. And what he saw was, I'm not going to use his words, but excessive compliance. So people he and Lauren were just standing basically on the sidewalk, observing traffic, and cars were stopping. They weren't anywhere near a crosswalk. It's just, people are so in tune because they're in the village area. If they see someone that looks like they may be wanting to cross, people are stopping whether they're at a crosswalk or not. So so I don't know, the signs may help a little, but I don't know what problem that they would solve, because we are seeing a high level of compliance, and I'll ask the chief. I don't think we have a whole lot of issue with crosswalk compliance.
No, you're absolutely correct in what you just said. The vast majority of the accidents we're seeing in the summer are people stopping short because they see somebody on the side of the road, not necessarily in the crosswalk crossing. They slam on the brakes, rear end accidents, and they're happening every day. So it's, again, not to take their words, but excessive compliance is not wrong. We really don't have an issue with people stopping for crossing. It's just the number of times they stop, and it creates a chain reaction.
Can't fix stupid drivers.
But ultimately, it's a good thing, right? So knock on wood, we're not having vehicle pedestrian interaction a lot. So zero injuries or fatalities is ultimately the goal. Obviously we'd love to be able to get the traffic through, but I think, as council you've said, and we heard Andrew say again today, it's who said eyedropper?
Me.
You said, so that's basically, so we have all this volume.
This is another good one.
Trying to get through here.
I'll see the other problem we got too. We don't talk about it much, but people are getting here earlier and earlier. So where are they going to stop? They're going to stop and Duck because they can't get in their house till 4 or 5. So they get in here at noontime, but they're in Duck. So they're going between parking lots, crossing the roads. It's a good thing for business.
There's nothing for us to do about any of that.
Not a thing you can do about it, right? They're not gonna hang out in Southern Shores.
We won't be complaining when we start getting sales tax money from it, though.
That's right.
There's one thing I want to mention, and I haven't heard it from any of the presenters. When we talk about chain reactions, one of the things I've seen consistently for nearly 20 years, the traffic light at Sea Oaks Trail is what I believe to be one of the greatest challenges that we have. It backs up vehicles into Southern Shores and then it meters them through. They come through and you get this huge chunk of people coming through, and it only takes 1 or 2 turning vehicles or 1 or 2 people crossing, and it backs it up. Because what we see with northbound traffic is as soon as they get around the village to about Town Hall, it's free flowing traffic right to Corolla. So
I see that out my window because I'm always like, where is the traffic? It's
All right,
stuck.
so one of you's got to crash into that light pole and take it down.
No.
What did you say, Rob?
you didn't say it. I heard it, man.
I made a mistake one day this summer going south and then trying to get back on a Saturday afternoon. And I got stopped at every light and all those roads coming down at Southern Shores. Every time you get to an intersection, it would get blocked, and then all of a sudden you're not going anywhere. I got to the Duck line. It was wide open to Tuckahoe and beyond. I could see it up towards Plover. And you're right. I mean, those stoplights are an issue in Southern Shores because that does allow all that side road traffic to come down, and then they're in the intersections and then nobody goes anywhere.
We talk about crossing guards and things to do. The pilot I'd love to see is crossing guards at the 2 traffic lights in Southern Shores, metering those cars through.
How about just taking them out?
How would that help though? That would just make everybody really mad at that per person.
Oh, it'd be the most horrible job you could ever have. But even to try, well, I wish in a third world we could put them on flash and see what happens, but the compliance there would be a nightmare. But that's.
So you're talking about crossing guard or someone actually manually running that traffic light?
Manually a plunger and DOT, we have that ability to put a police officer in a car and manually control that light. Unfortunately, both of those lights are in town of Southern Shores and not ours to control, but I don't know. I certainly could have the conversation with Chief Cole about that, trying that, even if it's a 1 weekend pilot.
Can you just walk me through the rationale of that? Because I'm not following how that would help.
Well, it's twofold. One of the issues is the neighborhood issue for Southern Shores. So you have a lot of cars that are trying to bypass Duck Road by going around and coming out at Sea Oaks. That creates a huge backup on Sea Oaks. So when the light cycles, it's allowing just a free flow of cars to come out of that side street, and then it's just a chain reaction. It backs up cars. So if we were able to eliminate the Sea Oaks trail issue, which is what Southern Shores wants to eliminate, and focus on just letting cars come through that intersection unstopped, I think we'd be able to keep traffic moving as it approached through Duck. There's still going to be a slowdown.
Additionally, though, that might discourage people after they learned after a while that there's no light for them to get back on.
Exactly. That's
So now
where
there's no incentive to cut through Southern Shores,
That's where I'm going with it. It's a twofold issue. And if that's one of Southern Shores' issue, and I don't know, it is a state maintained roadway. I don't know how DOT would look at that, but that is one of the issues. And what happens is, what Don said, even though the light cycles, they come out, they end up blocking the intersection, and it could take another minute or 2 for those turning vehicles to get out into Duck Road. And then the light cycles again, and it's
Right.
a never ending.
You can do the light cycles and see some conflict in that controller. And it goes right back to the old cycle. It doesn't allow it to remove the traffic from where the problem is.
Exactly. But if and that's my case for manually controlling it. You could at least have some control over that cycle and realize that if they block it, you may have to run cars for the next 5 minutes to free it up, where the automatic cycle may cycle it again in 60 seconds, or not 60 seconds, but within
What's the rationale about having those lights there? Why?
I would love to know that. I
Or
don't know
make it
how we ever
blinking all
ended up
summer.
there. Like,
Yeah, we could make it blinking.
Make it blinking all summer.
And you don't need them in the winter.
but right.
So what's the
I can't
point?
remember. As far as I know, like always.
There's 2 of them.
I just remember.
No, you get all 3 of them. You get the one from.
I came back in the spring, they were there.
So it had to have met You heard Andrew talk about warrant. So it had to have met the side street traffic warrant. So
Side streets.
a certain number of vehicles using that intersection in a certain number of hours. So you look at peak and off peak and.
Maybe you can talk to Mayor Maury and ask, what's the rationale behind keeping these lights?
And Hillcrest is another one. You could do the same thing at Hillcrest.
Hillcrest, Dogwood, and the other one, what do you call it? Chickahaw. Get rid of all three of them. Who needs them?
It's one of the things that seems, it's a bit silly to me that we position so many personnel in the intersection 158 and 12. We clear them off there and we're just pushing them into different funnels.
I have a block down the road.
Exactly. We're not really clearing up anything other than that intersection, just creating a new problem.
Well, that intersection was a huge problem. I mean, granted, because then it was blocking the, northbound traffic on 158. It was a huge, people were just not complying and they were blocking that entire highway really with and so at least to have better compliance at that so that northbound traffic could go. It's important but they've done a lot with those lights over the years. I mean, the technology has improved and obviously the flyover was studied and, but you're right. It's just going to back up. I mean, there's nowhere for it to go.
It's almost as if we solved half the problem. We did a great job clearing that out, but we didn't think about what's next.
You can't go right. And there's only so much you can put onto that roadway. It is difficult for the employees as well of businesses. They can't get to work on time. They, housekeepers have got to get up the road at, 6:30 a.m. to get themselves positioned up there. It's just just for a lot of reasons, people are coming earlier and earlier. I don't know.
Has there been much of a shift, Monica, from Saturday to either Sunday or Friday?
Well, we've done Sunday 50-50 almost for years, but, and I don't know if my counterparts do a lot of Sunday to Sunday. I mean, I have always gone saying we only manage 350. Some of the companies are a lot larger, but we've done almost 10% of our inventory on Friday. And we do a big push every year to get people to go to Friday. We're spending a lot of time convincing homeowners that Friday is a good turn day. And it's something a campaign that we run every year and try to convince folks that are only renting the summer we can show them that it makes their house stand out a little bit to come in on a Friday. But it's a small sample.
But the other problem is there's no control in the growth once you get into Currituck County. I mean, you got that new plaza, new home sites just before the Hampton Inn. I think I counted 27 new ones going in there.
Oh, yeah.
And then up across the Whalehead Club where they're putting in those cottages, there's 33 of them.
Yeah.
And they're all under construction already, so.
And there's a ton of undeveloped land.
Oh, yeah. Yes.
That can be very high density, unlike our area, which is kind of limited to, 20,000 square feet, but not that we have any new land, but yeah, it's not just us, and who was saying it the other day there, every car going by is a dollar sign. Believe it or not, I'm in business. I don't see it that way because I'm on the council and I care about people's quality of life, but it is an interesting problem to have that we're so popular that, everybody wants to be here. So I take his comment to be kind of that, I definitely, we don't want to overtax our community, but some of this is out of our control.
The other thing, you're talking about one day and you're talking about maybe 6 hours of traffic. When you really stop and think about it, it's, probably from late morning till, just before dinner time.
Yeah. So it's behavior modification.
Yeah. Well, then they come earlier and hang out and duck. So that causes another problem. But it's a positive.
Yeah,
It's a positive
good
for
problem.
sales sale.
Go to waterfront shops. They're there at 6 o'clock. Tailgates open, having breakfast, and they stay there to 1, 2 o'clock till they get in their place.
Yeah. That's behavior modification.
Drive all night and sit in the hot sun.
They get a little cranky when the house isn't ready before 4, but what are you going to do?
Just to change the discussion for a minute, do we want to, in fact, solicit DOT to change the 45 to 35?
I don't think so.
You don't think we should leave it at 45?
Yeah, I think what we need is signs up there, because like I said, you could change that to 10 miles an hour. They're not gonna do it. So what's the point in changing the speed limit if they're not gonna comply? Put the signs out there, like the solar powered, your 45 mile an hour thing, and this is what you're doing. Caution vehicles entering the roadway right before that curve.
Right, and also the speed limit warning signs that we already have.
That's what I'm just
Oh,
saying.
is that what you just said? Yeah.
That
that's a
may
good
have an effect on it, but changing it to 35 isn't going to do a thing.
I agree. People will speed no matter what.
They're going to do it, and especially because they've just come through town and they're either working on the way to a job site or they're racing to get to a rental house, and they know that they've already just sat through an hour and a half of traffic from 158 and 12 to get to where they're going. You're not going to slow them down. It's not going to happen.
Right, and well, this is actually the winter time we're talking about.
It's all the time.
Right, I mean.
Because by the time you get through town, until you get, I never go up there in the summer, but once you get through town, the traffic is not bad going north. No matter what time.
And I think my point was, it's 35 in the summer. This is just 45 in the winter that they're asking to go back to 35 all year long. And my point is, it doesn't really take them an hour and a half to get from 158 in the winter.
Oh, no.
So they're not that
But
frustrated, but
their behavior has already been modified.
Right.
The workers have.
The workers are definitely like, that's who we would really annoy, is the Corolla folk who are just like, I need to get where I'm going. I've already suffered through 25 miles an hour. I don't want to suffer any longer. But speed limit maintenance, I think, will help. I think that's a good first step anyway. And we can, it's doing some action, but I don't agree with recommending it for the winter to go to 35. How do you feel?
But either way, I wouldn't go up there in the summer anyhow, so in the wintertime, I go up there 45, seems fine to me. I see very little traffic coming out of the streets.
And
The traffic seems to go like 4 or 5 cars at a time, because somebody is going the speed limit, everybody else is chomping to get by them, and then it's wide open. So I think we can
And
leave
it's
it.
the blind spot too, and that's the way it is at
And they could put up,
Osprey Ridge.
how about, even though aesthetically this wouldn't be very nice, but we'll put a convex mirror up across the street from that entrance. And then people can look and see the traffic coming.
What is that?
That's a mirror. It's a mirror, so
Well, I
you
just
can.
asked about the mirror, but I thought he said you weren't allowed to put them on the DOT right away.
Well, you could put it off the right of way.
It'd be a private property, you could do it.
Because Osprey Ridge wanted to do that, and I told that it was, that I didn't think they could do it without DOT permission, but maybe they can do it.
If you get it out of the DOT right away onto private property, that wouldn't.
So you get an easement to put it up?
No, a private property owner could say, yeah, go ahead and put that to another private property owner. So this wouldn't be us doing.
Sure, if the president of the SHA went to whoever's property that is and had a conversation, they could probably work that out.
Well, then I might suggest one at, down at Osprey Ridge too, because that is a pretty dangerous curve. Although now it might be 25. Didn't you guys move the speed limit? Is it 25 all the way to Seahawk when it turns 35? You know what I mean? It's the street right before.
We had this conversation.
At Osprey Ridge. Yeah.
Osprey Ridge, it's 25 now?
Yes.
Well, yeah, it has been 25.
Yeah, but the point is, you should still have that same conversation because 25, 45 doesn't matter.
You can't see.
If you can't see, then you can't see. So if you put that mirror up across the road.
There's one other that I could tell you about, and that's that coming out of either Wood Duck or Pintail in Carolina Dunes. They're coming whoosh, and I never come out of that street. Canvasback is fine, but the next one down, I think that's Pintail. I would never make a left turn out of Pintail unless forget. And then I'm scared to come out of there. I'm like, because you can't see them coming around that turn.
It's like taking a left turn out of Baia Shores on the west side. Then that curve.
Is it the same as Baia
Oh, my God,
Shores?
yeah.
So there's another one.
Yeah.
Okay, now we got.
Geez, 47 mirrors on the road here. No.
Remember we used to have small trees and less brush?
Yeah, that's probably true. Bulkheads and such.
So did we make any decisions on any pedestrian changes? With the crosswalk at Lee Links? Ivy Islands? Or do we want to just come back with a proposal to council and some of those recommendations, or?
So we can go back to, if generally you are agreeing with what Lauren and Brian came up with in their assessment, we can go back to them or to Andrew, and we'll need to have it kind of designed. We'll try to put a cost on it, and then we'll need to run it through DOT. This will be a fiscal 24. So this is not this summer, it would be the next summer. In fiscal 23, you'll hear tomorrow, we're going to ask you in the CIP to allow us to do the crosswalk lighting that Lauren recommended. So similar to the lights we have through the village, put them on the rest of the crosswalks. And then, with some signage and those other lower cost things that we'll include in this coming year's budget for your consideration.
So are you saying that if, that the process of implementing maybe some of the stuff we're discussing now, we wouldn't even see in the summer of 23?
Correct. So, because we're going to need to do some, we're going to have a little money out to do the design, get the permitting through NCDOT, and then we'll be able to then go into construction and buying the supplies and stuff in 24. If this is the route we're going to go, this summer we can get a couple of those stanchion things and let the fire department drive across them to be sure that that's something that's practical for us. Because in reality, that's the only thing that's holding us up, is we don't want to slow down a fire truck or an ambulance getting through duck.
Emergency, right?
Right.
Rob, they're about 30 inches tall, if I remember right. About like this?
Yeah.
And they don't hurt a car when you run over them?
No.
When you hit it the first time, it makes a little noise.
I bet you we're gonna have a lot of visitors hitting those things, I have to say.
And it'll scrape up a car. I wouldn't drive your car across them. They will scrape it.
Mm-hmm.
Have we abandoned the idea of crossing guards and a pilot light? Or are we still going to look at that? Pilot
lighting rate told us it's out today.
It's what?
The pilot light was out. The engineer told us that. They haven't had one in years, and they're not approved by DOT. Said you can apply again.
But you're not going to get it through. Well, and I think everything we've talked about with lights since then has made me kind of retract that idea, because again, it's efficient enough to hold back the flow of pedestrians, but then once they're through and they're herded across, how do you get the light to go back on green for the, so I think lights in general we might just, no humans definitely, because it's a dangerous job out there, I would say.
Yeah.
I'm sure even at the Kitty Hawk intersection, that there's been a lot of, we need to wear one of those things that people are crazy. Anyway, no, I would say if and you're saying that DOT wouldn't approve it anyway.
That's what he said. He said they'll do it on construction sites, but not on general roads.
Yeah, I said it was one lane or something like that, yeah.
So there's been value out of those two studies that we've got. I think the numbers would have been a lot different if we had a little rain.
If we what?
If we had some rain.
Right.
Or we did it a month earlier.
Or both. But I was really pleased that we were able to get it done so quickly. If it had been done in September or October, we would have been going, what,
Would have
So
been a
at least
total
we got
waste.
it mobilized. So thank you again for that.
There might be some value for Chief and you, Drew, and me meeting with our counterparts in Southern Shores in the near term, just see what they're up to. If they're putting an additional crosswalk, then perhaps we could have that discussion about the CO's light. And also basically say,
They're going to love it when we come over to them and say, it's your problem.
well, they got crosswalks too, and they also have lights. We don't have either one of those.
We have crosswalks.
And they also got a lot of feeding coming off those west side roads
Yeah, and that's their issue.
where people cut down Beach Road and then cut back up from the east.
That's ridiculous, isn't it?
Yeah. Oh, they have the
people
keys,
that-
see them coming in, Sandpiper and all that. I mean, anything people can do to get a couple cars ahead.
And you know what, after 2023, we might not be, maybe we won't even be the hot destination that we are right now. I don't know if that's true or not. But we are hot right now.
Somehow I don't think that's going to cool.
Well, we're definitely on everyone's map, but people do get discouraged when they're sitting in traffic. Then they'll go, I'm never doing that again. But then on the way, pretty much by the end of the week, they're going, can't wait to come back next year. That's been the same for many, many years.
I've never been to a beach on the East Coast in the summertime that I haven't got caught in traffic. Getting to Ocean City, New Jersey used to be a task and a half.
Try to get off Cape Cod on Saturdays.
Yeah.
Getting over those bridges.
And there's two ways out. And all the changeovers over there are Saturdays.
Wow. Well, at least in Bethany and those areas, they do it all week long. They have some kind of lottery system. But anyway, we're not going to get into that right now. They're not going to solve all that, but do you have enough information to go with from us?
Do we need a motion on recess or can I recess tomorrow morning?
You can recess without objection.
All right, I'm going to recess without objection for council till 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. Any objections?
No.
We are recessed. Thank you, staff, for bearing with us.
Thank you.
You did well.